Just to let you know, those delegations, registered delegations, participants in today's meeting, you are in the attendee list and you can watch and listen to the meeting. When we do get to your agenda item, you'll be brought into the meeting as a panelist for your delegation or presentation. You will then have the ability to unmute your mic and turn on your video should you so choose to do so. Please, when you are in the meeting, we ask that you please ensure, unless you actually have the floor to speak, to make sure that your microphone is off to minimize any background noise or feedback. And after your item has been dealt with, after your delegation is completed, after committee has finished any questions they may have for you, you'll be moved back to the attendee list to continue to observe and listen to this, today's Committee of Council meeting. We are experiencing just a slight technical issue, so Mr. Chair, I know it is just 9:30 now. If you can just bear with us for the meeting.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. We will begin the meeting with the City Clerk calling the roll for attendance at today's meeting. Mr. Clerk.
Members of committee, I'll call your name. Please indicate your presence. Councillor Santos.
Present.
Councillor Vasante.
I'm here.
Councillor Williams.
Present.
Councillor Palleschi.
Present. Good morning.
Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros.
Here.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Williams.
Good morning, I'm here.
Councillor Fortini.
I'm here.
Councillor Singh.
Present.
Councillor Dillon.
Here.
And Chair Bowman is present. All 10 members are present, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Next item is approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item to today's meeting? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. And first person up is Councillor Williams.
Good morning. Thank you, through you, Chair. I would like to add a new discussion item on the LDD gypsy moths, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Councillor Williams, I didn't catch what you said just before gypsy moths.
I believe the technical term is LDD, so I just use the technical term. But it's just the gypsy moths.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair, that would be proposed item under Community Services as 12.3.1.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add a discussion item on 12061 here Ontario Street in the Coptic Church.
So, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Palleschi, what is the nature of this item, just to understand which section of the agenda it should go under?
It's a severance item.
So through you, Mr. Chair, at this point, I would suggest it go under corporate services. So it would be proposed item 10.3.2. And just to confirm, Councillor Palleschi, it's 12061 Your Ontario Street North?
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Palleschi. Councillor Dillon.
Excuse me. I want to add 10.3.2, independent external counsel coverage for employees. And a question for the clerk: if this it's a general conversation. However, if there's any, there might be some conversation that involves an identifiable person. Will I need to add this separate as a closed, or can we just take it from the conversation into closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so if it's added as an open session item and it starts to venture into potential closed session deliberations, then appropriate advice will be provided to committee, and committee can make that decision to go into closed without having the necessity to add a separate item. It would still be related to this item. And just for the benefit of the chair, the member, and committee, it would be identified as 10.3.3, as 10.3.2 has already been added to the agenda.
Okay.
Oh,
So, through the chair, this is Samir here.
yes.
I think in a separate from identifiable individuals, there's some matters relating to solicitor-client advice and possibly employee negotiations in relation to that matter. So might be more cautious to go to put that on the closed agenda.
I think there's some public portion that a general conversation. Then I guess if it veers into that way, then we can go into public then. Into closed.
Okay. Yep, we will leave it at that, and we will take the advice of the solicitor as we bring that discussion forward, if that's okay. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Okay. The mayor has now joined us. Seeing no other additions, I would like to add...
Sorry, Councillor Bowman, I have my name, but I sent it privately. I just wanted to add a quick question. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Singh?
Yeah, what was the address? Because that's coming in my section for here Ontario Street.
It was 12061, I think, if I'm correct.
2061?
That's correct.
Yep, okay, perfect, thank you.
All right. I've got 3 items that I would like to add today. A proposed item, it would be 9.3.1, I guess. Discussion item on promoting small businesses now that some of the restrictions are starting to be lifted. Am I correct? That would be 9.3.1, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Second item is proposed item staff report 2020, the public sector salary disclosure management salaries, which was supposed to be brought forward 2 weeks ago, but I'm bringing it today. I had a discussion yesterday with Commissioner Davidson.
So, Mr. Chair, that then would be proposed item staff report 10.2.8 on the agenda.
10.2.8, okay. And finally, I would like to have add just a very quick discussion on, it's very similar to Councillor Dillon's, but I think it's a different topic. It's the use of external legal by the city. I just want to get clarification on where, when, why, what departments would use external legal, things like that. So it's just a discussion item.
So through you, Mr. Chair, then that would be under Item, that would be under legislative services, as legal services comes under that section, so it would be proposed item 8.3.1.
Okay. Perfect.
Through the chair, this is Samir here. Is that related to use of external by council or use of external by city?
By the city in general.
Okay. That also may be something that we may want to move into closed on the basis of solicitor advice, depending on the nature of the discussion. I don't know the details of what we are going to discuss, so I'll leave it to your discretion whether we want to put it directly into closed or move into closed if the direction veers in that direction.
Yeah, I would think we can move into close. I don't think there's, in my questions anyways, I don't think there's anything that's private or confidential. So we'll start and open.
Okay.
All right. Seeing no other additions, we have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon to approve the agenda. Instead of seeking a recorded vote for this item, I will ask, is there anyone opposed to the motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion carries. Meetings of municipal councils are to be open to the public for transparency and accountability, and our meeting will continue to be as well, with a few precautions and limitations. Members and most staff are participating electronically in this meeting. The public can still access and participate in the meeting in a number of ways: watching this meeting remotely through the city's live stream and playback of the archived video stream, registering with the city clerk's office as a virtual delegate to participate in the meeting, submitting questions about the agenda, business, and decisions made by committee of council today by emailing the city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca with your question, which may be read into the public meeting during the 15-minute public question period before the meeting. We will move on to declarations of interest. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act on any matter to be discussed in today's agenda? Seeing none, the clerk will so note for the minutes. Consent. As part of our new consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. Any of the following agenda items will not be subject to consent: announcements, delegations, presentations, added new business, member discussion items, member question period, public question period. I'll start reading the relevant agenda items, and the members can identify any items to be held for debate. Legislative Services, 8.2.1 staff report, the impacts associated with illegal election signs, all wards. That will be in consent. We have nothing in economic development section. Corporate Services, 10.2.2 staff report, re land tax apportionments. Consent. 10.2.3 staff report, re council initiation of purchasing contract extensions and renewals, $200,000 or greater of equal value with the contract. Councillor Palleschi?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. 10.2.4 staff report, repurchasing activity quarterly report, first quarter 2021. Okay, consent. 10.2.5 staff report, status of tax collection accounts. Consent. 10.2.6 staff report, 2021 first quarter operating budget and reserve report. Consent. 10.2.7 staff report, standing item on meeting agendas, use of consultants.
Hold.
Again, Councillor Palleschi?
Yep.
Thank you. Public Works and Engineering section, 11.2.4 staff report, request to begin procurement gasoline and diesel fuels for retail and commercial outlets for the city. Consent. 10.2.5 staff report, request to begin procurement, supply and delivery of tires and associated services for the city. Consent. 11.2.6 staff report, initiation of subdivision assumption, Medallion Developments, Castle Stone Limited, register plan 43M 1783 west of Bramley Road in Countryside, Ward 9. Consent. 10.2.7 staff report, initiation of subdivision assumption, Yellow Park Property Management Limited, register plan 43M 1933 east of Clarkway Drive, south of Castlemore, Ward 10. Consent. Staff report, initiation of subdivision assumption, Destona Homes, 2003 Inc., registered plan 43, 1872, east of Mississauga Road, north of Queen, Ward 5. Consent. 11.2.9, staff report, initiation of subdivision assumption, Mattamy Credit River Limited, registered plan 43, 1932, east of Mississauga Road, south of Sandalwood, Ward 6. Consent. 11.4.1, correspondence from Mayor Alan Thompson, Town of Caledon, dated May 26th, read Caledon GO Rail Line status update. Consent. Community Services section, 12.2.1, staff report, budget amendment and request to begin procurement and supply and delivery, fully electric powered fire truck.
Hold.
Councillor Palleschi again?
Yes.
Thank you. Closed session. 15.1, open meeting exception under section 239 of the Municipal Act, proposal or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Consent. 15.2, open meeting exception under section 239, 2C and K of the Municipal Act, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied on negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I wanted to hold 15.1, and while I'm at it, 15.3.
Okay. 15.2, no problem.
I'm good with 15.3, or 15.2.
15.2 will go into consent, and 15.3 will be held by Councillor Palleschi. Okay, the clerk will summarize those items to be included on the consent motion for approval.
1 minute, to the chair.
Sorry.
It's Councillor Williams speaking. Did you call 11.2.1?
No, 11.2.4 was the first one.
Okay, so the 11.2.1 will be up for discussion. It won't be in consent. Okay,
It will be, yeah.
thank you.
Through
All
you,
right.
Mr. Chair, yes, 11.2.1 is shown on the screen, deals with noise walls. There are 3 reports and a delegation in regard to noise walls, so they're all being held for consideration at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, if you can just give us a summary now, Mr. Clerk.
So certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. So 8.2.1 under Legislative Services, a report on the impacts associated with illegal election signs. That item is to be added to consent. There is nothing under Economic Development section for the consent motion. Under Corporate Services, all the items will be added to the consent motion, save and except for 2, both held by Councillor Palleschi. 10.2.3, staff report regarding council initiation of purchase of contract extensions and renewals, 200,000 or greater, or if equal value or greater than the original contract. And item 10.2.7, a staff report regarding standing item on meeting agendas, use of consultants. Under the Public Works section, all items listed for the consent consideration are being added to the consent motion, including a number of subdivision assumptions, initiation of subdivision assumptions, and requests to begin procurement, as well as correspondence. Under Community Services, item 12.2.1, a staff report regarding a budget amendment and request to begin procurement for the supply and delivery of 1 fully electric-powered fire truck has been held by Councillor Palleschi. And finally, under closed session, there are 3 items. Item 15.1 and 15.3 have been held by Councillor Palleschi for closed session consideration. 15.2 will be added to consent, and as part of being added to consent, the directions contained within the appropriate closed session information will be deemed to be direction given by committee on this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I have a motion moved by Councillor Palleschi to approve the consent motion. As per our trial process agreed to by council, the consent motion will be subject to a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk.
All in favor of the consent motion, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vicente.
In favor.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Palleschi.
In favor?
Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yep.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Chair Bowman.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We will move on to announcements. Next item is 5.1, an announcement from Jennifer Vivian, Manager, Entrepreneurial Services, and Denise McClure, Senior Manager, Economic Development, regarding rapid testing kits for small businesses in Brampton. And Councillor Palleschi is the sponsor. Welcome, Jennifer and Denise.
Good morning. It will just be me today. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Brown and members of council. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. Today, I'm sharing news about a key initiative as part of the COVID-19 economic recovery work. The City of Brampton, the Rick Center, Communitech, and the province have worked together to provide Brampton's small to medium-sized businesses free COVID-19 rapid screening kits. Rapid testing kits are an additional screening method that can help stop the spread of COVID-19 in workplaces. Organizations can test on site and get results in about 15 minutes without shipping to a lab. This opportunity is open to organizations with 150 employees or less. Larger businesses can order their kits directly from the province. I'm happy to say that kits in Brampton will be distributed through our Brampton Emergency Management Office, and Economic Development has worked with communications to develop a robust campaign to reach small businesses and medium-sized businesses in Brampton to let them know about this opportunity, and a press release will be going out today. Businesses can order directly from brampton.ca/rapid testing. And if any businesses are facing challenges through the ordering process, the Brampton Entrepreneur Team is set up and ready to help. Thank you to our colleagues in the Brampton Emergency Management Office and Communications. The Economic Development Team is pleased to make these free testing kits available to Brampton's small and medium-sized businesses. And it's really important to remember that the use of rapid tests as a screening tool is another layer of protection to support a safe reopening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Councillor Palleschi, you're the sponsor. Did you want to say a few words?
Please and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Denise, and your team for this announcement. This is a fantastic announcement. We're going to get these out to Brampton businesses. This is going to be a great, and I know we're not going to have the problems that London had in terms of the lineup that they had when they first rolled this out. So great announcement. I really look forward to this. This is going to help small businesses in Brampton so much. So thank you again to you and your team for working on this. This is exciting stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor. And again, Denise, thank you for coming in. Appreciate that. We will move on to item 5.2, announcement, the 77th anniversary of the D-Day landings of World War II, June 6th, and the 131st anniversary of Decoration Day, June 2nd. We have Henry Verscharen, Government and Community Liaison, Lawrence Scots Regimental Association of Parade Commanders, City of Brampton. Councillor Singh is the councillor's sponsor. Henry, the floor is yours.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're just bringing him in right now. Henry, you can unmute your mic and turn on your video if you wish to address committee.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning, Committee of Council, and to those tuning in to watch these proceedings. I appear before you today as your liaison for the Regimental Association of the Lawrence Scots Regiment and the Parade Commander for the City of Brampton to bring to your attention two important recent anniversaries. They are the 131st anniversary of Decoration Day, Canada's first Remembrance Day on June 2nd, and the 77th anniversary of Operation Overlord, also known as the D-Day landings in Normandy in World War II on June 6th. In 1890, veterans in Toronto were dissatisfied with how the government of the day were treating the veterans of the Fenian Raids. They established Decoration Day on June 2nd of that year. One casualty of the Fenian Raids in 1866 was George Eliot of Brampton, who while guarding prisoners became ill and died at the age of 19. Decoration Day quickly spread across the country. as an annual event, thus becoming Canada's first Remembrance Day. Last year, Branch 15 Legion, together with the City of Brampton, created a virtual service to mark the 130th anniversary. You can find that video on the city's website under the Brampton Remembrance section. On June 6th, 77 years ago, Operation Overlord began, and the Canadian Forces were assigned Juno Beach for their landing. Sergeant Bill Bettridge of Brampton was in the lead landing craft and was sick on the beach that day. He survived the war, and the veteran statue in Gage Park is modeled after him. The first of the Lawrence Scots Regiment landed at 8 a.m. that morning. When approaching the beach, the door on their landing craft was badly damaged, so they used ladders set across from their landing craft to another one beside them, and they scrambled over to the other landing craft and exited there. After fierce fighting on the beach, they assembled 45 minutes later and proceeded to their objective. Later that day, and in the days and weeks to come, many more contingents for the Lawrence Scots landed at Juno Beach. In closing, and to commemorate both anniversaries, please allow me to recite a veteran's prayer called the Act of Remembrance. They shall grow not old as we who are left grow old. Age shall not weary them. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Hank. Councillor Singh, did you want to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you, Henry, for coming and everything you do, the Lawrence Scots do. I've had opportunity to work closely with the many members from the Lawrence Scots, and I'm just amazed by the remarkable young people you have. And I just wanted to do this announcement to remember the sacrifice of Canadians during World War II, but particularly D-Day. So thank you for coming and sharing those words. They were very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Hank. And on my behalf, thank you for everything you do for the Lawrence Scots and the veterans in this community. And just as a side note, I've known and worked with the Bettridge family for over 50 years. So I did know Bill, and the statue is a great honor for him. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
We'll now move on with public delegations. 6.1, we have a delegation from Patty Cosgrove, founder and CEO, Web Summit, Brampton participation in Web Summit and Collision. We also have a delegation, 6.2, for Manny Abraham, founder of the Ryerson Venture Zone. So we have a presentation on today's agenda, 9.1.1, staff presentation from Andrea Williams. And under our meeting procedures, we will receive the staff presentation first, followed by the delegations from Patty and Manny. So Andrea, I think you're ready to go, aren't you?
I'm ready.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Brown, members of council, senior leadership team, and members of the public. My name is Andrea Williams, Economic Development Coordinator, and I'm here today to tell you about some of the wonderful developments as a result of attending this year's virtual Collision event. Before I begin, I wanted to thank both Patty Cosgrave and Manny Abraham for being here this morning to delegate to council. We're thrilled to have you both and are truly grateful to see the success that has been driven by this event and how much it truly impacts its attendees. We would also like to thank council for donating their tickets to local businesses and Innovation District partners and look forward to hearing about their experiences today. Next slide, please. Collision is the fastest growing tech conference in North America. And this year we were able to network this year people were able to network from their homes while attending or enjoying hundreds of hours of talks from the biggest names in tech. It provided a unique opportunity to showcase Brampton to 38,000 participants online and 1,200 startups in 141 countries, spanning from Brazil to India. This year, the Economic Development Office participated in Collision in an effort to create brand awareness for the Brampton's Innovation District, provide a platform and opportunity for Innovation District partners, promote the new international soft landing pad, Brampton's Beehive, generate qualified leads, create opportunities for corporate networking, both current and new, expand our social media outreach, secure local and international media coverage, and obtain high-quality investment meetings. And I'm happy to report that all of our objectives were achieved. Upon reviewing staff's profile engagement, there was a total of 1,048 connections made at Collision, and 229 connections were from our masterclass attendees. The masterclass session highlighted on this slide was such a great success. It provided staff an opportunity to showcase Brampton's newest innovation district partner, Brampton's Beehive, and offered information on how staff can help expand their businesses to Brampton. It also highlighted the momentum that is continuously building as a result of the work being done in the innovation district and created plenty of opportunity for discussion. There was such great dialogue from all three panelists and such wonderful feedback from all 266 attendees. City of Brampton's staff sent 780 connection requests, and as a result of 1,700 direct messages and networking opportunities, the investment attraction team developed 229 contacts, bringing over 100 leads and more than 50 investment meetings. Next slide, please. As part of Brampton's participation, staff were also able to engage with a portion of the event known as 40 Words. 40 Words gave 125 startups the opportunity to pitch their businesses in short videos at Collision. The startups selected represented numerous industries, including fintech, gaming, and enterprise software solutions. The videos gave the City of Brampton more than 60 minutes of advertising content spread over all 3 days of the event and were played ahead of many of Collision's high-profile speakers, including Ryan Reynolds and Mint Mobile CEO David Glickman. Staff and the Collision team also promoted Brampton's engagement across multiple social media platforms, including Twitter and LinkedIn. The Twitter post produced 25,000 impressions, and the Meet the Team LinkedIn video created 1,900 impressions. Additionally, staff submitted an interview-based blog from Mayor Brown. This was published on the Collision blog and was accompanied by a LinkedIn post, which generated 2,700 impressions, and it ranked among the top 20 blog posts in Collision 2021. There was also opportunity to engage 3 Innovation District partners in Pitch. Pitch is Collision's startup competition that showcases the world's most promising early stage startups. The Rick Center, Ryerson Venture Zone, and Sheridan Edge all eagerly agreed to participate as judges. They each received 5 one-minute videos and were asked to evaluate the pitch, provide feedback, and scoring. They were all pleased with their experience and were excited to see the results. Also, Economic Development Director Claire Barnett was also approached to participate in Collision's Mentor Hours. The event offered an opportunity to meet with 7 startups from around the world, and she offered her time to coach these startups in an interactive group setting. As a result, staff have kept in touch with some of the participants who needed further guidance and look forward to creating new business development opportunities for them in Brampton. With so many great facets to showcase Brampton to a broader audience, the Innovation District was even featured on BetaKit, the nation's only independent publication dedicated to reporting on Canadian startups and tech innovation, with an article entitled "City of Brampton Launches Incubator for International Startups." Additionally, as a result of some of the connections made with the Filipino startup community at Collision, staff are now working towards a follow-up event to develop further economic ties and potential synergies on June 29th. The team is beyond pleased with the results and look forward to continuing building relationships and leads with the businesses that they connected with during the event. We can't wait for next year, and we hope to see Collision return in person into Toronto. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andrea. Now we'll hear from our delegations. First, Patty Cosgrave, followed by Manny Abraham. Welcome, Patty.
Thank you very, very much. I'm just hopefully starting my video. Hopefully it starts. Oh, there we go. I don't know how to blur out the background, but not to worry. It's great to be here. Good to connect again. And hopefully I'll get to see all of you over the course of the next hour or so, to Mayor Brown and all the councillors again that I've met before. It's great to be here. I'm going to just focus on 4 points, a little bit of background on Web Summit and Collision, talk about our plans for this November and the role of Brampton. Thirdly, I just want to talk about tech ecosystems in general and what I see as the opportunity, and then finally talk about Collision 2022. So to return to the very first point, a little bit of background. Firstly, I helped co-found Web Summit about a decade ago, which started as a very small event in Ireland with really only about 150 people. Over the last decade, it's grown up to become a much larger event, bringing people not just from the original city it started in, which was Dublin City, but bringing people from almost every every country in the world together. Part of the growth has been propelled by our approach to events. Our largest team within the company are engineers and other people who help design the software. And so we spent an awful lot of time designing software to try and disrupt at least how conferences or trade shows occur. I think, you know, every industry is being eaten or touched by software in some way, and conferences are no different. The approach that we've taken seems to have resonated with people over time. And from a first event, Web Summit, which started with about 150 people and has grown to kind of 70,000 people the last time it took place in person in Lisbon, we've been able to start you know, a really fantastic event in North America, which is the little sister of Web Summit and half the age, which is in, of course, in Toronto for the first time in 2019, and it kind of exceeded all our expectations. This November, to turn to the second point, we'll be returning for the first time almost in 2 years to an in-person event. The first one will be in Lisbon. We have the full go-ahead from the Portuguese government and health authorities to run that event in the first week of November, starting on November 1st. And we hope again to welcome you know, you guys and everybody else from all over the world. Our primary focus, whether we run events online or offline, is to bring people together and connect them with each other. When COVID hit, I think we were very fortunate that we'd spent so long building software for our events to help our exhibitors, our partners, our attendees, our speakers, our journalists make the best use of their time at our events in person, that we could repurpose that software and work towards creating some of those outcomes online. And I think not just Brampton, but many other delegations from around the world, you know, had a very good experience over the last year doing those events online, Collision 2020, and then most recently Collision 2021. There were trade delegations, and it's maybe something later we might return to, that attended Collision 2021 from just about everywhere. I've kind of picked out a few countries for different reasons, because I think they're quite diverse. Countries like Belgium, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Croatia, Germany, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, Mexico, Norway, the list of the United States, of course, the United Kingdom, Ukraine, the list goes on and on, Korea, and lots more. So it seems that I think the outcomes online, have been great. You can never compare to meeting people in person and telling them about your city or about your product or your company. The richness of the relationship you can build over a short period of time in person will never be replicated, in my view, online. But in a world where we could do nothing, I think the online platform that we built ended up creating a lot of value for all those that participated, including the city. I'm just conscious of time. I'll try to wrap up very, very quickly. I think COVID has created an amazing moment. I'm certainly seeing it with many of my friends. Dublin, where I live, is the most expensive city to live in the Eurozone. There's a very significant, unfortunate housing crisis. Public transport is amongst the worst in Europe, and our health system is the most in crisis. Our GDP might be great, but the basic services afforded to people in Dublin in particular to make it a livable city are rather lackluster. And the effect of COVID, I think, has made many people realize that they can relocate and work from anywhere in the world. And I think Canada in particular, but Brampton and other cities are going to be the net beneficiaries over the coming years, simply because the quality of life afforded to people who live in cities where public transport, I think, is much more thought through, where there are world-class amenities, make places like that very attractive. San Francisco, I think, has been a massive loser from COVID. It's a city that hasn't really managed to create a livable environment for its citizens over the last decade, and COVID basically has helped accelerated a very pronounced exodus from the city. So I think there's kind of huge opportunities. Finally, Collision 2022 will be back in person in June, and we just can't wait to welcome all of you back to Collision. And of course, we hope to see you in November on the ground in Lisbon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patty. We'll now go over to Manny.
Morning, Council. This is Manny Abraham. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm the founder and CEO of Revin AI robotic process automation platform built for healthcare facilities, and currently working with the Ryerson Venture Zone. A little bit of background from my end. I immigrated from India in '95 with my parents, and I actually settled in Brampton in my first house in McMurtry and Field. So this is sweet for me to be back. I'm a 5-time healthcare startup founder, alumni of DMZ, and working with the city of Brampton and Ryerson Venture Zone. I have the opportunity to give back to the city of Brampton and setting up our shop within the Innovation District. Secondly, most importantly, I would like to thank all of you and the city of Brampton for your hard work in COVID-19 and the relentless work you put in. I'm sad to say I lost my dad, Augustine Abraham, in Brampton, and Willie Mosler with COVID-19 in February 2021. So I know firsthand the loss of life and its impacts on family and community, and the hard work that goes on by the city and everyone that works there. So thank you. I'll just switch over to the conference. The Collision Conference is a startup event I've attended since its inception in Toronto in 2019. I was lucky enough to participate through my previous accelerator program at DMZ. I was able to experience it in full effect as an in-person conference, the engagement and the potential that it brought to the city of Brampton, to Canada, and to the startup community within Canada. I have to say, even though this was done virtually, I think Patty and his group have done a great job converting a virtual event, in-person event to the virtual event, and ensuring a lot of the inherent process or breakout sessions and Q&A sessions and everything else that it requires for participants like myself to get the full advantage of the conference. We thoroughly enjoyed the session held by the city of Brampton, as well as ensuring we got a lot of the connections and contacts we made to explore strategic opportunities both on the business as well as a talent side. We'd like to thank the city of Brampton for the opportunity and the support that you have brought to us through the Ryerson Venture Zone, for helping us making connections through your team, your innovation team, to help hire talent from the city of Brampton to hire some of our future employees. Thank you again, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Manny. We do have some questions from council for both Patty and Manny. So first up is Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to first begin, Manny, for just want to express my deep felt condolences for the passing of your father. It's always difficult to hear when that happens to a member of the community, and so I'm very sorry for your loss. I want to also thank you, and I want to thank you for bringing your experience here for members of committee to hear about, and for sharing how you have been impacted by the work that we are doing in our innovation zone here in the city of Brampton. So thank you very much for sharing that and for continuing your work to create capability and to build jobs here in Brampton. Next, Patty, I want to thank you for delegating today. It's really nice to see you, both Councillor Medeiros, myself, and Mayor Brown, and Claire Barnett and Devin had the opportunity to attend Web Summit in Lisbon 2 years ago, and it really was a huge eye-opener for us. Can't express enough how much I believe that the space that you have created for people who love technology, who want to innovate and to find creative solutions for the problems and needs of people today, the opportunity and space that you've created for them to meet, to share ideas, and to network and to build relationships so that they can do more with what they have is absolutely incredible. The Web Summit event in Lisbon, I happen to be Portuguese, and so I have a special place in my heart. Of course, for Portugal, it's where my parents came from, and the same for Councillor Medeiros. His parents are also from Portugal. And so there was that aspect, but we were absolutely floored by the type of environment that you have created. And so we want to thank you for that. Software, I believe it's been said that if you can imagine something, you can build it with software. And so any problem that exists today where someone can create a pathway to build a solution, whether it's for finance, whether it's for logistics, whether it's for lifestyle, there is a way to leverage software and technology to make our lives better. And so you're really at the forefront, at the leading edge of the thinking and the work that happens in this area. And with Collision happening in Toronto and the relationships that you have allowed us here at the City of Brampton to build together with you, we really, really appreciate the work that you're doing and the opportunities that you're creating. So my hat's up to you, and thank you for all the work that you and your team do for everyone around the world, but particularly here in Brampton. I also want to just thank you for highlighting the kind of opportunity that a city like Brampton can offer for innovation and for people who are looking to work in this space, to live in a place where the quality of life can afford them the opportunity to do this type of creative work. Brampton really is an amazing place to live. It's an incredible place for someone to work and enjoy life. And you made a lot of sense when you talked about your perspective in that Brampton offers so many advantages for people to come and live and work and enjoy life and to be really productive. So I want to thank you for highlighting that differentiator that Brampton has and a reason why Brampton can truly be a destination for people who want to be in this space. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente. Next up, Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman, and Manny, thank you for your heartfelt story and for your input today. And to Patty, it's a real honor to have you at Brampton City Council today. I first heard about Patty from Mayor John Tory in Toronto, who talked about this this incredible individual who saw what was happening with the economy, how jobs were changing, and how he was so excited about the partnership the City of Toronto had with Patty and his team. And I listened to Patty speak at the Toronto Region Board of Trade annual meeting a few years ago, the big event that Jan De Silva puts on. And your words really resonated for me, because at the time I was thinking we really need to pivot in terms of the jobs of the future. I often quote former Premier Bill Davis, who was a Brampton resident and one of our most beloved Canadians. And he said when he was the Minister of Education in the 1960s, that it's our job to create the jobs of the future, not the jobs that existed 10 or 20 years ago. If we're in the business of trying to bring a VHS factory to Brampton or a pager factory, it would be silly. But even on a larger level, we need to look at the sectors that are growing. And Patty, as one of the world's smartest entrepreneurs when it comes to innovation and technology, I think it's really lucky that the GTA has this incredible partnership with your organization. And of course, Brampton is eager to piggyback on the great things you're doing with Collision in Toronto. Like Councillor Medeiros and Councillor Basante, I was blown away at the conference in Lisbon, and really how it brought growing tech companies around the world together. And I guess my question to you, as a community that wants to double down on the jobs of the future, as a community that wants to double down on this opportunity, we like to say Brampton is a city of opportunity. Right now, we are have a project with the Government of Canada, one of our major cable companies and banks, for the National Centre on Cybersecurity, which has support of the Government of Canada, which we're really exciting that we're really focusing on these cybersecurity jobs. We're building a soft landing spot for international tech companies called Beehive, which will be opening as soon as COVID is over and the rules for startup visas allowed. Our innovation district is really focused on having the ability to scale up for businesses at every aspect. But if you had a piece of advice for our council and for our economic development director, Claire, who shares our passion, if we want to double down on these jobs of the future, what advice would you have for us? And I would say to members of council, this is not an ordinary deputation. And Patty really is considered one of the finest minds in the world when it comes to taking tech companies and making them huge job-creating success stories. And so I think we're very privileged today to get some advice from an individual with such international accreditation for success in this field. So, Patty, what advice would you have for us? What mentality should our council take into the weeks, months, and years ahead?
Thank you, Councillor Mayor Brown. Those are incredibly flattering remarks. You'll have to speak directly to my mother just to get confirmation that those are accurate. She may disagree. Very good question. You know, I don't profess to have the answer. My sense is that there is almost, at least from my anecdotal observation, a race to the top. What do I mean by that? In an era where people working for large and fast-growing companies at the forefront of the economy have the freedom to choose where to live, they're increasingly voting, with their feet and flying or relocating to cities where there's a high quality of life for them or for their families. And you don't need to Google very far to find lengthy articles about the exodus from San Francisco because of the dysfunction, in that city. Not to disparage San Francisco, is lots that's great about it, but to live there, unfortunately, the quality of life has deteriorated. And my strong feeling, looking at the net beneficiaries just within Europe, many of my friends, many people within the Web Summit network have spent the last year or more relocating to wonderful cities like Lisbon, like Seville, across Europe that offer a very high quality of life. And, when you're at the cutting edge of the economy, you're high earning. And of course, as a high earner, you'll create lots of spin-off jobs, but you get to choose now. And increasingly for companies, they're allowing their employees choose. So, I think investment in my view, in public infrastructure and amenities, which Canada is incredibly noted for already, so you have a head start compared to your next door neighbor, not to disparage the United States of America, but my experience being in the kind of GTA is it's so well run compared to, to me it feels like a very well run continental European city. I hope I haven't put anybody's noses out of joint, but that's invest in that and invest in education. You just can't go wrong. Sorry to take so long.
Thank you very much. Is that it, Mayor Brown?
Bowman.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And I'll be very quick because I think my colleagues, Councillor Vicente and Mayor Brown, adequately expressed some of the comments, and specifically around the question to Patty, and thank you very much, because certainly you are the sort of superstar in the tech field, and you know, you touched upon some points about the quality of life, jurisdictions who can offer that, because there was always this thinking that, and again, you know, I don't have any experience in this field. Web Summit really helped open my eyes to this sector and really understand how business is done in this field. But Patty, can you comment how important it is, you know, a city like Brampton, who often we're overshadowed, and understandably, by being next door to the city of Toronto, etc. How important it is for us to be at these type of events such as Web Summit. You know, I can tell from my experience, and I'll allow you to speak, but you know, as much as we're talking about technology and we're talking about just really, for me, quite, you know, really interesting, but fields which I fully don't understand. But it really came down to those personal relationships, those sort of one-on-one meetings, and really us promoting what we can do, and meeting the entrepreneur, and understanding. So how important it is, and especially when politicians these days, you know, the idea is that we would go to a sunny, beautiful place like Lisbon, and, you know, we're off enjoying, and you know, how important for our jurisdictions to be at, you know, Web Summit, and be there in present, and you know, make those personal relationships.
That's a very good question. Let me try to be concise. I have to be careful. You know, I don't want to, you know, oversell Web Summit. However, my observations are as follows. The number of cities and countries that have grown up with us over the years, and, you know, spent the best part of the last 5, 6, 7 years expanding their partnerships, means to me that, you know, there must be some value that those cities and those country delegations are extracting. In the case of Lisbon, I can talk specifically to the fact that the city itself has become the host city of Web Summit, not because of, in 2019, I think the immediate economic impact because of the scale of Web Summit was about 300 million, a lot of that going into the hospitality industry and related sectors, but instead because of the number of companies that have opened up significant offices in Lisbon and the surrounding metropolitan area. And then secondly, because the event itself has been a helpful platform for companies from the greater metropolitan area to meet with companies and all sorts of other stakeholders that can help. I think being in person, the volume of politicians at all levels that travel, from the UN Secretary General to German cabinet ministers to South Korean cabinet ministers that come to Web Summit for a considerable amount of time, or to Collision, has been increasing substantially. And, you know, my read of that is any politician is already out the door. It's not a 40-hour or 38-hour week. I salute anybody that becomes a public representative, because you literally are on call 80 to 100 hours a week. And I think as a consequence, any hour wasted is an hour you don't repeatedly waste. And so I would like to hope that whatever the draw, these politicians that keep coming back are extracting some value. I'm sorry to answer the question in a very roundabout way, but it's the best I can do, I think.
Yeah, and through the chair, I guess I'd follow up. I guess I'd follow up with in terms of the value proposition. You know, when we're talking about being present, and you talked about, you know, as much as you appreciate that we can do these sort of online sort of connections, but nothing like being in person and being there. And you know, it really aligns with the strategy of the city of Brampton when we started really embarking on you know, different sort of, and again, we've gone to different sort of events, different conferences, but what I thought was really poignant in what you said is that, you know, being present in those personal relationships, right? So no one can sell the city sort of better than sort of us. And when you talk about, you know, the businesses that were there, the businesses that we met, and so on. So it's just, to me, it reinforced the fact that, you know, we're on the right path, and we have to sort of, it's about personal relationships, developing the sector. It's not about us sitting around and doing video chats with different, you know, companies and jurisdictions. You know, these personal relationships really help sort of build this industry.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Councilor Medeiros, any more questions? Sorry.
No, that's it.
No, thank you very much. Heidi, we do have one more councillor online, Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you, Patty and Manny, for coming in. It looks like great things ahead for the city of Brampton. Thank you very much. It sounds exciting. I guess this is really more for staff. It seems like we've set the table with significant investments in, the Rec Center, Beehive, Algoma, Rogers, to name a few, Ryerson, now Collision. I mean, these are all great initiatives. We've had some great leads and meetings, etc. But I guess what I'd be looking for doesn't have to be answered today, but I think what we're looking for and other councils are probably looking for, what are the projected numbers perhaps from these programs in 2021? Because I know it's been difficult with COVID for sure, absolutely. You can't sort of look backwards at COVID because it's affected everybody. But, we heard at one of the meetings that we're going to possibly have 75 new businesses coming to our downtown as a result of Beehive. So I guess what I'd like to see, a pretty simple report, basically just what the projections look like of new businesses and employees and versus maybe the actuals. I mean, we know there's not going to be many in the last 18 months because of COVID, and that's unfortunate. But looking ahead, it would just be nice to have an idea as a result, because these are all great initiatives. Don't get me wrong, this is great stuff we're doing here, and I've got friends over in the Netherlands that have actually attended some Collision over there, courses over there. So this is great news. But I just sort of like to see a staff report moving forward at some point in time. But once again, thank you, Patty, and thank you, Manny, for coming in. It was great to hear from you guys. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams, and Manny and Patty, thank you very much for coming in today. Do any members have questions about the staff report? Okay, seeing none, we don't have a staff report accompanying, or we don't have any recommendations accompanying this. So can I get a motion to receive the delegations from Councillor Williams?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay, any opposed? Seeing none, that carries.
Mr. Chair?
Can we just move both delegations together, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, we'll treat that as moving both delegations, 6.1 and 6.2, and then the final motion would be to receive the presentation from Andrea, 9.1.1.
Okay, and Councillor Medeiros will move that we receive the report from Andrea. Any opposed? Seeing none, that moves as well. Thank you very much. That was a good presentation. Thank you. Next up, we will move to 6.3, delegation from Electra Utilities, development of a new operations center in Brampton. Joining us today are the following representatives from Electra: James McCumber, Vice President Supply Chain; Joseph Almeida, Director Supply Chain; Michael Frasina, Specialist Government; and Chris Ray, Director of Government and Industry Relations. Welcome to Committee of Council. I don't know who's going to speak first, so we'll leave it to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do see that James McCumber is present, and I believe Michael and Chris. And Joseph, we did not see on the call. James, we're having some technical difficulties, so we can unmute your mic, but we can't bring you into the session to turn on your computer, so we'll just go ahead and unmute your mic and you can begin. James?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. So, yeah, I'm having trouble with my camera on my side as well. Joseph had to step away for another meeting, and so I'll be walking through the presentation.
Okay. You can see the presentation on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So you can commence and just say next slide, and we'll advance the slides.
Okay, so next slide. I thought I'd give a little bit of background about Electra. We formed the merger of 5 different utilities, and currently we are the largest municipally owned LDC in Canada, servicing 22% of Ontario's electrical customers. We serve over 1.1 million customers, and we service 17 communities. And we have approximately 1,600 permanent employees. We do have the regulated side of the business, which is electric utilities, and the non-regulated side, which is our energy solutions, which provides innovative energy solutions, microgrids, energy storage, and solar photovoltaic. If we could move to the next slide. Some of the investments we're making in Brampton, specifically, we're doing a voltage conversion project at Williams Parkway and Kennedy Road, and we plan to spend about approximately $16 million, and it'll be completed in 2022, where we're going to improve the service of about 1,500 residential customers and 22 commercial customers. We also plan to spend approximately $30 million over the next 5 years to change out underground cables that are failing or near failure, and that's around the Queen Street East, Clark Boulevard, and cables around the Castlemore Road area. So, next slide, please. Some of the things that we support the region and the region of Peel and Brampton, we've donated over $75,000 to communities and organizations in the region. We've donated $5,000 to Big Brothers and Big Sisters. We've also committed over $15,000 in the children's mental health and wellness initiatives, and we've given $5,000 to the Knights Table Urban Pantry, which has provided over 10,000 meals for families in need. We've also supported the Brampton Run virtual events. And one of the things about Electra is, yes, we service 17 communities, but we're trying to invest in every community that we serve. Next slide, please. So why we wanted to bring this one today is this is a major investment for Electra. With the merger of Hydro One Brampton and EnerSource, the previous Mississauga LDC, the need came up to consolidate our operations for the central region. The 200 Kennedy Road South will function as our operations center for Mississauga and Brampton. It will consolidate the operations from Sandalwood and Mavis Road in Mississauga. Ideally, it's centrally located to service the customers. It has easy highway access, and a lot of our employees actually live in Brampton. One of the key things here is that the building's going to be approximately 200,000 square feet of office and industrial space. And because we're consolidating our workforce there, we're going to be increasing the number of employees out of that site from Sandalwood by about 2.5 times. We're going to have network operations, fleet, network services, and some back office staff for health and safety, HR, and IT. And the project for the building is approximately $52 million investment for Electra. If we could go to the next slide. The building's going to be built to LEED Gold standards. And as we're going through our GHG commitments, we're going to be changing, or in addition to the LED gold standards, or LEED Gold standards, we're going to be changing out the cooling and heating system, which will reduce our GHG emissions by about 43% compared to our original plan. And we plan on installing a 500 kilowatt on-site solar generation, which will further reduce our GHG emissions. And it will also power our over 30 electric vehicle charging stations that are going to be used by Electra's fleet and by the employees and the general public. If we can move to the next slide. So the key milestones for us and why we want to bring this is we resubmitted the site plan May 25th. We have a tentative groundbreaking ceremony, which we're going to be coordinating with the city. We believe that because Electra is such a major contributor to Brampton, that we would try to figure out a way to get essentially a photo op for that. We're going to have the full building and interior permits submitted in March 2022 with the plan of having a fully operational site in August 2023. And next slide. Does anyone have any questions about Electra's involvement in Brampton and what we're trying to do with our operations center?
I think we do. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you very much for being with us today, and thank you for your investment and commitment to Brampton. In terms of what's being built on Kennedy Road, how many employees are going to be located there?
Approximately 420, but the way we're building the office space, it's going to allow us for growth. As Brampton and Mississauga grows, Electra will be having enough space to ensure growth in the future as well.
Oh, that's fantastic. And I guess my other question, and I would imagine, because I look at Kennedy Road, and I think having a company like Electra provides us with an opportunity, because we've looked at Kennedy Road and trying to maximize its potential in terms of transit, in terms.
As a perspective, I know that, reducing GHGs, the idea that Electra can partner with the cities about electrifying their buses and encouraging, mass transit, and being part of the community is one of the things that Electra is a big proponent of. I mentioned about some of the donations and the things that we care about. We plan on doing multiple events in the city for community involvement once we move into the site. And I can tell you that the facade of the building will look very nice in that area.
No, that's fantastic. I thank you so much, and I look forward to our ongoing partnership. Thank you very much for the investment.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Williams, sorry I missed you.
That's okay, through you, Chair. Thank you, James, for coming in. It's great to see you. It's great to see, I guess Mike is on the call as well. Mike sits on our task force for our community Center for Community Energy Transformation. It's great to have him on there. Yeah, thank you. Good presentation. It's nice to see you're staying in Brampton. There was rumors. I had some friends that work at Brampton Hydro. I still call it Brampton Hydro, even though it's electric, because it's been, I remember when they used to be over on Glidden Road, and became Hydro One over on Sandalwood, and now became Electra right around the corner. But it's great to have you here. It's great to see you putting in solar panels, and that EOAS system is exclusively used in Europe. That's extensively used in Europe. They use it in small and large heating and cooling systems over there, and it works very well. It's a great way to reduce your greenhouse gases. It's excellent. And to put 30 electrical vehicle charging stations is unbelievable as well. But just the solar alone, here's a company that sells electricity, and you're creating electricity from the sun. It's quite an achievement, and thank you so much for being a partner in Brampton. We do have somebody in common, though. My sister-in-law, Diane Hayes, she knew you from when she worked down at Electra, down at the other office. She said hello. So thanks again for being in Brampton and staying in Brampton, and especially on moving to an area that is desperately needed some spark down on Kennedy Road. And great to see you staying here. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. I don't know whether Paul Aldonate wanted to speak on this or say anything. Paul, did you have any comments? Nope. Maybe Paul's not with us. Oh, there's Paul. You're muted, Paul. Oh, we can't hear you. And the community really came together to rally against this. We had Kathy McDonald, the school trustee. We had Lorraine Hayfelt. We had a lot of other people, and it just goes to show you that the community can make changes. And this is a phenomenal change to have an over $50 million investment in our city here. So I thank everybody for that. And I guess we can't get Paul on, but I thank Paul for all the hard work he did in making sure that that Electra chose this property, and Matthew Rea, who did some phenomenal legal work as well. So I thank you all very much. And this is a fantastic addition to the corner of Steeles and Kennedy. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, it's Paul Aldonate. Can you hear me okay now?
We can hear you, Paul. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Yeah, so you took the words right out of my mouth. I think this is an excellent addition to the Kennedy Road area, as what you're saying in Council Madero's. When you think about the evolution of the site and where it's come from before, when it was the tobacco and cigarette making company by Rothmans, Benson and Hedges, the last decade when that was open, it only had about 30 or 60 employees. And then the site ended up being closing down and being demolished and ended up being purchased by One Properties. And we all know what kind of issues that raised with the neighborhood because of the potential truck traffic and noise that was going to come from the proposal by One Properties, who had about 100 truck bays in their proposal. So keep that in mind. Now, in terms of the Kennedy Road area in general, yeah, I think this is going to have a big impact on Kennedy Road. I mean, Kennedy Road has had some better days. Currently, there's about 78 retail businesses in the area, approximately 55 accommodation and food services in the area. Between those two sectors alone, it serves about 800 employees. When you think about the injection of 420 plus employees into an area like this, I think all those businesses, the retail, the restaurants, are all going to benefit from this site. It's currently going through the site plan approval process, and I just want to give kudos out to my planning colleagues, Alan Parsons, Dave Vandenberg, and Kelly Henderson. Have been doing a great job to make this site plan approval process go as smoothly as possible. Really looking forward to this being constructed. It's going to be really good for the area. Really happy about it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Paul. And again, thanks to Electra as well. I see no more speakers on the item. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to receive the delegations. Any opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much. We will move on to 6.4, a delegation from Joanna Equum. I'm pretty sure that's how it's pronounced. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. Intact Center on Climate Adaptation, Faculty of Environment, University of Waterloo. And exclusion, it's regarding the exclusion of natural assets from the financial reporting framework. Joanna, welcome.
Hi, yes, thank you. And it's Joanna Aiken, so it was very, very close. So thank you for making the effort with that. It's always a bit of an icebreaker. So yes, I have a presentation to make about the revision of the conceptual framework that's currently undertaken by the Public Sector Accounting Board. And particularly how natural assets are included or not included, as it may be, in financial statements. So we can go to the next slide. So just a little bit on the Intact Center on Climate Adaptation for people who are not familiar with the center. It is an applied research center on climate adaptation with a national focus based at the University of Waterloo. And it was launched in 2015, and the name Intact Center is because it was funded primarily by Intact Financial Corporation, but also we do a lot of work on national guidance with the Standards Council of Canada, National Research Council, and other funders also. Our resources are bilingual, and we have two main goals, which is to ensure that climate adaptation is part of the national conversation about climate change and to help residents, communities, and businesses to reduce risks associated with climate change and extreme weather events. So that's just a background to the goals of the center. Next slide, please. To get to business, to the crux of the matter, so the Public Sector Accounting Board is revising their conceptual framework and proposed changes related to how non-purchased natural assets are recognized. So currently, the PSA handbook sets out exclusions from recognition in financial statements in the conceptual framework, and that includes exclusions relating to natural resources that have not been purchased. So natural assets that have not been actively purchased are not included, but assets that have been degraded and restored, so money has been paid to restore them, they can be included because they've been effectively purchased. So under the proposed changes, the Public Sector Accounting Board proposed to remove the exclusion from framework, but then they are reinserting it to a financial statement standard. So in effect, there will be no change in the ability of public sector entities to include natural assets, which include forests, wetlands, rivers, etc., which we deliver significant public services to the public sector and our communities. So they will not be able to be included on financial statements still until that new standard is reviewed once again. And we can go to the next slide. So we've been asked to present by the finance team to the council regarding a joint consultation response that the Intech Centre is coordinating together with KPMG and the Municipal Natural Assets Initiative. And basically, the joint consultation response sets out arguments why the exclusion of natural assets should be removed. And the key arguments are that failure to value natural assets has historically led to mismanagement and degradation of our natural assets across Canada, and that actually the financial value of natural assets is already being evaluated across Canada using environmental economics, and that is informing, in particular, asset management planning in several municipalities across Canada. And in particular in Ontario, municipalities are making moves to do this because they need to include green infrastructure in their asset management planning by 2023. So the public sector is increasingly interested also in investment opportunities relating to natural capital. Obviously, there's a key focus on carbon sequestration and storage services, but also on natural capital for combating biodiversity loss as part of environmental, social, and governance reporting for businesses and financial institutions. And we feel that so the Public Sector Accounting Board has a significant role in enabling natural asset accounting, so municipalities to recognize their natural assets in Canada. So basically, the City of Brampton is asked to sign the joint consultation response drafted by the Intech Centre, KPMG, and Municipal Natural Assets Initiative, which is due for submission by June 30th, so the end of this month. Next slide, please. And just to give, I know the text is slightly small on this slide, but just to give an overview of the signatories who have already supported this, it's a consultation response, it is not a petition, and Public Sector Accounting Board are already well aware that we are working on this, and the idea is to provide kind of a consensus and action towards addressing this issue more rapidly. So signatures include financial institution representatives such as the Global Risk Institute, Insurance Bureau of Canada, and KPMG. Municipalities who have already signed include Canada's largest cities, the City of Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, National Capital Commission, City of Mississauga, and also asset management organizations, including Asset Management Ontario, and Conservation Ontario. And actually, we subsequent to me putting together this slide, the municipal financial officers of Ontario have also they've also written a letter of support for this motion. And actually, this list is now 57 since I last did the presentation. So that is the delegation. So it's to put, and I'd be happy to ask any questions on this subject from councillors.
Thank you very much, Joanna. We do have a couple of councillors with questions. First up is Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, not really more of a comment than a question. Thank you, Joanna, for coming in. This is very important. We know that there's going to be moving forward, even though we're doing a lot of mitigation and we're towards climate change. It's inevitable there will be some degree of temperature rise as we're moving forward. So adaptation is going to be more and more important as we go along, and our natural assets are absolutely important. So we should be able to put value on them. So thank you very much for coming in. I guess there is a question to our staff, I guess our finance staff. We are going to sign a joint consultation, are we not?
through the chair, it's Zishan Majid here, Senior Manager and Deputy Treasurer. Yes, we will be, but I think we just wanted to make sure the delegation came to council for just awareness and making sure council was aware of the process and what's happening.
That's what I wanted to hear. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Singh. Councillor Singh, are you there? Okay, let's put Councillor Singh on hold and we will go to Councillor Santos.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for coming in and for this delegation, Joanna, today. I did a lot of environmental economics back about 10 years ago or something like that, and it's nice to see that folks are starting to incorporate the financial benefits with respect to sustainable development and investing in green infrastructure in particular. I just wanted to share that at the FCM board and at the last conference, there was a lot of discussion from colleagues across the province around green infrastructure and incorporating the financial aspects and benefits of green infrastructure and the investments of green infrastructure. That when it comes to building our cities moving forward, it's not just about concrete. It is also about our natural heritage. And at the end of the day, in many ways, as we see from our storm management work that we're doing, it ends up creating some cost savings as well. So thank you for your delegation. And I'm pleased to hear that staff are going to start to incorporate some of this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Councillor Singh, are you available?
Mr. Chair, Councillor Singh is in the session. His microphone is muted at the moment. So I don't know if he's just not at his device at the moment.
Okay, well, we'll move on, Mr. Clerk. Question for you, Mr. Clerk. There is an ask, if I'm not mistaken in this, that we sign on to this declaration. Does that need a second motion, a separate motion, or has our finance division already said that they're going to do it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I took the advice from Z, the Deputy Treasurer, that staff were going to just do it. So in my mind, it did not require a motion at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the delegation. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much. We will move on to item 6. Oh, sorry. We will move on to item 6.5, delegation from Kay Matthews, Executive Director, Ontario BIA Association, regarding initiating new business improvement areas. We also have a staff report 9.2.1, which we can deal with later in the agenda, given the number of delegations we have today. Unless committee wishes to bring it forward now, is there any desire to bring the report forward right now? Councillor Vicente would like to bring the report forward. So we will bring the report forward and we will deal with it after the delegation. Well, actually, I guess we will do the report. It's not a staff presentation, so we'll deal with the report afterwards. So, Kay, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for having me today. And can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can.
We
Great.
can.
Thank you so much. So thank you for having me for today, and certainly am happy and willing to answer any questions going forward on this one. I am the Executive Director of the Ontario Business Improvement Area Association, or as we often call it, OBIA, just to keep it short and sweet. Again, I appreciate your time today and listening to what we have to say. So if you could move to the next slide quickly. So BIAs, basically, I always show the apple. It's because, you know, we often think about our communities from the outside, But really what we need to always focus is on our cores as well, and to make sure that the core is healthy and that there's some resilience there as well. So the apple needs to be shiny from inside and out. So if you could pass to the next one as well, please. So what is a BIA? So the very first BIA was created in 1970, and it was created because a group of gentlemen came together in Bloor West Village, which was an area that was having a subway being built underneath it. There were new malls coming in. If you think 1970s, malls were very prevalent at that time. And they were really concerned that their main street, which had been there for more than 100 years, would actually vanish and disappear. So they went to the City of Toronto and the province of Ontario, and they suggested that they need a different mechanism to make their area better. In past, there had always been merchant associations, and 20 people gave $20 a year and 100 people benefited. So they were looking for a system that allowed a benefit that went beyond, and they didn't have to actually run around collecting the funds. So that first BIA in the world was in Bloor West Village, and last year we celebrated 50 years of the legislation in Ontario, and currently there are approximately 315 BIAs in Ontario, 85 of which are in Toronto, and that's interesting when you think about Toronto. They've got 85 BIAs representing anything from the St. Lawrence Market to the waterfront to downtown Yonge, downtown entertainment district, the downtown finance district. So they're very varied in their use as well. And there are some that are business parks as well, or industrial zones. Of those 85, we know that of the BIAs across the province, that currently OBIA represents more than 110,000 businesses and more than 17,000 property owners as well. And I'll get to that in a moment. But the levy that is collected, and I'll get to that in a moment as well, is in excess of $75 million, which is put back into that community in local and community economic development. Of course, one thing we didn't figure out 50 years ago, that it would end up being an industry of its own with its own staff as well, which has really changed over the years. So if you could go to the next page, please. Thank you. So a BIA is municipally designated. In other words, a municipality, a council, must actually create a bylaw that not only determines what the BIA is and that it exists, but it also determines the boundaries of that BIA. And then from there, that BIA becomes a local board of council, not a committee of council, but a local board of council. It has its own board of directors, which is established through a vote mechanism, but approved by council. And that's very, very important, that that connection of the municipality and this local board is seamless. And it's also governed under the Municipal Act of the Province of Ontario, sections 204 to 216, and any references to local boards. So there's, again, that great tie-in that every local board must have the same sort of policies that are governance policies that are created by a municipal council. They also need to create their own or adopt municipal council policies and governance. But the key thing is that they're managed by a volunteer board which does self-help for their area. And that board would have representatives from the municipality, but as well it would have business owners and property owners as a part of the board of directors. And again, that board is established by council as well. The actual makeup or the membership of a BIA is the commercially assessed property owners and their tenants within the defined geographical boundary of the bylaw. But it is the only local board that is completely or could be completely self-funded through an additional property tax levy. So that's a unique point to what a BIA is. In other words, it puts its money where its mouth is. Its investment is 100% within that BIA, and we know that far more benefit from the BIA, but at this point it is the property owners and their tenants who pay that additional levy. Next slide, please. So if you were to read the Municipal Act sections 204 to 216, I've really highlighted what defines a BIA, and that is to oversee the improvement, beautification, maintenance, and municipally owned land, buildings, and structures in the area beyond that provided at the expense of the municipality, and promote the area as a business or shopping area. Now, this is basically how it was written 50 years ago. It certainly needs some updating, I would say specifically with the second part, which just talks about us as a business or shopping area, but we're also tourist areas, employment areas, we are community gathering areas. So there's a lot more to that definition that needs to be updated, and hopefully one day in the not too distant future we can get that. But the key thing is the second part. It is the improvement, beautification, and maintenance of municipally owned land, buildings, and structures. In other words, the work of a BIA is not to help any individual business, but to make the area a better place in which to do business and a better community place. So that's really the definition. So if you have a board of trade or a chamber of commerce, their job is to work directly with the businesses. The job of the BIA is much more for a collective good. So it's a very distinctly different mechanism than the Chamber of Commerce or Board of Trade. Next page, please. So we consider the work of a BIA under 4 pillars, and these pillars go into our conference and into all of the work we do. But we break them down into the 4 pillars of downtown revitalization, knowing that most BIAs across the province are some sort of a main street or a downtown, and about maybe a little less than 4% would be unique or special purpose BIA, such as an industrial or business park, things like Fallsview BIA, which is 100% tourism and it's all hotels, that sort of thing. But the majority of them tend to be what we consider the cores of our communities. The 4 pillars being leadership, economic development, marketing and promotion, and beautification and maintenance. And the whole idea under the leadership is the building of the vision. What do we want this area to be seen like? Where's our goals in this future? Who are our key partners? And how can we connect with the municipality's planning department so that we're all working together to make the area a better place in which to work, live, play? The other aspect, of course, is economic development. And this is an area that BIAs certainly are going to be getting into as a part of the COVID recovery as well. The whole thing that we call BR&E, which is business retention and expansion, plus business development. And that's, those are key areas that many of our BIAs work for because they're very hyper-local, or what we call the feet on the street. So we're very involved in the day-to-day interactions with the makeup of that community. We also get involved in the marketing and promotion. So, using the vision, we might create a special brand that's within the area. We might create marketing plans. And in normal years, we would also do events and promotions. But of course, many BIAs had started moving away from the 3-day festivals or the 2-day festivals. And they've started working more on the animation or activation of their area. Wonderful things like having, say, pianos or Muskoka chairs that are decorated and out on the street. One idea yesterday at one of our calls was that they have these picnic tables that they're going to be used for the patios. And they painted them, and they've got a QR code that will actually include kids' activations and things that kids could do while they're sitting eating dinner with their mom and dad at a local restaurant. And of course, patios are a big part of the work that BIAs do because you want to animate the street and keep it vibrant and vital. And of course, beautification and maintenance is a big aspect of what we do, the placemaking through flowers, benches, banners, public art, which is another area as well that we get very involved in. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to quickly, briefly talk about the 4 different areas, and strategic planning, of course, is a big part of it. And again, in my world, if we could update the Municipal Act, I would think that each BIA must go through strategic planning, and it needs to be an engagement of the area as well as the community, and that would include include the visioning and the partnerships, and they would decide how the BIA is going to implement its work 4 years and beyond. Again, so many of our areas are 100 years old, 200, 300 years old. So it's about stewardship and making sure that the area is stewarded and it continues to be a good place for people to live, work, and play. Next page.
Hi, Kay. Hi, Kay. Can I just interrupt for a second?
Absolutely.
We've gone over our time limit, so I'm just asking council if anybody would like to approve a time extension. Moved by Charmaine. So go ahead, Kay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I'm not going to take up a lot more of your time. There is so much. I often will speak for 1 hour or more on this, so truncating it is a challenge for me. And of course, I've already really gone through economic development, and we tie in very, very closely with a lot of economic developments, branches and departments across the province of Ontario. And some BIAs are actually in the same office or same building as the economic development office for the municipality, as the small business enterprise. So they tend to be, a few of them are creating like team environments so that they're able to work and do that kind of cross-pollination of ideas, or those water cooler discussions that can really help them build their community in a very direct and targeted way. Next slide, please. And if you have a second, could I ask you just to click on the picture? And there's a very short video. Thank you. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, the volume didn't work for that, but it certainly is in my presentation, and I can forward it to you again. But I thought it was probably the quickest way to give you an idea of so much of the work that BIAs get involved with. Thank you. So again, that I really don't need to say much beyond that. If you could go back to the presentation. Oh, sorry. Can you go back to the presentation?
Just a moment, Kay. We're just going to bring it back up.
So while that's the presentation is going back up, I just will finish up my comments here. Part of it is the beautification and maintenance, and there are some great pictures in that one, which I would love to have shared with you, but hopefully you have that presentation and can take a look at it later on. The other aspects of BIA legislation is the benefits to all sorts of people. So municipal programs, obviously our BIAs are able to participate in that. Oh, thank you. Go back up about one more. There you go. So there's that beautification and maintenance, which is the whole idea of telling our stories both very visually, but also the placemaking aspect of it. Because, a lot of the BIAs, what they're really focused on is creating a place where people have a real sense of arriving somewhere special. And that's the work of and that's that public realm investment that they do. I do also want to mention that OBIA has been the Ontario Grants Program organizer for the Digital Main Street as well, which has been wonderful in helping our small businesses to not only survive COVID, but also to transform their businesses generally. If you could please move to the next slide. So just to finish up, there are lots of other benefits to having BIAs. Obviously, the access to municipal programs, to provincial revitalization programs, to some grants. Not all BIAs are not eligible for things like the Ontario Trillium Grant, but they are eligible for many, many other types of grants. Sponsorship, event revenues, of course, But it's the key is that development of a common goal and vision and having a unified voice for that local area, which is very, very important. And of course, a forum for discussion because it's much more formalized as well. Next slide, please. Who benefits? This one is very key, and we're certainly continue to work on this. We had a program a couple of years ago that was funded by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, who houses the Municipal Act. That program was called the Return on Investment of BIAs, and that is, you're eligible to see that or welcome to see that on our website. But what we did determine very clearly was business operators, whether they're retail, service, professional, or industrial, can benefit. The property owners tend to see an increase in property values, and Toronto has been able to prove that one very clearly, that those properties within a BIA actually do better in assessment than those without, as well as the community that benefits. Being able to walk downtown and participate in a vibrant community, meet people for coffee or at the farmer's market really helps. And I certainly know that if you live within the area of a downtown, it tends to increase your property value as well if the downtown has been nurtured and stewarded along the way. But most important, and what we're really starting to learn, is that BIAs are strong local engines for the whole of the provincial economy. We learned that one very clearly through COVID, when one minute we were there and the next minute we were shut down, and we've continued to have challenges all the way through because many of our businesses on our main streets are small businesses. They're entrepreneurial, they're innovative, and they're the ones that grow into the big tech companies. But they need to start somewhere, and we need to be able to give our children jobs right off the bat. And our small businesses on main streets tend to be many of their first jobs. Certainly I know with both of my daughters, it was their first jobs while they moved on to their careers. But it also had a very special part in their hearts to be a part of a community like the one that they grew up in. And that's everything I want to say for today, unless there are any questions. And again, thank you for having me. There is one more page, if you could switch to that. And that's just basically some resources around having OVIA and around having BIAs. And then again, the last page, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kay. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Vicente, you asked to bring the report forward. Do you have questions of the delegate?
Mr. Chair, I do not. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Palleschi, do you have questions of clarification for the delegate?
My question's around the report. I will ask a question of the delegation, but once we bring that report forward.
Well, it's on the table, but we'll just handle the delegate first, so I'll come back to you. Councillor Williams, questions for the delegate?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair, I do have questions for Ms. Kay Matthews. Thank you, Kay, for coming in. We've spoken before in the quest with local Bramley area residents who are looking to create a Bramley BIA. And so I really appreciate your presentation, especially speaking to some of the return on investments. But what kind of comments do you have to say about some of the barriers that people might have around the tax levy? Can you speak to that and how maybe some of those barriers can be mitigated or resolved?
Well, I think there's a number of things on that one. So thank you, Councillor Williams, for that question. And it is nice to see you again. There are a few things. Number one is that development of that vision. And that vision needs to be for the collective good. So I find that if people see the benefit of it and it becomes very visual to their day-to-day, that sometimes that mitigation of the additional levy is settled. It really helps when you see it and you see all of a sudden the place looking vibrant and alive, where before it looked a little bit more neglected, because the BIAs really do that. I hate to say that gritty, but the very gritty and street level work. So, many BIAs have additional maintenance staff. because they, obviously the municipality can do only so much. But then there's that constant cleaning up of the sidewalks and making sure that the flowers are watered and they look alive, and that there's some vibrancy to the community. And so it's really about that engagement, that communication. Talk to the people, and that's not just the business and property owners. It's the community. What do they want to see for their community? When you start to gather that information through, whether it be action plans or strategic plans, then it's easier to find out what the investment is required in order to get this done.
Well, that's really important. Thank you for saying that. And those are areas that I know that the steering committee, it's unofficial, but they have been looking at that and seeing the benefits to the area, especially as we come out of COVID. And I say come out, I'm being very hopeful in my speaking. So the thing with Brampton, and then I think about Bramalea, it's very large, and you don't have that small, quaint feel that some of these smaller, like a downtown area has. You have some of the older buildings. So you have large areas that are more suburban in nature. What kind of suggestions would you have to a BAA starting in those areas to activate the community and make it more desirable when the infrastructure is quite established for you?
And that's a really good question. I can't tell you that I have all of the answers, but it is that, again, that sense of place. So potentially you've got entrance signage. You're coming into this unique area, and then the banners and the flowers and so on actually have a sense of pedestrianizing it. They make it feel a little bit on the, on the cozier side to it. But then I think in the long term, this is where your leadership and your vision needs to happen. What is it that you want to do? And is there steps that you can make that takes it a little bit more from a car-centric to a pedestrian and people-centric location? And that's where that connectivity with the municipality and the BIA is so vitally important, because only really planning and can really make those changes and decisions in that one. But it's helpful to the municipality to have a group that's willing to invest in creating a vision. And it's important to the people that live in that area to see something happening that creates that vitality.
Okay.
I don't think it's one of those things that you can't just do magically overnight.
Right.
That's why when we talk about the 4 pillars of downtown revitalization, if you've got the leadership and economic development as 2 of the left pillars, and the right pillars being beautification and marketing. The ones to the far right, basically that beautification and that marketing, tend to be the first focus, because that's the low-hanging fruit. That's the things that make people say, okay, I see my levy is actually now being utilized on the street. And know that in most cases, about 97% of the levy goes back into the work of revitalizing that area. So it's a really, really cost-efficient way of doing it. And again, it's a focus, but often you have to have a staff person to get it done. But that getting it done is a really important mechanism that you need to do. But you want to, you start with those 2 right pillars. And then while you're doing all that, you start to really develop a long-term plan.
Okay. Thank you so much for answering those questions. I think when I look at the work that's being done with that steering committee, it's pretty exciting, because they are full of ideas, and they're business owners, people who have businesses in the area, and just being able to transfer their ideas into a larger scale, I think, is the exciting part, because they're really excited about seeing businesses grow, and also people are out now, and I think that feeling of wanting to be outdoors and exploring your community is going to be around for a number of years. I think the impacts of being forced to stay indoors because of COVID has really make people realize how important it is to explore your own community. So now is a great time for us to really be looking at BIAs, and I commend the staff to be, bringing this report back and having us look at what other ways we can revitalize our communities through the businesses. So,
if I can respond just very quickly to that one, Councillor. you have to think about in the average, like a downtown Brampton sort of an area. Those areas just didn't appear. They were created very. They started to grow. It was a very non-planned system, and the word is not coming to me right now. And they're very authentic areas. They're very, very authentic areas. So it has been really interesting to watch the BIA work, because you've got those entrepreneurs, those people who can very quickly make a decision for themselves, but now they're into as a local board of council. So there's a bit of a learning curve between the two. The small businesses or the businesses and property owners that make up the BIA board need to understand the bureaucratic aspects and the governance of a BIA, but yet municipality needs to really understand that this is a group that's reinvesting in municipal property, and they're going to have creative and new ideas. So there needs to be a little bit of a push-pull on both sides in order for really it to be very successful.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Thank you so much, Kay, for coming in. I have no further questions, and hopefully we'll be chatting again.
Thank you, Councillor.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. We have Councillor Willens with a question of clarification for the delegation.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and to the delegation. Thank you for the presentation. It was a very good presentation. The only concern I have really not with your presentation was great. The areas in Toronto, especially Toronto and Ottawa, when you speak of BIAs that are there, in Ottawa, you've got the Bywood Market area, you've got Bank Street, and you've got Spark Street. These are all destination places that people go. They're always going there. We have a downtown core where people come to, and that. In Toronto, you have got, I'm sure I see Councillor Rottini's on the board. He'll like to speak of this as well. You've got the areas like Little Italy and Little Portugal, Greek Town. So you've got people that are they're going there. So I think it's fairly easy for these groups to get together in the various areas of Toronto and Ottawa and other cities that have similar destination places. I think it's a little bit more easier. I think some of the challenges we're going to have in Brampton, and I'm glad to see Councillor Williams has a group that wants to start something up in the Brampton area. That's fantastic. But if you look in an area in Kennedy Road South, for instance, there's a diverse group of different companies, and I don't know so much if we come to them and say we're going to get a tax levy to create a BIA. I'm not sure. I think we have to do a better job at the city of giving them an understanding of what it actually does, because the BIA in Brampton has been around for a while and people understand it, but there's a lot of there's some tax money that goes in to help them support that, and I think that's what we've got to. I mean, they do pay the levy, and don't get me wrong, they're great, but I think that's the problem we have here in Brampton. I guess the question to you would be, have you done presentations to other cities similar to Brampton that the way the city's made up? I mean, we sort of kind of grew in different areas, right? We got different quadrants, and each one is a different area totally from the other. So maybe similar cities that have the demographics of Brampton, perhaps is the way to word it, I guess. Have you had discussions with other municipalities like Brampton?
Yeah, well, certainly. And as you mentioned it, Ottawa has 19 BIAs, Toronto has 85, Hamilton has 13 BIAs, and London itself, and London would be the one that I would probably correlate most with downtown Brampton in that particular case. They have a number of BIAs. Some represent the traditional Main Street, and some represent, two of them, for instance, well, three, represent Argyle Street is one of them, and it's a corridor area. So, and then the Hamilton Road in London as well is more corridor, and they've created, and I'm going to focus on the Hamilton Road one for a little bit, because they are really a drive-through rather than a destination, but they've actually been really focused on creating a destination by creating these sculptures made out of tree trunks. So they call it the Tree Trunk Tour. And even through COVID, they were saying, here's the route that you could go to pick up your takeout tonight. They've done coloring sheets, and they've done, calendars and all those sort of things. Other areas that are a little bit more non-traditional have really focused on public art. So your murals and that sort of thing as well. There's another one, as I mentioned, in London called Argyle Street, which is a very traditional corridor street. So I think really it comes back to that vision and that strategic plan. You're not going to try to recreate a downtown core if you're an industrial park, or if you are a corridor street like Highway 7, for instance, in Georgetown, not too far from you. You're really going to focus on a different type of investment that's going to really change that interaction. The challenge is that what we're trying to do is create community in areas that were created for cars. And it's probably, time for us to really start thinking about our planning, thinking about reinvesting in the people that make up, who are in those cars, and trying to get them out of their cars. And how is it that works? In the case of an industrial park or a business park, well, you're never going to really want to be a destination, but you're going to want to really focus on your employees in that particular case. What makes that area a great place to go to work every day? Is it the idea that you need to actually invest in bringing in more restaurants so that they can go out at lunchtime? Is it just about making the place feel safer? So do you need more lighting for the evenings when they're finished their work and they're getting out in the end of the day? So it's really that investment in taking a look at the area and what's unique to your area, determining its authenticity and what your vision is, and then focusing it there. There is no magic 1, 2, 3, 4 button for creating a BIA, because each BIA is unique.
Yeah, no, and that's sort of what I was getting at as well. So thank you very much. I don't know if I have comments for staff today, but I'll wait for the final report to come back. No, thank you very much for coming in. A great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Councillor Fortini, questions for the delegate.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. And I'm glad you touched on some stuff, what the BIA used to do and what they're getting into. So I was part of the BIA on St. Clair with Al Piccinini. We used to have meetings there. So the BIA a long time ago actually used to focus on a lot of, how you bring businesses to the area, like street parties, and they used to close off St. Clair, and it brings money into the businesses. Lately, in the last 6-7 years, they kind of got out of touch in that area. Going back, I got a lot of friends on the Danforth. They're really suffering now with these businesses, with the bike lanes there, and the cars can't park. So, there's a lot of catches to this. Yes, you're beautifying the area, it attracts the people, but really the business part, they're not pulling in the money like they used to be. And I know on St. Clair, I know most of all those stores are really suffering. And not only about COVID, even before, the parking issue, the LRT that came up, and there's no parking, so people don't actually stop and bring money there no more like it used to be. So, it's been very challenging. And when you look at a business, when they have liability insurance, $320 a month for slip and fall, and then you got fire insurance, and then you got that debit machine, and you got hydro and gas and rent. At the end, it costs a lot of money. Now we're going to ask these people, well, they add another $1,500 on top of it. That's where the catch is. And they want, if it brings money in business, they're willing to do it. I was just at the bakery up here on Bramley Road last week, and his hydro bill was almost $2,200. Days like today, he's got to keep the freezers going, air conditioning going, or else everything melts, chocolates and pastries. So it's very challenging for these businesses to put money out. So, I wish them lots of luck. I know I got a couple places on St. Clair, and they could barely cover the rent these days. So bringing in businesses is the only way we could attract more of the BIA. Beautifying the area does help, but doesn't help the businesses. So what do you think?
Well, it does, actually. If the businesses, if people feel comfortable going to that place, then yes, it does help the business. But you can be very strategic. So, for instance, in downtown Hamilton, not downtown Hamilton, but in Hamilton, there is an area called the Queen Street BIA, and they didn't feel they had really. You buy fabric there and all these. It's a little bit. It's not really again a traditional downtown, but they created a strategy of an event called So Hungry, SEW Hungry, where they brought in a whole bunch of food vendors in vendor trucks, and the whole goal was try to convince some of those vendors to actually set up a bricks and mortar restaurant, which was very successful. But they took that event and they really tied it into the strategy of what they wanted to accomplish with that event. And I think that's where a lot of BIAs really need to refocus on that planning and what they want to accomplish. And that's a very important thing. I think a lot of them lose their way with that one, but that tie-in with the municipality is really important. And because we're local boards of council, we need to look at those areas holistically. So it's not just about making cash registers ring. That's the job of that business to do. It's about making that area a good place in which to work, live, and play. Is it, again, the lighting? Is it the beautification? Is it the availability of having a one-stop shopping area, for instance, on your website for your BIA so that you know what is available? Is it about really helping the businesses get to know each other so that they're cross promoting each other? So there's a lot of different moving parts in it. And, if you look at it just as money that's being levied versus an investment in the area, you're always going to have people that are concerned, but we really need to focus on what is it that we want for our area and is it worth the investment?
Yeah, and I do agree. That's a great point. And, I remember back then in St. Clair, and there's still the BIA there, they're kind of hesitating now. And they used to have the street, 3 days festivals, the soccer. What they made in those weekends, they didn't make like in 4 months. So it was great to be part of the BIA and all. But now lately, in the last 6-7 years, they're putting a couple of lights up and a couple of hanging baskets. And people are saying this is not attracting any businesses. No more of these street events. And every corner had different bands with the BIA. So they kind of moved from bringing money in or bringing events in that brings in money to the businesses and beautifying the area. And the businesses are suffering. I talked to a lot of them down there, and I know a lot of people in the Danforth, and they said if this carries on, they just got to close the doors because really it's not really attracting much businesses. And I think the BIA's got to do more of these street parties that attracts the people. Like car shows, or when they had the soccer, they close off the road, or they have the Italian festival, or down to Portugal there in college. That brings in tons and tons of money for the businesses. So they're willing to pay that $2,000 a year. But going to them now during COVID, or even after, and say, can you pay this? They're going to look at you and they're going to say, like the guy at the bakery says, here's my hydro bill. Here's my thing. It's very challenging. And a BIA works mostly when it's all connected, like St. Clair or College, or St. Lawrence Market or the Danforth. But when we have a little plaza in one area and a little plaza somewhere else and a little plaza, it doesn't, what's in it for them is a benefit to be part of a BIA. That's unless they bring in a little bit of money into the cash for themselves. So anyway, thank you for the presentation.
If you don't mind my responding to that, I just want to make one comment that a BIA is not just retail and restaurants. You have lawyers, dentists, doctors. So the makeup of each BIA is distinctly different. And again, when you're doing your visioning, when you're doing your strategic planning, what's good for one BIA is not always good for another BIA. The other challenge with Toronto specifically has been MPAC assessments, because MPAC for many, many years was using best use or best possible use. And that has caused a lot of problems in Toronto. So I wouldn't really necessarily blame the BIA for a situation that's been outside of their control. And certainly OBIA has been advocating to remove that best possible use scenario in MPAC, because it's, in a place like Kerr Village in Oakville, for instance, there was a single-story antique store that was assessed at a 30-story condominium. Well, of course that small business cannot pay that tax, which is why we really applaud the province of Ontario implementing or introducing the idea of a small business tax class. And that small business tax class will help protect those sort of areas from what's happening through MPAC.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I seen also, like in Toronto, they got those patios outside. It's almost $4,000 a year just to keep the patio there. And you can only have it certain months, and then once it hits winter, you got to remove it. And that's an extra tax they have to pay at the city to keep your patio there fenced up. So
many municipalities have certainly waived patio fees. The city of Calgary, what they did was they said, we're going to just pay the levy for the BIAs. So the BIAs continue to operate through COVID, but that way we're not taxing those small businesses. So that was one situation that one city decided to, because they realized that the work of the BIA through COVID has been incredibly important. It has been the connector. When windows have been smashed, the BIAs have been on hand to help the businesses get their plywood up. They've been keeping them active and animated. They've been painting things on the windows to keep it very vital looking. So, the work has been incredible through this past year, and our BIAs have been the feet on the street. And for instance, one of the challenges we've had across Ontario, and I'm going to say across Canada, is with so many government offices closing their business and people are working from home, that also includes our social services. So our social services have been, are not visible on our main streets, and we're having challenges with homelessness and opioids on the main streets. And because they're public property, there certainly has not been any help for BIAs, and BIAs have been the ones that have been trying to help.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, and I'm glad that some of them remove those taxes. I wish Toronto does the same, because I think a lot of people don't understand to run a business. It's not only about the rent. You got hydro, cable, slip and fall insurance, liability insurance, debit machine, cable, TVs, phones. By the time you add up, it becomes a big expense. Plus patio furniture. Then you got to pay the tax to have a patio. Then you got to pay BIA. It becomes a big expense. And these days, they're very suffering. So I'm hoping that, if the business get together around the Bramalea, I know I talked to quite a few of them, and they're saying, what's in it for me? We're not all connected. These are little plazas. If there's something that attracts them and gives them a little bit of money in the cash, everyone's willing to dish out. But at the end of the day, if I'm just going to be paying to be part of a BIA, it's very hard to get money, especially now during COVID, when I see the bakery had 6 people and it's only him and his wife now. So anyway, thank you for the presentation, and I'll wait for the staff report. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fortini. Thank you very much, Kay, for your presentation. We will now bring the staff report forward. I believe Councillor Vicente is first for questions of the staff report.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The request to speak system currently has Councillor Palleschi listed, followed by Councillor Williams. I believe Councillor Vicente was listed for an extension.
I just thought, Mr. Clerk, that Councillor Vicente asked to bring the report forward, so he would have questions about it. But we'll go through the list and go to Councillor Palleschi first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the delegation. My only question to staff is that we've been trying to kind of coordinate something with the Mount Pleasant business area, and I was wondering if staff would be willing to work with Councillor Williams and myself to set up a business town hall for Mount Pleasant to see if we can establish a BIA in that area.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. It's Claire. We'd be very happy to work with you and take direction from Kay and her team on how that outreach happens and the role the city can play.
That's great. And just a follow-up question to the delegation then, and you might have just answered that, Claire, is would Kay and the OBA, BIA be interested in joining us in that town hall?
Certainly open to discussion about that one, depending on my timing and availability. We are, also we're a lean organization, and also currently managing Digital Main Street, the Ontario Grants Program, and a number of other projects. But certainly we can talk about whether my availability is there.
Excellent. It sounds more like I want you to be there now that you're playing a little hard to get. So I think that I think it'd be a great to have you part of it. We'll work off of your schedule. I'm sure Councillor Williams will be up for having that as well, as he's talked about businesses in Mount Pleasant through struggling times, and with COVID right now, I think this would be definitely a benefit for the area. Thank you very much for the delegation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Palleschi. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I just wanted to add, I guess, to that piece about having the town hall. I know one of the requirements of the BIA after you petition the community is to have town halls and to provide notice to the communities and reach out so that they have an understanding of what they're buying into when they agree to doing the BIA. So I know that one of the pieces is to have a motion or to have the clerk's office begin the whole petitioning process for the BIA. Now, the recommendations that are outlined here, would that start that process for the areas that you have listed in the report, or do we have to come back with a go-ahead motion to have those areas engaged? If whether or not they have a steering committee already set in place.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I could start. It's Peter. This recommendation, as you see on the screen from the staff report, is to initiate staff-level consultation, presumably led by economic development and planning staff. There is no direction at this point, and there is no certainty as to what proposed boundaries would be identified for the appropriate notice and the petition process, and that the clerk's office has to fulfill under the Municipal Act provisions that Kay has set out. So until that certainty is set in place, the clerk's office would not have a role in this.
Okay, thank you, Peter, for that comment. I think with regards to how far along the Bramley Steering Committee is, they're at a point, they've already had quite a bit of buy-in and conversations with a number of the businesses and landlords in that area, and they're really keen on getting started. So is now the time that I can add as an amendment to the recommendations that the Dixie to Finchgate area for that BIA, for the steering committee to work with the clerk's office to get that process started? And I guess that would be to Paul, because I know we had a meeting about that.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's a great question, Councillor Williams. I did have a chance to meet with the steering committee for that area, and I think what we need to do going forward is to come up with a really solid business plan and ensure that that they have consulted with as many landowners and as businesses as possible and show evidence of that, because I think that's really about strengthening the argument in the business case for having council to pass this bylaw. So why don't we go back and take a look at that and meet with that committee to see just how they progressed and then feedback that they've received, and then go from there.
Okay, so is the requirement, because I don't think the requirement is for the town halls and such to happen before the business community has been petitioned. Is that correct? I don't know if Kay is on the line as well. She can confirm that.
So
Yeah.
just to answer that question, thank you for that one. It is, to me, the more consultation you do, the better. You do it before, you do it during, you do it once the polls start. You certainly have those meetings with anybody who feels an opposition. And, to the last speaker's point, we all have this, what's in it for me? So it's kind of hard sometimes to sell a collective good when we have that sort of prevailing attitudes. But you do have time before and during the whole process to have those meetings. Most of them start before the actual letters go out to the property owners, and then the first step of creating a BIA. Most of those discussions, they would have 2 or 3 public meetings before they get there. Then, as it becomes more formalized, that's when you start having kind of the one-on-one meetings with those who have reasons to oppose the decision. And you can see in the Municipal Act that there's areas for people to withdraw their objection. And that's the intent of that, is because the BIA, as you move through the process of creating a BIA, it is an objection-based system, and not those in favor, it's those against. And it is weighted by the assessment value of the property that they're representing.
Great, thank you, Kay, for saying that. That's right. It is those who are against, and yeah. So I do agree that the consultation is needed. I wanted to just make sure what comes first, like, and what would slow down the process, because there right now you've heard Councillor Palleschi and Councillor Williams mentioning the Mount Pleasant area. We have Bramalea area. Do we want to? Are we going to go through all of this, the consultation and everything, and then have that report back to staff and say we are going to go ahead and petition these businesses because we've already met with them? I just wondering what would make the process flow a bit better.
I think if you don't mind my answering, Paul, if that's okay, it's
Sure.
you really want to start to work with those barriers ahead of time rather than after the mechanism started.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, so then I guess, Paul will work very closely with you, the steering committee for Bramalea-Dixie area, and start having more of those formal consultation meetings and everything. Because I know we've done the one-off and the phone calls. That's why we have an idea that the majority are really keen on it. But yeah, I think it'd be good for us to do more of those larger consultations. We'll work with you, take your lead, and hopefully the next time we come back, there's a motion saying that we will petition and get these areas established. That'd be really great to see. Thank you.
If I could just make one comment, sorry, it's just that there are areas where it's a much broader area is the BIA. For instance, a place like Southampton or Goderich, where the whole area is a BIA. So the boundaries are the most important part. And I would always recommend that it overlaps with zoning CIPs, if you have CIPs in place, or other municipal ones, because you all want to be on the same page when it comes to, because you're a local board, so you want to be on the same page as the formalized official plan of your municipality.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Mr. Chairman, Paul Donati here, and I think that's some great feedback by Kay, and I really appreciate her being here because she's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to BIAs. She made a good point about the CIP. For example, the center area CIP right now ends at Bramalea Road, right? So it doesn't go as far as you might think, Councillor Williams. So we might want to think about that. Is it one? Is it two BIAs? I think there'll be some really good discussion about the boundaries of what this potential BIA can be. And it all depends on what type of objection you get to, because you may want to modify the boundaries depending on the type of feedback we do get from the local businesses and landlords. It only takes up to 30%, I believe, Kay, 30%.
That's right.
Of the businesses and landlords to object for a motion to fail, right? So we really want to do our homework and make sure that we have a really good business case, a strong business case, so that this council can move forward with this. And we're going to help you with that, Councillor Williams. So
that's great. No, I appreciate all of the support and the conversations we've had. I know that this has been a process that we've been engaging in for a bit, and they're all really excited. The steering committee is really excited and motivated to see this happen. Bramalea, we love Bramalea, and with the Bramalea City Centre and all the proposed development and the new condos that are going up, I think it's going to be really helpful to have a BIA to help support and activate the area. So thank you so much. Thanks again, Kay, for jumping in and answering that question. Paul, thank you. We'll be in touch. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Final question to Paul Vicente.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Vicente.
Well, it's also Paul Vicente, so you're not wrong there. Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank Kay as well. I want to echo Paul's statement that, Kay, you really are a wealth of knowledge in highlighting what a BIA can do and what it's really intended for. And so economic development as part of our recovery work coming out of COVID, we wanted to make sure that a BIA was an option that areas across the city could take advantage of if they so chose to do that. It's a very democratic process. You need buy-in from a good number of the businesses in a particular area. The area is defined by them, not necessarily by the city. And so I think that this report indicates that council wants to support economic development's effort to extend this option to any group of businesses anywhere across the city. And so this is, it's not just about areas that we already know and have identified that may be interested, but also to reaching out to other parts of the city where they perhaps haven't thought of this and may duly consider it as something that they want to partake in. Because really, it's about marketing yourself. It's about marketing your area and making the area that where you have chosen to do business to be attractive, to become a destination, and to become well known in the community that you serve. And so it's all about getting the word out and serving customers better and providing that lifestyle. So I'm glad I brought the report forward so that we could discuss it. And I'm happy, Mr. Chair, to also move the report and its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente. Seeing no other questions, I have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to receive the delegations. Can we receive the report at the same time, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, you can, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we will do that. And the motion is on the screen right there. Do we have any opposition at all? No, we do not. That motion carries. Thank you very much. And thank you to Kay for taking the time to come in. We will move now to delegation 6.6. And that is a delegation from Myrna Adams, President of the Brampton Seniors Council and Brampton Young at Heart Seniors, and Charles Matthews, owner and founder of CMJ Entertainment Event Planning and Marketing, regarding a Museum of African History and Culture. Welcome, Myrna and Charles.
Myrna, you can unmute your mic and you can go ahead and address the committee.
Well, I believe it's just about afternoon, so I'm going to say good afternoon. Mayor Brown, if you're still on the line, councilors, city staff, and of course, members of the public. As it was said, we are here today to request the establishment of a Museum of African History and Culture. It is said that we are all created equal, but of course that has not always been observed. We need to work toward eradicating social injustices stemming from racist and discriminatory policies, practices of the past, and to fight against racism, prejudice, and racial discrimination which people of African descent are still subjected. Black people have been in Canada for more than 400 years. We have come as free and enslaved, as adventure seekers and indentured servants, as settlers, loyalists, laborers, on-the-run refugees, soldiers, and entrepreneurs. Push and pull factors had a most certain impact, both on the numbers and on our soul. The perception of recent arrival status is widespread, and it is worthwhile pondering this long duration. Many people believe that we did not come to Canada until the 60s. In Canada, it is said that immigrants are viewed as assets and can flourish. Historically, however, pursuing goals, freedom, justice, peace, and equality often gave way to a painful adjustment process. Simple survival, confronting racism, and taking refuge in stories both homegrown and from afar. This is still true today. The history of African Canadians also spans 400 plus years and includes slavery, abolition, pioneering, urban growth, segregation, civil rights movement, and a long engagement in civic life. Black history in Canada is one of exclusion, marginalization, and racism at various points in time. Black history is important because it's a history of resistance, resiliency, and hope, even in the face of impossible odds. Black history is about social justice, freedom, and the love of humanity. We are oftentimes frustrated by what seems to be slow and painful steps that progress takes, but even then we are inspired by our own Black history. Arts and culture are among the most powerful ways to share anti-racist, decolonizing, and pro-Blackness representations, messages, and stories. They are useful tools for engaging groups around racial equity topics and support of transformational learning. With the museum, we can offer a platform for those who have fought in multiple ways against racism, discrimination, displacement, and other forms of oppression. A platform for those voices to be heard, their experiences to be shared, and for their vision of justice and freedom to be embraced. An opportunity to celebrate the richness and diversity of the achievements and contributions of Black people in Canada and around the world. We need to recognize that there is a need for tools to challenge racism and discrimination and to advance equity. It is absolutely necessary to cover more fully and accurately the history of Black people. And I'd like to add one more thing. In view of what has just taken place in the last week or so, we are interconnected, truly. The atrocities that have happened to the Indigenous people in this country. My paternal grandmother is Mi'kmaq, and my nieces and nephews are biracial, Black, and Mi'kmaq. My godson is a Muslim. And when we don't learn or take the time to educate ourselves about others, to learn about others, to always look at people and just see the superficial differences that we have of others, that may be our color, our texture of hair, our facial features, the way we dress, the religions that we follow, you actually begin to dehumanize people. And when that happens, the atrocities and the crimes that we see that have happened in the past and today will continue. So I do ask of you to please consider this museum as a way to help to bring equity to Brampton. Thank you. And now we'll go on to Charles.
Thank you very much. If everybody can hear me correctly?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Now, thank you for taking the time to hear us out. Now, you're going to see a couple of slides, and I wanted to keep the slides raw. I wanted to show you when people look and Google what pops up, so you can get an understanding of what's out there, what is possible, and what we're looking for. So the first slide that you're looking at is a simple Google. It says Black museums, and when you Google it, this is what pops up. And I've researched a lot of these museums. They're not full museums. They're called museums, but they might be a room, a small room with some artifacts in there, and they're calling them a museum. Okay, their first museum is there. If you go to the next slide, is actually 3 hours away. So our students around this area, if they want to go to the museum, they're driving 3 hours away. And I've actually put your location of where you guys are now to get to that museum is actually 3 hours away. So there's a disconnect from our students and what we're looking for culture during Black History Month, or just finding the closest real museum is actually 3 hours away. Next slide, please. I wanted to look at some of our old census and find out, do we have people? Do we have people that are interested? Do we have enough people to make this viable? And if you go to the next slide, you'll see our numbers there. It says Africans, and these are slides that I've taken to show you the populations of Bramptonians and throughout. So the next slide shows you the average of African Americans. If you go to the Africans, if you go to the next slide, you see Jamaicans, Trinidadians. And then if you total all that up, it's over 50,000 that we have that are potential customers, potential people that are looking to find their generation, find their ethnicity, find history. Because history, when you know history, you know knowledge. History helps you with knowledge moving forward. So next slide, please. So I said, okay, let me just do a simple Google test again. And this is coming from TripAdvisor. And if you notice on TripAdvisor, when you do things to do in Brampton, these are the top ranking things. So number 1 is Gage Park, then it goes to Jacuzzi Park, then it goes to Heart Lake Convention Center, then it goes to Rose Theater. And these are all 4 of these are actually has an award on it that's badged. But if you look at number 7, I put it on there anyways, it says PAMA, and PAMA's not even ranked. PAMA's number 7th, but they don't consider it as one of the top. Then I said, okay, let me look. Do we have enough customers? And when I say customers, our students. And I put links there that you can see how many schools we have in each district that is potential. And what I averaged out is I'm a numbers guy. So I said, okay, 30 kids in each classroom, an average of 50 classrooms per school out of 100 schools. That is a potential of 150,000 students that can walk through this museum on a regular basis every year, throughout the year, from classrooms that we have in our own backyard. And I said, okay, let me just do another search. And this, I found this, and it was published on May 5th, that Brampton is the 9th largest municipality, 13 in the magazine. And I found that tremendous. And they moved from a 199 out of 415 in 2020 to 13th place. So I have to give everybody, all the counselors, everybody that's uplifting Brampton, a big round of applause, because we are moving up. But if you Google places to visit, we are not at the top ranking yet. Next slide, please. So what is it in for Brampton? And it's funny that I've been listening to all the other presenters, and it ties in with us. Tourism is key. And we talked about the BIAs. When you bring tourism into an area, it uplifts all the areas. So all the other shops, all the other places. When people come to one location, they're not just going to come to that location. They're going to go to drive to eat somewhere. They're going to go to shop. They're going to be moved around. Having the first ever museum in Toronto, Canada, and in Brampton will put us on the map to recognize us for a museum, to recognize us as one of the top locations to visit. In-house revenue. The revenue that schools are paying right now, when Black History Month comes, they're sending kids to locations in Toronto and other locations. And that money is spent on buses and the other places where the revenue from schools can stay in our own backyard, that can stay in Brampton, okay? We're looking at summer jobs for youth and summer jobs for seniors, because we need ushers, we need guides. You know, during the museum, these are jobs and summer jobs that we are opening up. And like I said, the support for restaurants in the area is key, because like you said, the BIAs, what brings people to the BIAs? Entertainment, something to go, shows, events will bring people down to that area. So what can we bring and how money can be generated? By sponsorships. In most museums, sponsors sponsor different locations inside the museum. So we can go after big sponsors. We can go after banks. We can go after like Coca-Cola and different organizations to help sponsor the museum, okay? What we need as well is rentable space. As we all know, and as you know, we're talking again, science, technology. We don't have a space, a location dedicated to the youth, to the Black youth of Brampton, where they can go to an art museum, to special events. When we have a lot of artists in Brampton, a lot of poets in Brampton, where do they go? They need a spot for themselves where they can go. June 19th is World Sickle Cell event. Where can we host it? If there's a dedicated place where there's a hall, a rental spot within the museum,
it will be key for everybody. A place for workshops. There's Black Boys Code. They always have to be renting out different locations to teach our young generation about technology, how to code, how to make a website. We're always looking for different locations. This is a key spot where we can host all these events in one location. Next slide, please. For us, who's our heroes? Okay, every time you talk about teaching in schools now, they talk about Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. We have our own heroes. We have a lot of our own heroes, Canadian heroes that we don't talk about, we don't teach about. When you talk about history, the most history they always do is American history. We don't talk about Canadian history. And we have a lot of Canadians that are doing phenomenal things that we do not talk about and teach about from our own backyards. And if you can see the picture here, these are from hockey players to sports athletes to our own people in our own backyard, baseball players, that we do not teach our young students. Because when you open in school the history books, the first thing they always see when you're walking down the halls is you see Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. Now, I'm a true Bramptonian. I went to Agnes Taylor, Sir John A., and Central Peel. And growing up, I didn't have a place where I could go to and learn my history, learn why we do certain things. Now, I love the presentations from everybody because I feel that everything that everybody's been presenting on can tie in with the museum. Technology is key. Students learn with technology. We can implement technology into the museum, okay? For example, if I ask you guys who invented the light bulb, everybody says Thomas Edison. It's just a normal thing. But what people don't know is Garnet Morgan is the key person that invented the film in the light bulb to keep it running. He also is a key person that invented the street lights. But who knows that? Because when you talk about the light bulb and the light, you only know about one person. You don't know about the Black inventor behind that as well. I never knew that growing up, and I live in Brampton. I went to schools in Brampton. They never taught me that in the history books, okay? We need to move forward. Technology is a thing of coming up. We could be the first in Canada, in Toronto, to have a proper, fully run Black museum. So I implore you to look at this and look at the benefits it will bring in to Brampton for the mapping, for the history, for tourism, for money coming in for other businesses around, and most of all, our students. When our students have an accomplishment and feel that there's something for them, they can see their history, they strive to be different, to be better, but what are we showing them? There's nothing here to show them what we have accomplished. So this is key, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Charles. And we've got a number of people on the board to ask questions of the delegates. But before we do that, I just want to really thank Myrna for that heartfelt and powerful message she delivered earlier. I think that is truly a powerful message, so thank you. First on the board, I think we have is Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you, Myrna and Charles, for being here. And I know, Myrna, we talked about this over the last couple of months, and you know, and it was suggested that you come and delegate, and you know, just piggybacking on what Councillor Bowman said, really powerful. What you have shared with us, and also Charles, you make some really important points. I'm going to move. You know, obviously, when we receive delegations, I'm fully supportive, but you know, there are a couple of considerations, so that's why we're going to ask staff come back with a report on sort of what our role could be, because you know, one of the challenges that we have, and this is kind of my question to Charles or to Myrna, you know, municipality, we're usually not in the business of running museums per se. I think that we can be important partners in identifying space, maybe municipal space that we have. Maybe, again, there's going to be sort of a lot of sort of questions. Is this something that can, you know, maybe we start off small in the municipal property, and then we grow it to a point where once there's a board and so on, then it becomes more of an independent, so in terms of what our relationship would be with the museum, and I guess my specific question, are you open to delegating at the region as well, being that you did identify PAMA, and there might be opportunities also to at least have regional staff look at some possibilities as well in terms of how they could support a museum of African history and culture, if it's something that we can identify, for example, at PAMA, and understanding it would be a standalone, but within its facilities. So are you guys open, or are you guys open to coming and delegating at the region and those type of collaborations and so on?
Yes, I would say that we are.
Okay.
We're willing to work with other people. I mean, we have, the community is definitely behind us. It's not something that one or two of us are thinking about. It's the entire community, because it's something that's a very necessary thing. If you think about the Christmas Carol, remember when he moved his robe back, and it showed the inequity. Well, what COVID has showed with COVID, the inequity that it is here, that actually people, if you want to say people of color, but Black people, Africans, Caribbean people have suffered, and we continue to suffer on a daily basis. It's not perhaps as, well, I wouldn't say this, and it is. There are things that don't happen now that happened before, but it just changes. The racism is still there on a daily basis, and we have to deal with that every day. There are people, our children, many of our children don't feel comfortable in their own skins because they are not taught about their history in the schools here, which is a tragedy. I mean, how can I look forward as a child to be something, to be somebody, if I can't see myself there? It's important. People think that we've not fought in the wars, that we've never implemented anything, developed anything, discovered anything. Those things are not true. And we're not Black for a month. I'm 79 years old. I've been Black for all those many years. And you know what? If I live to be another 79 years old, 79 years in addition to these, I'll still be Black. So I don't want to be celebrated for a month. I want my history known for all year round. I want the children to see that. I want the children to feel comfortable and realize that, hey, we are not less than any other person. We are the same as you. We just have not been given the opportunities. And we need that.
And thank you, Myrna. And through the chair, and I think as when we talked about you coming to delegate, the timing couldn't be better because we have launched some important departments, our diversity office, our anti-Black racism office. So we do have those initiatives, and so I will refer this to staff for staff to report back. And thank you. We can. I think you got a whole list of councillors who want to speak to it, but really supportive. I thank you very much for coming today. Thank you, you and Charles, and I myself. Would look forward to, because we talk about too, and Charles, you pointed that out in Brampton, in terms of, tourism, and we had a tourism strategy introduced a couple of months ago, in terms of reference points, and nothing more stronger in Brampton than our diversity, and certainly if we can get a museum of African history in Brampton and put us on the map, there's so much spin-off potential and return on investment, so fully supportive. So I'll move a report to staff, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros. Oh, sorry, was somebody going to speak there? Did I cut someone off? No? Okay. It looks like next up is Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Myrna, when you were speaking there, if people saw my camera and heard me, I was saying, preach, Preach, Miss Myrna. You are speaking real talks right now. Honestly, we are not here just for a month. You're absolutely right. I fully appreciate you coming here to delegate. It's having a space and a place for um, Black, the Black African Caribbean community in Brampton and the GTA to celebrate themselves, to learn about themselves, and not just for us. It's for everybody to learn about us and the contributions that we have made is necessary. Many people who made their way to Canada, whether through the Underground Railroad, whether through over time through immigrating here, found themselves here in Brampton and have set up, we're paying taxes. And I think, Charles, your numbers are low, because when we look at the amount of people, we have 11% of the Black population lives in Peel, and Brampton has over 100,000 Black African Caribbean people. And I'm looking forward to seeing the new census that I'm sure hopefully everybody has completed and sent it in, will reveal some real numbers around the region of Peel and around Brampton and the GTA. We need to have spaces for this. The conversation around having a space has happened. I know I've been around different tables and places where people are saying that we want to have some kind of community center location. And so when you bring this to the region, and thank you to the staff who are going to be bringing back a report, you will have a lot of buy-in. I know there's a lot of people who want to see this happen, community members, organizations on a whole. Brampton we made history by having an emancipation park here in the city of Brampton. We're one of 3 in the world. And so, this is another step in that direction of making sure that our history isn't forgotten. I've been on this quest to find the first Black family in Brampton, and I'm very close to that, and getting the location, and we're just looking at the history and lineage. And when PAMA does open up, we'll actually have the archives to be able to see, because apparently one of the first Black women was on an auxiliary that established a park in Brampton. So I'm really excited, because these are all of the different pieces of our history that we need to acknowledge and know that when you're a taxpayer, you've helped grow this city. And 95%, I think that's the statistic I've heard, 95% of the Black African Caribbean community are homeowners. So that means we have been helping to grow the city from the early 60s beyond and before, all the way to now. So yes, absolutely, I'm fully supportive of this. When the Oni of Ife came, he said he wants us to showcase his art and his collection. He wants to bring it on the road. He wants to do that here. So where are we going to put it, right? Mm-hmm. This would be a perfect location for us to showcase that our people came from kings, from royalty. And it speaks to your comment, Myrna, about our kids now not knowing or not being very comfortable in their skin because they don't know how royal we are. They don't know that we come from such regal places, such places of learning and understanding and knowledge, that we help shape what we have today. And we have to use, I think you're right, it's a great tool that we need to have people learn about us. So I did a lot of talking. I was supposed to ask questions, but I don't really have any right now, but I'm really glad to know that you'd be delegating to the region, and I'm just excited about what this could mean and could bring. So thank you so much, both of you, for coming and delegating. And, I know we'll be working on this together, because I know we're tapped in with the community, and I'm really excited about what this will bring and what this will mean. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Well, I guess through the chair to Councillor Williams. Thank you. And one of the things that I did want to say, because I always have something to say, may not always be good, but I'll say it anyway. that, we belong to a group, we've been called visible minorities, although we certainly are not in the minority. However, people do believe that. But we belong to a group that does not allow us to be part of the mainstream, that we do not have control or the power to broadly define and express culture, education, and lifestyle issues. And actually, it is time for everyone to really learn about us and to learn from us.
You're absolutely right. Because when people are being discriminatory or discriminating against us, some people don't even know. They don't realize that the things they say or do is actually discriminating against us as human beings.
Right.
And they need to learn.
Yeah. And how
painful it is.
Yes.
Exactly. Right now, there's lots of conversation around Service Canada, and it's saying it's had almost PTSD impacts the discrimination people are facing in the workplace. PTSD impacts. We talk about people going to war. That means there are people who are going to work feeling like they are going to war because their skin color.
That's right. And we can't change that. That's something that we can't change.
But we can change how other people see us.
That's right. We most certainly can. And that's why this is a very necessary thing. And if Brampton is truly want to appreciate and celebrate diversity and give us the dignity of being equitable with us and including us, this is the time to do that, and certainly to have that museum.
Absolutely. Thank you again. I have no further questions to the chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. We move on to Councillor Singh.
Thank you, and Myrna and Charles, I just want to say it was a very powerful delegation that you had. I think it's a very exciting idea. I was going to suggest something similar to Councillor Medeiros, and Councillor Williams also touched on it, that definitely approach the region as well while we work on it from the city. I would also add, as a former school board trustee, to definitely approach the school board as well, because they're actively building sites, looking for collaborations, partnerships, and the synergies are there. And so something like this will and should require a lot of partnerships with different levels of government to make it as robust as possible. And I know they would be open to something like this. So definitely, while we work on it from the city standpoint, definitely engage and delegate to the school board. I think you'll see some unique opportunities there. Otherwise, I'm in full support of the staff report and hope to see what comes back. And great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think this is a fantastic idea. I'm getting kind of goosebumps thinking about how great this can be. On the other side of the flip side a little bit, I don't really want to share it with the region. I want this to be in Brampton, located in Brampton, and I want this to be that driver for people to come and to learn right here. I think the benefit is huge. Myrna, I absolutely love you. I think that I have to say that anytime anybody wants something from us, just send Myrna to delegate. We can't say no to you. I fully support this going back to staff to come back with a report, and I really look forward into what this can look like, because the energy that's coming from you and Charles, and this is going to be absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much to the both of you for your delegation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palleschi. We will move on to Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Myrna and Charles, for bringing this here today. I don't want to repeat some of the other comments that have already been stated, other than that if you wish, PAMA is ready to sit down with you and talk to you how they can work with you on this. This has been, I think, very heart-touching for all of us. And this isn't just something that we need in Brampton, it's something that we want in Brampton. And I want to speak in support of Charles and my experience with him through CareBram. And I want members of committee to know that when Charles says that there is substantial business interest in supporting an initiative like this, you can believe what Charles is saying. Business interests, large corporations, will be falling over each other trying to support an initiative like this in the city of Brampton. And Charles knows how to get the money. He knows how to get the business community involved and interested. And Charles knows how to get buy-in from major corporations. I've seen it. And so, Charles, I want to thank you for putting your name and your effort to this. Myrna, thank you. You've been incredible here in the city as well in so many different ways. But I know that this will be successful. And so I look forward to the report, and I ask every member of committee and council to get behind it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Final speaker is Mayor Brown.
A lot has already been said, Councillor Bowman, so I'm going to limit my remarks, but I just want to say, Myrna, great work. Thank you for raising this to council. I love the suggestions made by Councillor Medeiros about incorporating the region, and Councillor Williams highlighting that this is really about not a short-term recognition, but a longer-term opportunity. And I love the tourism angle too. So hopefully we'll be able to move this forward. And you know, Myrna, again and again, you're one of our community activists that pours your heart and love into our city. And I just want to say thank you. It's much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. Thank you so much, Myrna and Charles, for coming forward and bringing this forward. I think it's a wonderful initiative, and I'm hoping that we are going to be very successful in moving this forward. So thank you again.
Can I request a recorded vote, please, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely, you can. So Councillor Medeiros has moved the delegations and moved the referral back to staff for a future report. I'm just looking at the motion. Does Mr. Fay, do we need any type of timeline for this to come back? I would hate to see this take a year to come back to council.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be up to committee. I suspect the staff that'll be doing the work, there'll probably have to be a considerable amount of research work that'll have to be undertaken. But if committee wishes to put some kind of timeline on it, that is something that committee could do.
Yeah, and just
thank you, Councillor. Yep, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair. I would allow staff, because I know they have a lot on their plate. Maybe they can report to us next week at council when we amend the minutes, and they can provide us with a realistic time frame for them to do the work. If committee would be open to that.
Yep, great suggestion. Thank you. So Councillor Medeiros has moved the motion, and he has asked for a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk.
Members of committee, all in favor of the motion as shown on the screen, moved by Councillor Medeiros, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes, absolutely.
Councillor Vicente.
That's 2 yeses for me.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Palleschi.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Absolutely. Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
That's a yes. Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Bowman.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I believe that's one of the quickest yes votes that we've had in a very, very long time. So I'm glad to see the unanimous support for that. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask council, where I'm at the will of council. We still have 3 delegations left. It's 12:30 now. Did council want to break for a lunch break or get through the delegations before we move on to the items on the agenda?
Yeah, I think,
delegations?
Yeah, please finish delegation.
Okay, we will move ahead then. And I guess we have item 6.7 coming up now. And that's a delegation from Arta Erturk, co-founder and chief communications officer, Roll Technologies, regarding regulation of e-scooters, shared e-scooter pilot program in Brampton. Welcome, Arta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to discuss this exciting opportunity with you today. My name is Arta Erturk, and I'm the co-founder and the chief communications officer at Roll. Next slide, please. Roll is a next slide, please. Roll is a Canadian-owned, developed, and operated shared micromobility provider incubated in the University of Toronto's Entrepreneurship Hub and backed by Techstars, the largest global business accelerator. We provide e-scooter and e-bike sharing to cities. We operated our fleet of electric vehicles in Ottawa, Calgary, and currently operating in Kelowna, BC. We are looking forward to bringing our scooters to Brampton and other cities across Canada. Next slide, please. Here are some of the results from these pilot projects in Canada. Shared e-scooters help people to travel and visit local businesses safely while practicing social distancing. It supports the public transit as a first and last kilometer solution. It reduces traffic congestion by getting people out of their cars. In Calgary, city staff reported 1 in 3 shared e-scooter trips replaced a car trip. It helps to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries on city streets to create a safe and healthy city. Next slide, please. Our CEO's family business is electric scooter manufacturing in China, and thanks to his background, we designed and developed the most durable, strongest, and the sturdiest commercial e-scooter in the market. Next slide, please. Safety is our number one priority at Roll. Rider education is a key component of shared micromobility programs. We provide a comprehensive in-app video training to our riders every time when they start a trip. We show them where they can ride, where they can park, helmet laws, and other safety tips. We utilize traditional media and social media as well to reach out a broader range of riders and non-riders to share safety tips and educate them about the program. I personally attended some local podcasts, held Reddit Ask Me Anything sessions. We had safety quizzes on our Instagram stories, and we constantly communicate with our riders through these channels. Next slide, please. In Montreal, there were only 4 minor injuries from e-scooters out of more than 200,000 rides. In Ottawa last year, riders took more than 238,000 rides, and the injury rate was only 0.003%. In Calgary, there were 75 injuries out of more than 1,800,000 trips. In all these cities, there's a significant difference between e-scooter injuries compared to car and bike injuries, with e-scooters being relatively safer than other alternatives. Next slide, please. 99.9% of Roll scooter trips were incident-free thanks to our rider education efforts and our safety-focused industry-leading vehicle. And we distributed more than 1,000 helmets for free in all the 3 cities that we operated in. Next slide, please. We use various methods to distribute helmets. We have partnered locations such as small businesses and tourism centers. Riders can pick up helmets at these locations at no cost. Riders can also request free helmets through our website. We hold educational community events and we provide free helmets there too. We also have a patrol team that provides helmets on the street. Next slide, please. Geofencing is an important technology that we use. Think of this like a virtual fence. Scooters travel at a lower speed upon entering a slow speed zone. When you enter a no-ride zone, the scooter slows down gradually and stops safely to discourage riding. And when you attempt to end a trip in a geofenced no-park zone, you are unable to do so and receive instructions via the app to park in a permitted area. And we can implement these zones within seconds through our fleet management dashboard. Next slide, please. We can implement preferred parking spots for certain areas, such as highly pedestrianized zones or major transit hubs. We can provide financial incentive to our riders if they park in these preferred parking spots. Next slide, please. Automated parking enforcement, APE. Riders are required to take a picture of how they park the scooter at the end of every trip. We use machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms to detect if it's blocking the sidewalk or blocking any entrances or accessibility paths on a real-time basis. We send a stern educational reminder if a rider parks improperly. We also issue fines and even suspend their account permanently if they don't comply with the rules. Our AI algorithms will also detect if there's a helmet in that picture and provide the right discount if they have it. Next slide, please. Patrol and safety team, we call them Roll Squad. They regularly roll around the city to observe riding behaviors and provide training and helmets to our riders. They relocate improperly parked scooters as well. Next slide, please. Equity is a crucial component of transportation. We have an equity program called Roll for Everyone, and we provide 50% off every trip to eligible participants. We also recognize those community members that may not have a credit or debit card. Roll for Everyone program also allows the unbanked folks to purchase a roll card with cash at partnered locations, removing the two main barriers to equitable transportation. Next slide, please. We develop strategic partnerships to maintain an accessible and equitable utilization of our shared e-scooters. We partnered up with transit planning apps like Move It and Transit App. With these partnerships, our rollers conveniently plan multimodal trips with roll scooters. We are exploring the opportunity to collaborate with Metrolinx and Brampton Transit to offer discounted passes and payment integration to increase multimodal use and offer an affordable way to commute. We have pledged to take part in the united effort to fight COVID-19. We are providing 2 free rides to everyone to get their vaccines. We also provide free rides to our healthcare professionals. Next slide, please. According to a recent Emory University research, shared e-scooters impact is statistically and economically significant as 921 US deployed on average over 6 months. Shared scooters will make an impact in Brampton's economy. Next slide, please. COVID-19 has had profound impacts on small businesses. Majority of the trips in Ottawa and Calgary last year were ended in business improvement areas. In addition to the jobs that we will create to run our daily operations, Brampton residents and tourists will have a convenient way to roll around and visit local businesses. This year, we are featuring and promoting small businesses on our app to encourage our riders to try their products by offering them credits and discounts as the restrictions are being lifted. As a local Canadian entrepreneurs, we are very proud of our support to the local business community during this difficult time. And also, as Kay from OBIA mentioned, we're also working very closely with BIAs to organize food rallies. She also mentioned about the food QR code stamp idea. We're also implementing that, and we will be holding these food rallies and different events to support local businesses in Brampton too. Next slide, please. Quickly wrapping up. One of the good things about this project is that we do not require any subsidy from the city. It costs nothing. We do have comprehensive education and communication plans that we can provide. We also do enforcement through our patrol team and with technology, of course. These measures have been very successful as 99.9% of road trips are injury-free. Shared micromobility is important for the economy. We will boost Brampton's economy by helping residents and tourists to visit local businesses safely and more efficient. Bramptonians need shared e-scooters now more than ever. We're asking the council to consider implementing a shared e-scooter pilot project by giving direction to the staff to develop a framework for a pilot in Brampton this summer. Next slide, please. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arda. Do we have any questions regarding e-scooter delegations? I see none. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to receive the delegation. Are there any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much, Arda, and that was a good presentation on a sort of an alternate way to move around the city that I had not thought of, so thank you. We will move on. Item 6.8 is a delegation from Rick Wesselman, the chair of Villages of Rosedale, Inc. Reports 11.22 and 11.23 noise walls in Rosedale Village, Ward 9. We have these related reports. We can bring them forward now. I'm at the will of council to discuss them with the delegations. Okay, Councillor Singh would like the report brought forward. We will do that. Welcome, Rick.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor Brown, Chairman Bowman, councillor staff. Thanks again for the opportunity to delegate, and an extra thank you for the deferral of this to the this agenda item back in December. I felt it important that that not only our report but the city staff report be on the same agenda. Unfortunately, I had no idea that the deferral would be 6 months long. So let me just introduce our delegation here. So myself, I'm the president and chairman of the Villages of Rosedale. I have Justina, who's the director of one of the condominiums within the community, former MPP for the city, and lastly, the chair of the Ontario Association of Former Parliamentarians. We also have Bruce Pitchler, who's the principal for Pitchler Engineering. First off, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for an extra few minutes just to allow Bruce to provide a summary of his review of our noise wall.
I'll move it, Councillor.
Councillor Singh has moved that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so just a bit of a different introduction to the community. I want to make it kind of related to. I know you've seen this in our past presentations, but this is a slightly different slant. So we currently have 1,255 units within the community, a mix of various types of housing. And I want to be clear, actually, that when I delegate to the committee here, I'm actually doing so on behalf of the 1,255 property owners within the community. It's not a delegation per se of just the Villages of Rosedale Inc., the corporation that runs the community, but it's truly on behalf of all the property owners within it. In terms of the organizational structure, it is complicated, and I'll say it's complicated mainly because the community predates the 1998 updates to the Condominium Act. So I'll say, just from a very simplistic view, the residential units are separated into 24 different condominium corporations, and then there's a central corporation responsible for all the shared facilities. There are agreements between all the corporations, so both condominiums and the overarching Villages of Rosedale Inc., that allow us to share costs and to maintain the facilities within the community. And just a final note of what the community is going to look like when it is done. It's been a long time in the making, but I'll say it's the light is at the end of the tunnel. We have an additional 5 condominiums that will be created over, I hope, within the 5-year time frame, and that'll add another 200 and 289 units within the community. Next slide, please. Okay, so just kind of double clicking on the noise wall itself. So this noise wall was built under the 1995 developer agreement. So basically, I'm sure it's one of the first agreements that was signed with the city. It is situated on private property, and it's the private property of one standard condominium and 9 individual homeowners within a vacant land condominium. Again, this kind of just highlights the complexities within the community. If I was to normalize this into a traditional neighborhood, the noise wall spans 19 properties. So again, if this was, I'll say, outside of us, it would be 19 individuals who would be petitioning the city or coming to this meeting. As it exists, you have 1,255. The fence does abut Sandalwood Parkway, which is a 6-lane, I'll call it an access ramp onto access and egress ramp onto the Highway 410. Because honestly, that's what it seems like from our perspective that it that has turned into for majority of traffic coming from the east and trying to access the Highway 410. Of course, it's also a major east-west corridor for the city. Mainly constructed of wood. It's 25 years old. The existing noise wall is at the end of its service life, contrary to the staff report. And we've included a detailed review of that noise wall as an appendix in our delegation. And I'd like to introduce Bruce, who is the principal of Pitchler Engineering, and so he can go over just a summary of his review. But just a brief introduction of Bruce. So he has a long history within the Rosedale community, and is by far the expert with respect to the shared facilities within it. He's been the consulting engineer responsible for the shared engineering studies associated or since turnover of the villages. So that happened in 2011 from the developer to the shareholders of the community. And he's also been the consultant engineer for the condominiums who are mandated by the Condominium Act to do reserve studies. And he's been doing that since then. Hand it over to you, and next slide, please. And Bruce will, the next 2 slides are Bruce's.
Thank you, Rick. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Bruce.
Okay. Request by the villages of Rosedale was to take a look at the what I call sound barrier fence or the noise wall along Sandalwood Parkway. And this was undertaken at the beginning of November 2020. The primary purpose was to take a look at the condition compared to a staff report that had indicated, and I'll quote here, "These noise walls are currently in fair condition with minor repairs required at some locations." So my review involved taking a look and physically going along all accessible panels of the fence. So to summarize quickly, the fences are approximately 6.5 feet high, so 2 meters. That height is inadequate to mitigate the noise from a basically 6-lane highway that runs just south of it. The development of Rosedale Village has been increasing and building up along the west portion of their property, and an agreement, I believe, with the city of Brampton has put up the 11-foot-high concrete noise wall between the development and Highway 410. Not only have they done that, but the berm on which it is sitting is significantly higher than the berm along the Sandalwood Parkway. So that the wood fence, as Rick had mentioned, is at the end of its life expectancy and is unfortunately inadequate to mitigate any sound coming from the roadway to the south of it. The construction basically are 6x6 posts embedded in concrete, and it's a known fact that if you embed wood into concrete, over time it ends up rotting. It's typically wet rot that occurs, and dry rot occurs above. In looking at the Sandalwood Parkway fence posts, 86% of them have various degrees of wood rot at their bases, essentially where the intersection of the wood into the foundation, concrete foundation. As well, I had taken a screwdriver along with a blade that has approximately 14 centimeters or almost 6 inches, and tried to poke the wood. A solid piece of wood you basically cannot penetrate with a screwdriver by using hand force, and I was able to cause the screwdriver blade to almost go in the complete depth of the blade itself along these posts. Also, The 30% of these posts along Sandalwood Parkway have steel brackets that were installed along the base of the post, basically a brace, because the post had come to a point where it was going to fail. And the unfortunate part of that is pressure treated wood, if the wood is penetrated by having a hole drilled through it, will result in ingress of water and the initiation of rot, or accelerating internal rot. And of course, all these brackets have steel bolts running through them to hold them. Basically, the brackets on the two sides, and then is also secured into the concrete foundation. 24% of the wood fence panels along the Sandalwood Parkway can be easily swayed. If you go to the top and push on the panels, they quite easily will sway back and forth. This actually has led to 5 panels falling over during a windstorm in 2018, so 40 feet of fencing had to be replaced. In looking at the Dixie Road fence, which is identical in construction and running up from Sandalwood Parkway in Dixie northwards, 50% of the wood posts reviewed there had various degrees of rot at their base, again, typically at the concrete interface. And in that case, I could get the screwdriver blade in as far as 12 centimeters into the posts. That basically concludes sort of the summary. My opinion, therefore, was that the condition of the fences was poor to very poor, and that replacement in the short term, that being 1 to 2 years, would be required. Adding temporary fixes or band-aid fixes was not the way to go, because the situation will only become progressively worse, especially with the stronger weather conditions that we have in terms of windstorms. Could I have the next slide, please? You have received, as Rick had mentioned, the appendix that has far more photographs, but I've provided some of what I'll call the worst photos here, showing how the rot is occurring at the base, just above the concrete, and then how I could insert the screwdriver a fair distance into these posts. The last photograph, the one in the lower right-hand corner, is a bit of a close-up taken from Dixie Road looking towards the west where the fence is, and it basically is showing you that the fence is being propped up by wood supports along that portion of it. That's it. If Rick would like to take over.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce. Next slide, please. Okay, so really just, I'll call it an issues. It's just a general discussion type slide, and it is trying to highlight some of the concerns, whether it's from the city side, Villages Rosedale itself, or just homeowners. And I'll say bear with me, as I'll be straddling a line here between both the citywide staff report as well as the report that's specific to the Villages of Rosedale. And I'll say that, so on the first point, I'll say most Bramptonians are blissfully unaware of this overall issue. Noise walls are no more of an asset to the people that have them on their property than the noisy roadways that they serve to try to protect them from. In our example, and again, if you try to normalize this is $1 million split 19 ways in terms of that's the properties that it covers. That just places residents in a financial position that's simply untenable. Within Rosedale, we have agreements to kind of cushion this financial burden across all homers of the community. And I'd really make this analogous to the city if they adopted the private noise wall report, where it actually assumed these noise walls on behalf of all the in terms of on behalf of the entire city. I'll also say that the noise wall for the villages, it really ignores how the neighborhood has changed since 1995. Highway 410 has been extended to Sandalwood and beyond. There's major residential growth in the communities to the east and northeast of us. Trinity Common Mall has been created. The soccer center has come up, and of course, as a result of that, Sandalwood has been expanded to a 6-lane road. In our view, I mean, developer agreements need to be amended as the surrounding neighborhood expands, and as a result of that, so do the roadways. And then, if you look at the 2019 site plan agreement, it actually shows evidence of an evolving city policy with respect to noise walls along busy roadways. So that site plan agreement, being against 410 and the remainder of Sandalwood around the perimeter of Rosedale, is now it's on city property, and through that agreement will be assumed by the city once it's completed. And I'll say the next bullet, trying to make this as easy as possible to try to do the right thing. The noise wall being on a private land, it shouldn't be an obstacle in our specific case. So relocation is not required. I mean, the Villages has easements onto all these properties, and absolutely we're willing to extend these easements into the city to avoid some of the issues in terms of relocation. And then I'll just say the last two are kind of, I'll say my personal frustrations with this process. So we've been trying to engage the city on this local improvement process since November of 2018. I've included a communication summary of all those communications, and I'll say I'm still not clear, even today, what that official process looks like in terms of trying to apply for to have the noise wall replaced under that process. Hence our delegation. So we're here because this seems to be the most expeditious way of getting to a decision to be made. And I'll also say that it's discouraging if you read the staff report that the city rarely approves applications under local improvement. When we actually had a meeting with them back in December, we were advised that it would be unlikely that they would recommend, we were advised that they wouldn't recommend that our application be approved. And the major issue there was precedence. I understand that, but I also understand that there's different scenarios depending on who's petitioning the city. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much, Rick. Can you wrap it up, Rick? We do have lots of questions and
yeah. Okay, so that's fine. So just in closing, I'll say that this is really bookending the options that are available. That we think the options that are available. One is that obviously that the city just endorses the citywide noise wall policy, and finally removing that financial burden against the homeowners. And of course, the other end of that is, if you don't adopt that, is that the city accept our petition through the private noise wall process. And again, to try to make this as easy as possible, that from a financial perspective, the Villages is able to cover the cost up front. So we're not asking for the deferred payments as the standard policy would have. We'd be able to pay at the time of replacement. And now I'm done. So
okay. Thanks very much, Rick. Sorry to cut you off. Councillor Singh, I believe, is the first delegation.
Yes, thank you, Rick, for coming to delegate. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Bruce. Bruce, I thought they always say pictures speak 1,000 words. So, they were very powerful and informative pictures. I think for me, this is ultimately about fairness as well. You know, Rosedale is a unique community, not just in my ward, but in all of Brampton. And I think moving forward, this noise wall would help recognize that, given that Sandalwood is 3 lanes, with the 410 expansion. And there is a lot of development that's happened around, and is going to happen around Rosedale. So I think that moving this forward is important. So I have sent to the clerk 11.2.3 and changed one of the recommendations after communicating with staff. That's not the one I sent, Peter. There was one I specifically sent to you last night.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Charlotte, if you scroll down to 11.2.3, there is a proposed motion from Councillor Singh. So members of committee, just as we're scrolling that, just for some procedural advice, there's a number of reports related to this delegation. 11.2.2 was a deferred report from staff from December. That report should be just received because it's been superseded by the staff report 11.2.3, which Councillor Singh has brought forward, and he is proposing to move, I presume, Councillor Singh with an amendment, and it will supersede 11.2.2.
Perfect. And I'll move the receipt as well, and that replaces point 4 there. The fourth point. And so I've also, I know we've received the petition, and I know Joe has authority to speak on behalf of all 1,250 residents. So I did bypass the petition because I didn't see a need for that if he already has authority to speak on behalf of everything. And just the motion is to immediately initiate the local improvement process to work with the region of Peel to replace the noise wall and entry features of the north side of Sandalwood Parkway and Dixie to via Rosedale and relocate them on city property as a one-time exception. Okay. Okay, and that is the motion, and we will. I'll pass it on to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Councillor Singh. Next up is Councillor Palleschi.
The Fortini, sorry.
No, it's Fortini.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Fortini. Go ahead.
It's okay, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you so much, Rick. And I did have a conversation with Joe Spina, and I know I have a lot of friends up there. You know, the thing is this, I understand this is a private sector, it's a private condo corp, and they're taking condominium fees and stuff. I'm in support of this, but, you know, we got a lot of walls along William Parkway. They stopped at Dixie, and some of my residents are also saying, well, where's our noise wall? With the widening of the road. And, you know, when these houses were being built back then, it was only one lane, then it became two, and then we were supposed to widen it to three, in which we put a hold on it. So I'd like to add, I will support this and add an amendment to continue my noise walls from Dixie right across from Ward 7 and 8, and some of them also into Ward 2 and 6 along William Parkway. We do have development charges we could use, and I will support this just if we could add an amendment if the mover of the motion is okay with it.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
This was based on a report, so I would support a report, and then I'd be okay to move it. But I just need to know, and I would keep the two separate because Rick and everybody's been working on this for 2-3 years, and so a lot of staff work went behind this and study. So yeah, I think that due diligence should be done on all noise walls.
Well, Councillor Singh, this is people are paying condominium fees. They're very expensive. It's a private sector. I have no problem issuing it. But William Parkway, the homes were built way before the road was widened from 1 lane to 2 lanes. And I know in Ward 2 and 6 and 7 and 8, we're waiting for walls too. So if we start going into one, we should also look at others too. I have no problem, like I had a conversation with Joe Spina last night and Terry Miller, no problem supporting it. But I cannot support something where they're paying condominium fees, and when the homes are being sold at a high price and on a private, even though the highway's there. Meanwhile, we got Ward 2 and 6. I know Councillor Palleschi has some walls there, which we should be doing, and the 410 too, and Councillor Williams too, and Ward 7 and 8. So I will support it if we could put an amendment to continue the walls along Williams Parkway, because you got to treat everyone equal, and like I said to Joe last night, I have no issue supporting it. That's my amendment, or else I cannot support it. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair?
If you accept it.
No, I don't,
Okay,
I don't accept that without a
Councillor Singh,
report.
no, I was going to say, it doesn't sound like Councillor Singh is willing to accept that as a friendly amendment, so that may have to be a new motion.
Mr. Chair,
Councillor
it's Peter.
Fortini, but before, yes,
Well,
Mr.
then,
Clerk?
well, I still have, go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
So, Mr. Chair, just to accommodate Councillor Fortini's proposed amendment, this report, as Councillor Singh has pointed out, is specific to the Rosedale Village noise wall. There is another report on the agenda identified as 11.2.1, which we haven't dealt with yet, and we can deal with in agenda order. And it talks about noise walls citywide, and it may be more appropriate for Councillor Fortini's proposed motion to be considered with that report.
I agree. I was just going to say, Charmaine, I'll wait for the next one, and I'll support this one, and hoping Councillor Singh and Councillor Dillon will support me on my noise walls. Thank you. And I'll ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Councillor Fortini. We will move on now to Councillor Palleschi. Sorry.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fully support this Councillor Singh's amendment to the motion. It is absolutely the right thing to do, and thanks to Councillor Fortini for pulling that off, and we'll put it on that other the other item that we'll all speak about, I'm sure. So thanks, Councillor Singh, for putting this forward, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palleschi. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I do really appreciate seeing this amendment. I think it's a right thing to do with 6 lanes, the construction, all the changes in the area. I'm sure it's unbearable to sit back there in their backyards. I just wanted to speak to the local improvement process. That gentleman said it's very confusing, and yes, it is. And there's actually a requirement in there that you have to have 2/3 of the residents on the street who need to get their fences replaced that abut the city property to agree to it. And if you don't, the question is, what next? So I'm looking forward to the other report to come forward to speak to that, because I think that local improvement process does contribute to a lot of confusion and eventually really dilapidated and ugly looking fences in the city. So I would support this motion, and thanks to Councillor Singh for bringing it forward. And I look forward to 11.2.1. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. We move on now to Mayor Brown.
Councillor Bowman, I just wanted to say that I was going to support this motion as well, and Councillor Fortini, where a study is merited elsewhere, just like our curate has worked here with the residents on. I would certainly support Councillor Fortini in looking at other areas where there are similar issues. But I think one of the reasons I'm supporting this is Rosedale Village is a wonderful part of the community. They've contributed a lot to the city, and we know that there's expenses that they take on that is also unique. And I know we've been in the unenjoyable position of having to say no to them on other occasions because of constraints under the Municipal Act. And here's an occasion where we can work with the community and at the same time recognizing that they're a resident group in our community that certainly provides to the city above and beyond. So happy to support this, and look forward to Councillor Fortini's motion that will come on the subsequent item.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. Next speaker is Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I think everything's been said, and I do support Councillor Singh's motion. I think it's what Councillor Williams had suggested, something looking at the local improvement. Sometimes when we say it's a precedent, we and I understand staff's in a position and they give us their best advice, but sometimes precedents have to be made. And I think in this case, certainly more than happy to support it, as I'm more than happy to support the upcoming conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That exhausts the speakers list. And I believe Councillor Singh asked for a recorded vote on this, so I will give it back to you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, the recorded vote is going to be on three parts. The first part is receiving the delegations regarding this item. The second is receiving only the staff report 11.2.2. And the third is receiving the staff report 11.2.3 and approving the staff recommendations with the amendment that staff recommendation 4 be amended and replaced with Councillor Singh's amendment. All members.
So Mr. Clerk, sorry, I'm on the board again. I think the chair didn't. Just want a quick question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. So I read the report. What is it? It's a 50-50 split? Because I thought the region pulled out on that. On the noise walls. To staff. It's a 75-25 split, 50-50. Because I know on Bramalea Road, some of my residents had to pay 50-50 because the region did not pay no more the 25%. And again, I'm going to support it. I'm just want to clarify what the cost is for Rosedale Village.
Through the chair, the cost is typically 75% city and 25% for the private property owner. And we can bring back more information on that in the future.
Yeah, and please do, because I know some of my residents on Bramalea, it was a 50-50 because the region pulled out. So I just don't want to cause a problem for them saying, why are we paying 75% here? Meanwhile, the private people had to pay. That's fine. I will support it. I did ask for a recorded vote on this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I guess we can proceed with the recorded vote, Mr. Clerk.
Members of committee, all in favor of the motion as described? Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
In favor.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Palleschi.
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros.
In favor.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes, absolutely.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Chair Bowman.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk, for that recorded vote. That finishes that item. We will move to item 6.9, delegation from Sylvia Roberts, Brampton resident, and Sylvia is here to delegate on report item 10.2.1, the 2022 budget process. We also have that staff-related report 10.2.1, which we can deal with later in the agenda, unless someone wishes to bring that forward and deal with it at the same time as the delegation. Does anybody wish to bring the report forward or leave it in the order that we will get to after break? Seeing nobody that wants to bring that forward, we will deal with that in the normal course of the agenda. Sylvia, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Sylvia.
Next slide.
We can.
All right. So once you take a look at it, the 2021 budget document was a mess. The 2019 State of Local Infrastructure Report shows a need for over $2.5 billion over the next decade, and that only $1.6 billion is to be funded. Meanwhile, the 2021 budget shows only $1.4 billion is to be spent, and the unfunded portion, the overall need, was entirely omitted. The 2% infrastructure levy isn't working. The gap is getting bigger every year because it was designed to be compound interest as part of a growing budget. Because the budget isn't growing, it's functionally simple interest. Certain assets like roads are actually much cheaper to maintain in good shape instead of letting it significantly deteriorate first. In some cases, waiting 5 years can make the road repairs cost double. Next slide, please. Treasurers normally keep a handful of pre-prepared tricks to make a budget work in times like a recession to minimize property tax increases then, like pulling a rabbit out of like a magician pulls a rabbit out of a hat. The problem the city has is that the city burned through those tricks in 2019 and 2020 to get those property tax increases. And with the 2021 budget,
it's starting to do damage, which was acceptable because we were in the middle of a pandemic. We had no idea when we were getting out of. The pandemic is coming to a close. If you tried this in the 2022 budget, the city risks serious damage. Next slide. There are signals in this document. The question is, can you read the signals? Let's go through some of them. The overview flags that the general operations budget has decreased 1.4% from 2018 to 2021. The problem is, once you actually adjust for inflation, it's a reduction of 6.3%. But then you adjust for population growth, and it's a 12.5% change, which is significant. That's a decrease from $665 per person to $582 per person. What the province did to healthcare in Brampton, dramatically underfunding, in fact, fine deficiencies, the city of Brampton is doing to the city itself. To recover from that massive decrease, assuming 2% inflation, the city would need to do 5 years of 5% property tax increases. And that's assuming we're not doing anything else. For example, an infrastructure levy. They're also flagging that the assessment growth increase in 2020 was only 1.2%, and that's not enough to fund the need in services. The city's growing by 4% a year. Now, I'm constantly trying to flag issues with insufficient development. In 2020, that gap between the assessment growth and population, that's equivalent to a 3% property tax increase. If you don't fix the development process, the city will need to do 5% property tax increases to tread water, and that's not fixing the gaps previously mentioned. The operations budget can't take any more money coming out of it. That's what staff is trying to flag to you, because you're running it like simple interest, not compound interest. Next slide. So here is a list of some of the items the staff has proposed, and it really shows how much the city knows the price of everything, but the value of nothing. User fees need to be implemented carefully to ensure the harm doesn't outweigh the benefits. For example, increased user fees on recreation without considering impacts on lower income people can be quite regressive and conflict with other policies like equity. You risk acting out racism and claiming it's just an efficiency. In other cases, what the money is being raised from what is being spent on can change significantly whether it's progressive or regressive. For example, if you raise parking rates and the reduced subsidy to parking means you can fund expanding recreation for low-income families, this is progressive. But if you use it to lower greens fees for golfing, it's almost certainly regressive. Delaying service growth, as mentioned here, can have all sorts of ugly side effects. You often still need to do it. For example, Brampton Transit delayed implementing service increases. So what happened is, north of Dixie and Inspire, the place is a mess with parked cars everywhere because the city saved some money, but now people have to go buy cars. If you save $500,000 in 1 year on transit, but that results in people needing to go out and spend $1 million on cars, and they're stuck paying that $1 million a year for 8 years, that's 16 times what the city saved for 1 year. If I borrowed $500 and the person expected me to pay back $8,000, you would call that predatory lending, which you're trying to fight. So why does the city do it? It talks about deferring strategic initiatives. I checked your term of council priorities. The city cannot even comply with the legal accessibility requirements for your own term of council priorities document, which is supposed to be public facing. You have other priorities you need to take care of, like, can you please comply with the law? Changing demand after 9/11, people said people aren't going to want to live in high rises. Have you looked at downtown Toronto? You have no way to tell what is actually going to happen. It's students aren't going to start coming back for post-secondary until the fall or the winter, which will be after the budget has been made. So if you try to defer it, you risk all sorts of negative downsides. The same thing with realigning service levels, and you can talk about using eligible reserves, but I've watched you massively drain reserve accounts. That works, but you need to actually replenish the funds. In conclusion, the city really needs to think through how it's going to make the next budget, because if you don't do it right, it risks seriously weighing down the city for not just one term, but at least 2 terms to fix. Thank you. That's my delegation.
Thanks very much, Sylvia. We have a question for you from Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. I always look forward to your delegation, but I think certainly today you left a lot of people, almost gave us sticker shock, but you just gave us a lesson in municipal accounting 101. It's just really eye-popping, and certainly you've given us a lot of food for thought. In terms of you talked about the infrastructure levy. In your opinion, is it, being that we're really going to have a difficult time moving forward, and I think all of us, we've always discussed, we wanted to do the tax freeze, but I think we always, I think amongst us, we always had that, there wasn't that comfort knowing that, you don't pay today, but, we're really going to suffer later on. And so we'll see where the budgets go forward. But regarding the infrastructure levy, what would you suggest, would you support an increase it, being that the gap is growing? Would you, because that has to be one of the top priorities is taking care of our infrastructure. And, and that's one area. So I'm curious on your thought. And second, in terms of us sort of pivoting and looking at key investments, are there 1 or 2 priority areas that you would suggest that we sort of channel? We've reduced it to 16 priorities now, but are there 1 or 2 key priorities that you'd say that we should sort of channel our attention to more so than others?
First off, I'd like to note that if a company listed on the TSX decided to omit $1 billion in reduction in the quality of its assets it uses to produce revenue, you could be investigated for securities fraud. The good news is you're not on the TSX and no one actually bothers to check your books. So as long as it looks pretty, you'll keep getting the awards, but they're serious issues. You actually really do need a proper in-depth staff report and review, and maybe a consultant can help you put it together for what you're doing moving forward. But a lot of this needs to be able to be done in-house. The city is growing so fast. You need to be able to keep updating it for every single budget. I'm sure Councillor Bowman would argue that paying consultants every single year for something that could entirely be done in-house is absurd. It's one of the big things the city needs to look at is where it is putting its growth. It's when we continue to build out. When you look at the reports, you're assuming a road. The staff reports don't consider how much that road is going to cost to rebuild. When you get an application saying we're going to go build 1,000 houses, there is no rough estimate. The Public Works Department can actually tell you, give a ballpark estimate of what it would cost to replace that road and how much you'd need to set aside per year. So you're taking on liabilities and you have no idea what those liabilities are. Staff needs to look at it, and every planning report coming forward should tell you a rough estimate. Because right now, for all you know, that 1,000 houses, that could cost you $5 million a year to replace those, to make sure those assets can be replaced. You simply have no idea. I know, I live in Peel Village and people do not want to see growth here, but the reality is the infrastructure is significantly underused. When those houses were built, they were designed expecting there were going to be 5 or more people. Low flow anything didn't exist. With improved transit service, you could add 1,000 people and it still wouldn't actually have the same population as when it was originally built out. All of that infrastructure exists. There would be no net additions in cost for infrastructure. Unlike when you continue to sprawl out, you need a staff report. You need the next budget needs to come up with money to make sure that you can actually plan for the future and bring it in-house. When you look at redoing the growth, you need to also consider what are going to be the costs. Because the city's doing, oh, look, we got a 1.2% increase. So let's say your revenue increases by $5 million from the development, but the problem is you may actually incur $7 million in costs to the city once you factor in replacing the infrastructure. These are things we have no idea about. Staff needs to actually do a report on this, a good in-depth one, and it's probably going to be expensive enough that you're going to need to account for it in the budget and then add permanent staff members to fix this. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, and through you, Chair, and thank you again, Sylvia, because we do have, I did move a motion, and we unanimously supported a sort of a financial outlook, and I do know we do have a consultant, and our treasurer is bringing a report in the fall. So just to remind us, what was that? You talked about what was omitted, and you gave that reference with the stock market. So what's missing from the report, and maybe, I'm not sure if staff can maybe speak to it on if they feel comfortable to comment on why that was not included, or is that not something that we usually report on?
In the 2018 and 2019 budgets, for example, there was the page on the infrastructure levy and when it was going to catch up. So how long it would take, like when it would peak.
Yep.
That image has been removed in the newer budgets. The reference to the gap has been functionally scrubbed from the budget, which is a little bit strange. And I only noticed this when I was reviewing the budgets. And what I found is where that curve actually peaked kept going up every year because we never actually accounted for inflation, because we assumed there'd be 0% inflation between now and 10 years from now, which never actually made sense. And so every year, the gap was getting worse until we just made it disappear. The gap between the current budget, the 2021 budget, says we're going to spend $1.4 billion, but the 2019 State of Local Infrastructure report, which was to council on, it's actually linked in the slide notes. So it came out in mid-2020, and it was saying you're going to need $2.56 billion. That's a gap of $1.1 billion, $110 million a year.
Oh.
This is a depreciation of the city's assets well in excess of a 10% decrease. I think it's more like a 15 or a 20% decrease. You have to ask staff for why it disappeared, and also how much of the decrease, but it's a lot of money.
No, and I appreciate that. I don't know if staff want to comment on this now, or is that something that we can, because I don't want to put them on the spot. There might be a reason or a communication perspective where they wanted to show something, but I do think it's important that you flag this for us, and thank you for taking the time, and really I think all of us got a real pragmatic look on some of the challenges that we're facing, and thank you so much, Sylvia, for always being engaged. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. I see no further questions for the delegates. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros to receive the delegations. Any opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you, Sylvia. Okay, we will now, we're at a point, we're at a point, I'm at the will of council. Would you like to break for lunch before we come back and start on the agenda at government relations?
I'm okay.
Any comments?
Councillor Singh is okay with that suggestion.
Okay, how long do you think? Half an hour? Come back at 2 o'clock?
I'm good with that, Chair. I see in the message as well. A few councillors are okay with that too.
Okay, well, we will break now for lunch, and we will be back at 2 p.m. Thank you. Perfect. If we've got quorum, we might as well go ahead. It's 2 p.m. Next up, we have Government Relations Matters. Blaine Lucas is here with a presentation for Committee on Government Relations. Welcome, Blaine.
Thank you, and through Chair Bowman, I'll begin with regional updates this week. So there is a regional council meeting tomorrow on Thursday, June 10th at 9:30. And the public affairs team have reviewed the agenda and reached out to relevant staff in the city for guidance. We could move on to slide 3, please. All right, so starting with item 11.1, it's an intersection planning for safety based on Vision Zero principles, which is a for information report that provides an update on intersection planning and operations of for regional roads. There's been higher collision rates reported at these intersections, and the report talks to mitigation or strategies to minimize the accidents to cyclists, vehicles, and pedestrians. With increased emphasis on multimodal transportation options, including active transportation, the report points to a mix of engineering, enforcement, and educational strategies as a way for the region to achieve its Vision Zero and sustainability goals. Brampton is an active stakeholder in the region's Vision Zero strategic plan, and the city of Brampton undertakes to implement similar countermeasures as outlined in this report. We could move forward, please. Slide 4. All right, the next item is 14.1 on the regional agenda, creating a welcoming streets pilot program for Brampton. A recommendation report that describes and advocates for welcoming streets pilot program and requests authorization for the program to be created to address some of the concerns in downtown Brampton. Additional support would be provided for Brampton, downtown Brampton business owners with, among other things, additional garbage collection and graffiti cleanup. The report seeks approval to provide a one-time funding to the City of Brampton to hire 2 program staff for a 1-year pilot program to a maximum of $250,000. City staff took part in the meetings with the regional staff and provided input into the program design. And during the pilot program period, regional staff and City of Brampton staff will monitor the pilot program outcomes and come back to regional council with recommendations for the 2023 budget deliberations. The pilot program complements the city staff work to address broader social issues in downtown Brampton. We could move forward. We can move forward on to slide 5. Just before I get into the public health slide, I just wanted to mention an additional item on the regional agenda, 13.1. It includes a recommendation from City of Brampton Council that staff procure and install menstrual product dispensers and provide free menstrual products in all public, women's, and gender-inclusive washrooms and change rooms at City of Brampton facilities, and that Mississauga and Caledon consider a similar action. So I brought this just this item forward because it was generated by the City of Brampton, and it is up on the council agenda for tomorrow. Alrighty, so now getting to Peel Public Health update. So Public Health announced the school-based pop-up vaccination clinics, expanding options for COVID-19 vaccine to youth. As of last Saturday, June 5th, youth between 12 to 17 in the region can receive their first dose of the COVID-19 vaccine at a variety of school pop-up locations across Peel region. On June 12th, Brampton will be offering a pop-up clinic at Fletcher's Meadow Secondary School. Next slide, please. Slide 6. In provincial updates, yesterday the province announced that based on the province-wide vaccination rate and continued improvements in key public health and health system indicators, Ontario will move into step 1 of its roadmap to reopen at 12:01 a.m. on Friday, June 11th of this year. That means that outdoor gatherings of up to 10 people and outdoor dining of up to 4 people per table will be allowed, as well as outdoor pools, splash pads, and wading pools will be able to open. At the same time, the province also announced that the remote learning for all elementary and secondary students across the province will continue for the remainder of this school year. Also, it's notable is the is the release the regulation to transition the Blue Box program to full producer responsibility. This transition will occur on July 1st, 2023 and end at 2025. So this was an issue that has been discussed at prior government relations updates over the course of the last year. Now if we can move forward on to slide 7 for federal updates. In federal updates, I wanted to highlight an announcement of a new Canada Recovery Hiring Program to help hard-hit businesses hire the workers they need to recover and grow as the local economies reopen. Also, the Business Credit Availability Program and Highly Affected Sectors Credit Availability Program are being extended to December 31st, 2021. We can move forward on to slide 8. Just want to provide an update over our 2021 Federation of Canadian Municipalities annual virtual conference that took place last week, and provide an overview of the events. The Public Affairs team worked closely with colleagues from across the corporation to prepare comprehensive advocacy materials and provide support to members of council attending the conference. The materials were also shared with Brampton members of Parliament. We are working to facilitate an update meeting with Brampton members of Parliament in the near future. And the advocacy materials will also be discussed at that point as well. We can move on to slide 9. So during the conference, the delegates voted on the key leadership positions within the governance structure of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I would like to congratulate Councillor Santos for being re-elected to the Board of Directors, ensuring Brampton was well represented at the FCM level. In addition, Joanne Vanderhayden, Mayor of Strathroy-Cardack, was acclaimed as the Federation of Canadian Municipalities' new president, while Mike Savage, Mayor of Halifax, was elected Chair of the Big City Mayors Caucus. We could move on to slide 10, please. Delegates also debated and passed 4 resolutions on issues of concern for municipalities and local governments, which were strengthening Canada's hate speech laws, emerging federal support for inter-community passenger bus service, expand the rural and remote stream for Reaching Home program, and preventing accidental 911 calls on personal devices. The resolution process ensures the Federation of Canadian Municipalities policy remains current with membership and the challenges municipal leaders face on the ground as they work to serve their communities. I'd like to point out that on March 3rd, 2021, this council passed a motion that put forward Councillor Santos in support of an initiative by the town of Collingwood, calling on FCN to advocate to the federal government in the development of legislation that would clarify and strengthen the definition of hate speech, directly contributed to this process, and help set the FCM advocacy positions. The Public Affairs team continues to work with FCM to leverage the Federation's expertise and advocacy capacity to identify common priorities and align advocacy efforts. I would like to thank Mayor Brown, Councillor Santos, Vicente, and Singh for representing the city at the conference and advocating for the city's priorities. We could move on to the next slide, slide number 11. I'd like to close with an update on preparations for the 2021 Association of Municipalities of Ontario Conference. Last week I provided an update to the city's delegation request with provincial ministers. We have requested 9 delegation meetings. Additionally, the Public Affairs team requested delegations with leaders of the opposition parties that include the Ontario NDP Caucus, the Ontario Liberal Party, and the Green Party of Ontario. We're also working closely with the region of Peel to coordinate advocacy efforts in the lead up and during the conference. So further updates will be provided on a regular basis leading up to the conference in August. So this concludes the presentation for this week. I'm happy to take any questions from members of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blaine. We have Councillor Singh on the board.
Thank you for the update, Blaine, and I just wanted to also acknowledge thanks for with FCM, those conversations as well, earlier last week, I believe. And I do want to ask a question. I know I'm putting you on the spot, so you could also come back next week. But I got a couple of residents calling me about the Canada Greener Homes Grant. And it's a retrofit opportunity. And some of them think there might be a role for our municipality. Maybe it's just awareness, but do we have a bigger role in this grant? I don't know if you know off the top of your head or not, but they're getting a lot of people interested in this retrofit.
Through the chair to the councillor, sir, I'll off the top of my head, I apologize, I don't have information on that, but I will certainly secure it and we'll include it in the presentation next week if that's appropriate.
Yeah. Hello? Thought I heard someone. Okay. That's totally okay. The Canada Homes Greener Grant. And if it just means Canada Greener Homes Grant, sorry. And if it just means giving awareness to residents about it, then that's what it means. But if there's a role that we can play as a municipality, a larger role, it seems like a good opportunity. Many residents are interested. Thank you.
And through the chair to the councillor, and if there's any information we pull together this week that would be helpful for the residents, we will email members of council in advance of council next week, so you have that information at your disposal. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We see no other questions, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to receive the Government Relations Matters presentation. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much, Blaine. We now move on to 7.2, which is the Mayor's weekly COVID update. So I will hand it over to Mayor Brown.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I do not see the mayor present at the moment.
Okay.
I believe he's predisposed with another appointment at the moment.
Okay, well, do we stand that item down for the time being and move on to legislative services?
If that's
Councillor Palleschi, you had a question?
I did, but of the mayor. So if you're going to stand that down, I can wait.
Okay. Yeah, we might as well move on to legislative services, and when the mayor gets back, we can move to his report. So in legislative services, we had no staff presentations or reports. Item 8.2.1, I believe, was in consent.
That's correct.
8.3.1 was the new item that I brought forward. And so I'll just speak very briefly to it. In conversations I've had with our solicitor, I had asked a little while ago if we could get a listing of all the legal firms or lawyers that we've used at the City of Brampton. And at that time, Samir had told me that there are individual lawyers and others that are used by individual departments, so he couldn't really give me a report on all the legal people that we've used. So what I would like to do is put a motion on the floor to get a report from the other departments of the lawyers or the legal firms that they may have used and the reasons why they might have used those firms. I can understand, planning, if we have a OMB and we need a specialty lawyer or something like that, but I don't remember in budgets seeing legal counsel for any of the other departments. So I would like to put that motion on the floor that we bring a report back from the various departments, all the departments of the city, and just I'd like to see what legal teams or what legal people we are using outside of our own expert legal team that we have at the city. And with that, I do have a question for Samir. Is Samir, you there?
I am.
Okay. Can you just give me an example, and I don't want to stray into closed session territory, what are some examples of reasons why another department may go through and get their own legal opinion.
So through the chair, generally speaking, departments will come to legal for legal advice, and legal will determine whether it's something we can do internally or externally. There are, however, the example that comes to mind most readily is human resources. There is a division of labor, if you'll call it, within the city between the legal department and the human resources department, and human resources handles all of the labor and employment matters themselves and get external counsel as they deem appropriate.
Okay, so I don't want to ask that just in case, but okay, is there lots of examples? Like, you know, are we using a lot of external legal people? Because I consider them, you know, sorry, I don't mean to be insulting to lawyers or anything, but I consider them, you know, if we have our own legal team here, I sort of consider that like almost like consultants that we're using. So, you know, is there a lot of usage by other departments?
Through the chair, we do engage a lot of law firms, and you know, both HR and the legal department. We do engage several external law firms, and there's various reasons for that. Often it's relating to specialized areas where we require legal advice or guidance. I know I don't want to speak out of turn on behalf of human resources, but you know, when there's a workplace investigation, for example, they may engage an external party to handle that.
Okay, because I'd sort of like to see those reasons and why we might be using legal in some of the other departments. So that's the reason why I've asked for this report, just to see to the extent that we're not utilizing our own legal team, basically. So thank you very much, and that's all I wanted to request.
So through the chair, I'll just qualify my remarks. It's not a question of us not using our legal team. It's a question of us needing to go outside to get additional legal support when needed and when appropriate.
Yep, no, that's understood. And, you know, I'm just looking at it in terms of, I'll just use HR for an example. If they're using, you know, a lot of legal services that, and we don't have that resource within the city, you know, I always maintain perhaps we should be looking at having that legal resource rather than having to go outside. So I just like to see the legal services, whether it's an independent lawyer or whether it's a company that we've employed for each of the city departments. I think I see Councillor Palleschi, or is that still for the mayor?
No, that's for this.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So I guess through you, Mr. Chair, to you, Mr. Chair,
okay.
I don't fully understand what you're asking. You're asking for each department to have the ability to engage with external legal services?
No, in fact, what I'm asking for, Councillor, I think, just from my very brief conversation with Samir, asking for, you know, what legal terms or teams that the legal department uses, that they already are. The option for other departments to use external legal is already there, and some departments are using them, but I never see that as a budget line on any of the budget documents we sign. So I just want to know what the extent is and who we're using them and why we're using them.
Okay, so I guess my question, again through you, but to Samir maybe is, and maybe you asked this question already, but is it not up to the department to seek the advice of our own legal services before engaging with external legal?
Sorry, through the chair, could you repeat that question, Councillor?
Yeah, for sure. Can departments in the city of Brampton just go out and engage external legal, or do they come to you and our own internal legal services prior to doing that?
Through the chair, as generally speaking, they come through us. Like I said, there are departments like HR where there is an understanding that they handle those matters and engage legal as necessary.
And then when you determine that it needs to be handled through external legal services, is it under your budget that external legal services has been paid by?
It depends on the nature. Sorry,
go ahead.
Through the chair, it depends on the nature of the work. Often when you have projects, there will be budgets built into the projects for external spend. In those cases, legal will help obtain the legal support, be the liaison for the legal support, and we will review the invoices, get the invoices, but the amount of the invoice will then be transferred to the budget of that relevant department.
Because that's one particular item that they're working on? And
That's right.
It was captured in there from the beginning?
That's right, and you know, it really depends. There are cases where you have large projects. So for example, if you have a construction project, part of the budgeting of that will involve an understanding that there will be external legal spend, and there's a budget for that. And then there's other projects where it's legal advice that legal would ordinarily provide, and we provide. Sometimes there's specialized questions, so there may be one-off consultations that we may need with external firms. And it really depends on the nature of the issue, but there's you know, a lot of our projects, the amounts are transferred to the departments that have asked for that support.
Sure. And then so on the flip side, though, if something comes up where they're going to need external legal advice, they come to you, and you advise if it can be handled internally or externally, and at that time it's taken into your budget?
So yes, what you said in terms of the process, they would come to us. Now, whether it is taken within our budget or within the department's budget will depend on the nature of the matter. You know, if it's a relatively small one-off advice type matter, it's one thing, but if it's a project, a complicated matter, then that will go to the department's budget, and there's usually a discussion about how that's going to be handled. But legal never says no to providing legal advice based on whether it's out of our budget or somebody else's budget. We provide legal advice and we support the department, and we figure out how it should be allocated within the city.
Okay,
I will just clarify that. I mean, if a department in the city has not gone through legal and got their own external legal support or advice, I wouldn't know. So, I mean, for example, the HR, again, I don't know which matters HR is consulting external legal on, and I don't expect to know, and that's completely appropriate.
Okay, I understand. So, Councillor Bowman, then it sounds to me like we would like a line item in the budget, like you say, that shows kind of, that captures all of this, correct?
Yeah, I think we need to be totally transparent. And like I said, I'm always more in favor if we've got a lot of money going to consultants of any sort for a particular usage. I'm always wondering why we don't have a position for that person to be in. So I'd just like to see how much we are using by other departments of external legal, and in the future I'd like to see a budget line based on that. So that's why I've put this forward.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Alex? Oh, sorry, Alex.
Sorry, no, this is Samir here. I just was seeking some clarification on the motion that you have put forward. I'm hoping that we can refine it a bit to make the reporting a little bit easier. So, for example, if you were to say, legal services we've used in the last 2 years, 3 years, something like that, that would help. I can, in in short order, produce a list working with finance about the external firms that we've used and also that HR has used. So if we could kind of narrow the scope, it might make it that easier for staff to report on what you're requesting.
Oh, absolutely. I would just say 2020 and so far 2021, if that makes it easier.
Okay. The other thing that will make it a little bit more difficult is the why they were used, because then we're entering into matters that might not be reported within finances systems, which is primarily where we're going to go to gather this information, and two, it also relates to solicitor-client privileged information as well. So maybe we can produce the list. If we could take out the why, we could produce the list, and then if there's questions about a particular firm and why they were used, then maybe the HR or legal could speak to that in an appropriate closed session discussion.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that, even if it's classified by the same things we classify in-camera discussions with identifiable individual or whatever. That's fine.
Yeah, and I say that because we're going to be looking primarily to finance to help because they are the most logical central place to gather this information, and they would not have the information about the nature of the matter.
Yeah, and just to be a little clearer, Samir, if for example the reason is that the information cannot be given by our internal lawyer, it's a specialist of some sort, I'd sort of like to know that, because that's the sort of area I'm looking at to find out, are we fully satisfying our staff with a good staff complement of lawyers, or is there something we might be missing on and spending a lot more money than we might if we had an internal lawyer?
Through the chair, that information will not be obvious from the list that we're going to produce, because the list would be a list of the firms. A firm could be advising us on multiple matters. So there may be some matters. I mean, there will be some firms where it's obvious that this is they are specialists in planning, or they're specialists in tax. There are other firms that are generalists, so they might be advising us on various matters. So that may not be obvious from the list, but we'll try our best to get you a list as soon as possible, and then we can have further discussions based on what we produce.
Okay, and one last question, Samir. Do we have contracts, or do we, like an RFP, for example, we might put out in other departments, do we do that for external legal sources in, say, HR, for example? Do they have a contract, or do they just, is it ad hoc?
So through the chair, I can't speak to how HR does it. I can speak about how legal does it, and we enter into retainer agreements with the various law firms that we use. I do also want to, I think your question also touches on the question of procurement. I do want to point out that under our procurement rules, under our purchasing bylaw, specifically Section D, legal is one of the areas where one of the areas that's exempt from the procurement rules. So we don't have to RFP or do competitive procurements in the same way that would apply to other expenditures within the city.
Okay, that's great to know. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I see no other questions. The motion is on the floor. Do you need a seconder for that, Peter, or?
Not at committee, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Motion is there. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much. We move on to 8.4, correspondence. Was that also in consent, 8.4.1 from Dr. Lowe?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was not. It was tied to the mayor's update on COVID-19, so the intent was to consider that during the mayor's update.
Okay, well, we will put that off until the mayor is back then. And I think we now move on to Councillor question period 8.5. Do any councillors have any questions for this section? Seeing none, we will move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from the public?
There are no questions up for this section, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, I will end my part here and I will turn it over to, I guess, Councillor Vicente is chairing ECDEV today. So I will turn it over to Councillor Vicente. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bowman. Members of the committee will now go quickly, I believe, through the economic development section. We have already dealt with the collision conference results and the BIA reports. So our next item is item 9.5, Councillor question period. Do any members have any questions for the items that we dealt with earlier for economic development? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Councillor Bowman and committee added to the agenda under item 9.3.1 a discussion item regarding promoting small businesses in Brampton.
I'm sorry, Councillor Bowman, you're promoting small business discussion item 9.3.1. Councillor Bowman, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Medeiros and I had some discussions over the last week or two regarding, and I was actually going to bring this up during either COVID or Blaine's update, but it looks like since we're in stage 1, stage 2, which would allow a large number of independent small business owners to open their doors, would essentially be on or around July the 2nd. And in preparation for that, these small business owners, they're the hairstylists, the manicurists, people who have been shut down, who have had no other way to bring in any money. They couldn't do curbside service. They couldn't do anything about that. And I'm just looking for some way to help this group, to help this sector out, because they've essentially been without work for a very, very long time, while still having, for the most part, to pay their bills, maintain their rent, keep people employed on staff, whatever it is they need for internet and supplies, and as well as their business licenses. And so I had a motion that I had sent to Mr. Fay. Is it there? And I'll just read it out. Councillor Bowman and seconded by Councillor Medeiros. Whereas the City of Brampton's local businesses have suffered tremendously during the COVID-19 restriction rules, and whereas unlike restaurants and other businesses that were able to provide curbside pickup to continue generating revenue and income, many local businesses had to continue paying rent and pay for many other expenses while not having any source of income. Whereas local businesses pay a yearly business license fee to the City of Brampton, despite having to remain closed during the stay-at-home orders and provincial lockdown. And whereas Ontario's roadmap to reopen for stage 2 is tentatively scheduled for July 2nd, therefore be it resolved that the City of Brampton's Strategic Communication, Culture and Events Department create a well-thought-out program to highlight and support small businesses and promote them for the entire month of July, and that an appropriate budget be developed to carry this program out. So, I'm just looking to our communications department to create something robust, something strong, whether it's a competition, whether it's a web page, something to help kickstart these small businesses who have really taken it on the chin during COVID.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman, for the motion. I believe I have Councillor Williams who wishes to comment.
Well, I'm just typing in that's a terrific idea, because I know there's some businesses up in our wards and Council Palleschi, my wards, that have either closed or suffering or about to close. So I think anything we can do to promote the businesses and get people back out to them, the ones that couldn't do curbside service and whatnot. So I think it's a great idea.
Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. I obviously I support what Councillor Bowman has moved, and really what this comes from. We've had local businesses contact us, and some more predominant than others, and they talked about that. Getting ready for the July 2nd opening, what they're worried about is that sustainability moving forward. And as Councillor Bowman talked about, their resources are really going towards just keeping the lights on. So in terms of marketing dollars, all that stuff, I know staff, even today, I filmed a part of a video as the chair of economic development about supporting the local economy. So I know staff are being very proactive in this area. So this is not a question of that we're not doing anything, because I know staff are doing a lot, especially in this area, doing a great job at it. And I just think that, as Councillor Bowman suggested, if we can come up with something that is going to be robust, almost a call to action for residents of Brampton to feel safe, to go back, support their small business, because they really need our support right now. And especially these businesses opening up in the second phase, they haven't had the luxury of opening up as other sort of industries have. So, I think this is very timely, and I know staff will come up with some creative ideas on how we can put some sort of marketing plan, promotion that will really capture, the minds and spirits of residents of Brampton to not want to all go down to Lakeshore, go down to Toronto, and all this stuff, that they're going to be supporting local and in our small business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you very much, councillors, for putting this forward. I think any motions in supporting the local businesses are definitely a benefit to the local businesses. I believe that there is already a report that's coming this month that talks about it, and who knows, maybe we could call this the Support Local campaign, maybe ×2 or something like that. But maybe if staff are on the line, they can talk about the report that's coming on June 23rd.
It's Claire here. I'm not sure if Jason is there to speak from the communications perspective, but I can say that we have partnered with Jason's team to create the next phase of the Support Local campaign, where we will be focusing on the safe return back to many of the businesses who have been closed for much of the pandemic. So the hair salons, the gyms, the personal fitness areas and businesses, that we will focus on letting people know that they are safe and the precautions that they are taking place. And some of that has to do with the rapid testing that we announced today, but also the different aspects of these small businesses and what they have done to ensure that their businesses are safe. We will help promote that with them. So that will be part of what we're coming with at the end of the month.
Thanks, Claire. And also I know that, so we did a roundtable with those businesses that you mentioned, and then to my kind of surprise, which was fantastic, the businesses were asking for the discussion to continue. And then I heard from staff not too long ago, and I think you were on the call, maybe Councillor Vincente was on the call too, and those discussions have been happening. They've been meeting and having those talks to see what something like this will look like for them, because hearing from them is exactly what we want essentially to do. So with this report that's coming forward, is it going to have kind of somewhat of a high level of those discussions and what those small businesses are looking for?
Yes, you're right. Exactly what you said happened out of the roundtable that yourself and other councillors hosted with the mayor. The sector, specifically the recreation and fitness businesses, asked to continue talking together amongst themselves. And Jen Vivian, our manager of the Brampton Entrepreneur Centre, really stepped into the role of coordinating that. So they have been meeting. I believe they've had at least 2 meetings since the roundtable that we hosted. And they are really looking at how to support each other as they reopen. Some of them can do outdoor fitness and some things like that. And so they're actually trying to support each other as well. So those are the kind of stories that we will be telling.
Okay, so now I just wonder then about the timing of this for the entire month of July, and then the report coming in June. It doesn't give us a lot of, and I know that everybody's all working on this with Jason's team and your team, Claire. So in terms of that report coming in June, are we going to have enough time to put something together by July to do something like this? If it's any different than the current program?
I would leave Jason to answer the timing of what his team can accomplish. But from what I know, the team is looking at the current creative. So the creative that we have been using throughout the pandemic on supporting local, adding some images and going to local places to do some videos on the safety, as well as a video that Councillor Medeiros mentioned that he recorded this morning. So things are progressing and moving along for that campaign. So I think we would certainly be able to augment it once the report has been to council. We can really increase the types of things that we're doing.
Okay, I'll move that question over to Jason if he's there. Thanks, Claire.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Jason's not in the meeting at the moment.
Okay, maybe he can come back when this goes to council next week.
Yep. If that's good for you, Councillor Palleschi, then we can move on. Are there any other questions from members with respect to the motion on the screen? Seeing none. Councillor Palleschi, do you have any other questions?
No, I guess I would just ask the mover of the motion is because of everything that's already happening, do they see any difficulty with that?
No, but I just want to make sure that we get on this now because, as you said, it's not going to leave a lot of time. And I want this, my intention for this was really specific to those industries who have been totally shut down. So, you know, if they're working on something now, as Claire said, they're looking at what they've currently been using. I think that needs to change, and I think there needs to be a really heavy focus put on those sectors that are truly affected by this. And July 2nd, I would love to see it hit the ground running. So as soon as they get open, we're open and pushing them.
So if I can, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
And I think that's it exactly, Councillor, you said it, where they're already working on this, and kind of what we're hearing, what we heard from the roundtable is businesses are, they're a little bit of they're afraid to the effect that they're not sure that people are going to feel comfortable coming back to their business. So that was kind of one of the main things that we took out of this this local business, small business roundtable, and how we could help them with that. So to the effect that they're still working, they're currently working on this, our staff, which is fantastic. And then just we'll get Jason's feedback at council next week to ensure that, yes, July 2nd, just like you say, that we're on the ground running. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. So members of committee, you have the motion as read before you. Are there any opposed? Oh, wait, 1 second. Councillor Medeiros, you just put your name up.
Yeah, and my apologies. And just as Councillor Palleschi referenced the roundtable, many of the participants after reached out to myself, Councillor Bowman, and that's why we have this motion today. They just felt they just want to be ensured that they're the direction of the city. They were a little hesitant on how the meeting went. They had some ongoing concerns, and just reinforces the good work that's already being done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, motion is before you. All in favor? Are there any opposed?
Can I get clarification?
Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just clarifying, I think Councillor Medeiros, you mentioned the roundtable, and we did have an earlier roundtable that there was a lot of confusion that came out of that one. But then the kind of follow up, we thought from the point of view of the businesses, and now the continued discussions. I think you're referencing the very first roundtable that we had?
No, I'm talking about the latest one that we had, Councillor Palleschi, and it was about the type of actions and orientations specifically, and what this just does reinforces already what we're doing but there was some hesitancy on how the meeting went.
Okay, and just another question through you, Mr. Chair, to Councilor Medeiros. Did you suggest maybe to these businesses to reach out to staff to have those discussions?
Yeah, Councillor Palleschi, I appreciate that. Yes, we did, and more than happy to speak to you offline about this. But again, this was something that they requested, something that we've heard, and it just aligns well with what we're doing. I think it just gives a little bit more emphasis and again, puts it more concrete exactly where we're going.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palleschi. So we have the motion that the City of Brampton Strategic Communications, Culture and Events Department create a well thought out program to highlight and support small businesses and promote them for the entire month of July, and that an appropriate budget be developed and approved to carry out this program. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. So, members of committee, we're now moving on to councillor question period. Do any members have any questions? Seeing none, move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from members of the public with respect to the economic development agenda today?
Mr. Chair, there are no questions for this section.
Very good. So with that, I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Singh to chair the corporate services section of today's committee agenda. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Councillor Vicent. Peter, just to confirm, 10.2.1, was that in consent, or because there was a delegation about it, are we just moving it, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was not added to consent. There was a delegation, and committee agreed to deal with it in agenda order, which we're at right now. So that item is...
Okay, perfect. Got it. Okay, so our next item is 10.2.1, a staff report regarding the 2022 budget process. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? I don't see or hear none. So Councillor Vicent.
Thank you, Chair. And I know we had some discussion when the delegation came to speak earlier today. Perhaps can staff just comment on whether or not some answers to the questions raised in the delegation will be part of the report that Councillor Medeiros asked for earlier?
Through the chair, it's Mark Medeiros here. So we are bringing forward in the fall an update to the corporate asset management plan. Is that the report that Councillor Medeiros was referencing?
No, Treasurer, sorry to intervene. It was that long-term financial plan that you had engaged in a consultant. Remember, we said we needed an update, and we were bringing that, I believe, in next fall or this fall coming up.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Through the chair. So that's scheduled for probably the end of 2022. We're still working and engaging the consultant. Yeah, it's going to take a long time. We were preparing a report to kind of give an interim kind of financial plan long-term based on our existing long-term plan plus what has changed from then till now. But the actual process of engaging a consultant, meeting with all city departments, preparing a full-blown new financial master plan, it's going to take some time. The last one took 3 years, so it's going to take us some time.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you through you, Chair, once again. So I think that as we begin discussions on the 2022 budget process, will staff be able to provide us with numbers and status on our reserves, where we are at, and the appropriateness of those reserves for our needs? Will we be getting that information when we come to budget process this year, or do we have to wait for that report at the end of the year?
So through the chair, it depends on what the definition is for our needs. So for this term of council and the priorities that we have scope for and plans for, we have a 3-year plan that is funded. We prepare that every year. So we know for a fact that we have the reserves and funding sources for 3 years of projects. Staff do prepare additional plans beyond the 3 years, So we are confident in a 5-year period. Having said that, there are many strategic projects that are unfunded, and as those come forward, for example, quite a few years ago, the Peel Memorial Hospital was unfunded, and when that situation arose and we had a plan and scope from the province, at that time we put a plan together in terms of how we were going to fund it, and we put a 1% levy on the tax bill. So I would say for the projects that we know of, the projects that we have scope for, we have the funding for the foreseeable future.
Okay, very good. Because I think that that information will be important as we do those budget deliberations, and thank you for addressing that. Thanks, Mark, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Seeing no other questions, I have a motion from Councillor Vicente to approve the report. Is anybody opposed? Seeing and hearing none, the report carries. 10.2.2 was in consent. 10.2.3 is a staff report regarding council intimation of purchasing contract extensions and renewals. I think this was Councillor Palleschi. I will pass the floor on to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm frantically trying to go through my agenda here to find the report with my notes. With respect to the 200,000, it was council's request to for this report to come back on the extensions and the renewals. And then is in this report, staff do not recommend the changes, right? So I was surprised to see that I guess staff aren't recommending changes to this request. And currently in the report, it does say that Mississauga and the Region of Peel currently have this implemented.
The staff want to respond. I think they should respond.
Through the chair, this is Gina Rebancas from Purchasing. Yes, in that report, it shows that the Region of Peel and City of Mississauga, they go to the council for approval on anything that's greater than 20% of the total contract price or greater than 100 and greater than 100,000. But there are exemptions to this that are included in their bylaw, which we did not actually go into the details of those exceptions. But this is only for the contract extensions. For the contract renewals, we are all the same. All three procurement bodies do not go to the council for approval prior to execution.
Okay, one of my questions were with respect to the bylaw differences. What are some of the differences?
For the contract extension, for the Region of Peel and Mississauga, the staff goes to the council for approval for an extension that is greater than 20% of the total contract price and greater than 100,000. So if there is a contract extension that say is worth 100,000 and over, and it is 20% of the contract price, they go to the council for approval. But if it is, say, for example, 500,000, but it is for a project that is 5 million, so that's only 10%. So even though it's 100,000 over, they don't go to the council for approval for that. Is that clear?
As mud.
Sorry. Okay, so Diane, could you please help me explain it better? If you're on the line.
Sure, I can try. Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Palleschi. So what Gina was explaining is the first threshold that Peel and Mississauga look at is the 20% threshold of the contract value. So to Gina's example, what she was providing was that if there's a $5 million contract and there's an increase of $500,000, regardless of the 100,000 threshold that's denoted in the chart. Because the increase is only 10%, that contract extension would not be brought forward to council for their approval, nor at Peel Region, nor would it be reported to council as part of their regular reporting of procurement activities, because at Peel Region, they don't actually report contract extensions or renewals with a couple of exceptions related to unforeseen circumstances.
Okay.
So the contract extension, sorry, Gina, the contract extension has to achieve that 20% threshold first. And if it achieves that 20% threshold, then it will be reported to council as long as it's over $100,000. So another example, Councillor, could be that, if a $50,000 contract is increased by 50%, which would be $25,000 in that scenario, because it doesn't achieve the $100,000 threshold, it will not be reported to council for approval. Not reported, but it would not be presented to council for approval.
Okay, and then how does that relate to, so that is in relation to any of the current contract extensions that have been or may not have been already approved by council, correct?
Sorry, could you state that
Yeah,
question?
I don't understand the question.
Sure. Yes. So with the in terms of the contract extensions and the percentages, and currently it's 20%, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And if those are even though if the contract extensions were from the beginning not approved by council because they were under the $1 million, those would not then come back to council for a further approval, correct? Even if that carried them over the $1 million.
Through the chair, Councilor, the regional appeal in Mississauga, just for clarification, they don't request the council approval for any project that is less than or over $1 million. So they don't even have a council approval prior to the execution or start of the procurement of any project. It's only us who requires approval for 1 million and over.
Right. Theirs are 100,000 and over for tenders.
Yes. So they
but
do
new
have
new procurements. What it says, no council approval for new procurements under the region in Mississauga.
Correct.
But at some stage, a procurement has to be approved by council. So what is that stage with those other municipalities?
It's only for the limited tendering and direct negotiations that they require council approval for over 100,000. But any other than that, they don't have council approval.
Okay. So now I've found my notes. So I guess what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to align us to be like the region and like the city of Mississauga. But in this staff report, and this is where I was taken back a bit, because in the staff report it indicates that if we put any more work onto this, then we could be looking at potential increased costs or longer wait times. So I guess my question would be then, currently, if we put forward a tender with the city of Brampton, and there's a similar tender in the city of Mississauga, how much more of that do they pay now?
I would.
So I'll clarify my question, because in this report it states that if we make any changes to the current structure, we will be paying more, and it will take longer time. So, how much more and how much more time does the city of Mississauga pay for a similar tender?
Are you, sorry, Councilor Palleschi, are you talking about a new procurement or a contract extension?
Either or.
So because this report is about a contract extension, so it provided the implication of a contract extension going back to council for your approval prior to execution. It's not about new procurements.
Right, but so
I'm
looking at the
confused,
chart,
sorry.
so that's okay. Looking at the chart currently right before us, the contract extensions, Region of Peel and the City of Mississauga have very similar rules around their contract extensions, where they seek council approval. We do not. So with you saying that right there in black and white in the chart, but then further down in the staff report, it states that if we do make any changes, that we will not only be paying more in the contracts, but they will be taking a longer amount of time. So my question is, because the City of Mississauga currently has the approval, how much more money do they pay for a similar contract, and how much longer does it take for their contract as opposed to ours?
Okay, I got your, I think I understand your question now. Unfortunately, I don't have the details on those numbers. So if you don't mind, can we give us some time to look more into that? And
for sure. And why don't, yes, and sorry to cut you off, Tina, I didn't mean that. Why don't I reach out after this meeting, and we can talk about it a little bit more prior to council next week.
Sure.
I think that's a good idea, Councilor Palleschi. Should we still approve the report, and then we could pull it out next week after your meeting if need be?
No, I'll just refer it to next week.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I'll hold the referral because there's a question on.
Okay, and then we'll put the referral. Okay, Councilor Bowman.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councilor Palleschi, for holding the referrals. Just a really quick question to Diana, and it pertains to this, and it pertains to the next one, which was in consent, I think. And that's a little while ago I had asked about the possibility of seeing on reports the anything that's coming up within 6 months, because sort of what's been happening is we've been getting the reports and the renewal date is less than 6 months away. And if we have any questions about it, it's already too late to either put out a new tender or to cancel a renewal. So where does that stand now?
Gina, would you like to answer that, or?
You go ahead, Diane.
Okay, great. Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Bowman. So the report that's in front of council right now recommends the status quo when it comes to approval processes and reporting requirements. However, in saying that, there is language in the report that council can certainly adopt if council is looking to receive additional information related to contract renewals, that for contracts that have renewal options that are coming up within a 6-month time. And that information is available to council in very short order.
Okay, yeah, it's just because we have had instances where, you know, we're looking at a contract renewal and the contract renewal is 4 months from now, and when we question it, we basically get the answer, well, it's too late to put out a tender because this contract will end and we'll be 3 months into having no contract. So yeah, if possible, I would really like to see that added to future reports. And that would probably be added to the report that we were going to be looking at on 10.2.4, I guess. Is that correct?
Yes. Sorry, Gina, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, yes, that's correct, Jeff, Councilor Bowman. But I think 10.2.4 was moved to consent, so we won't be looking at that today anymore.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we could add, you know, just a short little column on there saying, you know, or a highlight that this is renewing, and that way it gives a council, you know, 6 months more to say, okay, are we going to go back out to tender? Are we going to renew this? Should we be renewing it? So Yeah, I'd really like to see that added if possible in the future when this comes back.
But Councillor Bowman, just to be clear, that purchasing activity report is actually the items that have already happened. So what we can do is add another appendix, which we can call Appendix 3, and then that would be the renewals or the contracts that are due for renewals in the next 6 months.
Perfect.
That's more futuristic.
Perfect.
Okay?
Thank you.
So do we have to put that in the motion to be added?
No, we can work on it because this report is going to get referred to next week. So we can just finalize everything there.
Okay.
Is that okay, Councillor Bowman?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, an appendix is great too. Thanks.
Yeah, so we can work on the wording there, or staff can also come up with wording, and Councillor Bowman can let staff know what he thinks. Councillor Palleschi, question?
No, that's okay. I'll just move the referral now. That's fine.
Okay, I just had a brief question then. Yeah, I'll do. To Gina and Diane, when we were talking earlier in the week, you also mentioned the additional column that we're adding. Can you just go over that for everybody's benefit as well?
Diane, could you please clarify that because I was not in that meeting?
Sure. Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Singh. Yes, there was a motion put forward through the GOC committee in regards to providing additional or supplementary information for each procurement activity as part of our purchasing activity quarterly report. So the report that was presented to council today that was moved to consent does include that supplementary information on each procurement activity.
Yeah, and then I think that'll be a good practice for transparency, and maybe that's why it was put in consent because no councillor had any questions. But thank you for the work. I look forward to your updates next week. We do have a referral motion by Councillor Palleschi on the floor to council next week. Is any member opposed? Seeing and hearing none, the motion carries. Moving on, 10.2.4 was put in consent. 10.2.5 was put in consent. 10.2.6 was put in consent. 10.2.7 is a staff report regarding a standing item on meeting agendas, use of consultants. This was held by
Councillor Palleschi.
Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you, Mr. So thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you for the report. I think that what I'm essentially trying to do, and I see the recommendation in here, the possible recommendation from staff, and just going through the kind of the chart. One of my questions was when it comes to the information availability and source, when it says available from the purchasing system, is that the difference between that and the manual update from the finance system? Really, what is the difference other than if it's just pushing a button to collect the data from a purchasing system, or actually manually putting in the information? I'd like a little bit more a better explanation as to what the differences are.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Peter. Perhaps I'll start, and then I'll look to my colleagues in purchasing to supplement what I'm saying. So the chart explains information that says available from purchasing system. So that's, as I understand it, information that can be, it's not necessarily a push of a button, but can be extracted from the city's procurement system, whether it's the purchase order number, the process for procurement, the description, and some of that information you already see in for example, in report 10.2.4, I think it was, that was dealt with on consent, the Q1 or Q2 purchasing activity report. Where it starts to become more labor intensive in terms of manual processes to add value to a table, if that's the wish of committee, is when you start to get ask information, particularly at the bottom, the last three bullet points. So the expenses commitments to date. So what's been expensed on, for example, the consulting services contract worth $100,000. How much has actually been spent to date? That information is not readily available in the procurement system. Staff will have to go to the finance system to pull it out. Then it's whether it's expenses or commitments that have not yet been expensed. So that information will have to be manually added. As well, the consulting service status in terms of the status of the actual consulting engagement and the timeline for consulting services completion. The information to supplement a table with that information would have to come from the responsible department leading the consulting services engagement. That information is not currently available and nor generally would normally be available through a procurement or a financial system.
Okay. And that's, I think, a little bit of my issue, Peter, is that somewhat of the information isn't available. If somebody else wants to jump in to add anything, please feel free. But I'd also like to know about the P card or a smaller value procurement method, and kind of the structure along the lines of the $25,000 or less. If somebody has a P card and they seek a consulting service that is $10,000, but that's only the beginning of a portion of that service, and then there's another service that piggybacks off of that one for another $10,000, and then another one off of that for another $10,000. All three are under the $25,000, but in total it's up and over the 25 and the 30,000. What changes, if any, does that have on the $25,000 threshold?
So through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I'll start and then I'll leave it to our purchasing colleagues probably to correct what I'm going to say. But as I understand it, the rule of thumb, and I think it may be in policy or procedure, is if a department knows that they have to engage a consulting service, this is what we're talking about in this particular case, and they know it is going to, the total value will be over $25,000, the expectation is we do not break it up into serial purchases through a P card. If it's understood that the value is within a set parameter of what it'll be, and the basic three buckets are anything under 25,000 is a small bucket procurement through a P card or some other small value requisition. Anything between 25 and 100,000 is a department-led procurement process in accordance with the purchasing bylaw. Anything over 100,000 is managed and run by the purchasing division. So departments know that if they have a procurement that will fall within one of those three parameters, they should be following that appropriate procurement process, as opposed to trying to break it down into three parts to fall within the 25,000 threshold. That's how I understand purchasing works, but I'll allow our purchasing colleagues to correct me if I'm not correct.
This is Gina again through the chair. Yes, Peter Fay is correct that departments are not supposed to be like breaking those amounts to meet the 25,000 threshold, because that is against the purchasing bylaw. That is what we call the contract splitting.
So Gina, thank you for that. If I'm in the department though, and I don't know that there's going to be potential more work put on this, then at what point do I say, because I'm already into something that's let's say cost 20,000, I'm below, but then something else comes up. I'm into it already, so I'm technically not breaking any rules because I didn't know, right?
Yeah, you are not aware that consultant service will be prolonged and will need more money, right? So,
and that's something that could potentially be happening.
Correct.
It's happening already, right?
So that.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry, Tina.
Okay. So the department could come to us, and then we can look at it. And unfortunately, because the consultant has already been engaged, so even if the total will now go over 50,000 or 100,000 eventually, we cannot anymore go back to the market to go to an open procurement or even an invitational procurement. So, Diane, I think we have to look at it on a case-to-case basis. Is that correct? Could you add?
Yep. Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Palleschi. So to expand on Gina, it is prohibited under the bylaw to engage in services and engage in those services to artificially reduce to come in within a certain threshold. However, understanding that there may not be intent to do that, to your example, Councillor, where there might be additional work that is unforeseen. In that case, we would look to the bylaw. Well, we would, depending on the case, I mean, there may be instances where a competitive procurement could be conducted. If it's a phase 2 of a phase 1 and there's no potential conflicts of interest in going out to a competitive procurement, then certainly we would have that discussion with the client. If that's not the case, there are provisions under our limited tendering schedule that would permit us to continue with the engagement of that consultant, where the additional services were not contemplated or included in the initial procurement. If the change of a vendor would cause either inconvenience or duplication of costs to the city.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Do you know what the added timeline is from the direct purchase order or direct sale less than the 25,000 in terms of the direct to a the bidding type you had just mentioned?
The invitational?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the timeline?
Yeah, there has it. Obviously, it's an added timeline. So if I'm in a department and I want somebody, I know of a company that does this service. It's within my $25,000. I can use my P card or the competitive process. What's the additional timeline from going from a P card to competitive process?
Sorry, through the chair. It would really depend on the nature of the invitational procurement that is going to be conducted. So right now, the bylaw or the supporting policies and procedures don't dictate a minimum amount of time. But so that would really be up to the client to determine what is a reasonable amount of time to ensure that bidders have the opportunity, a fair opportunity to submit a bid back. If you're conducting an invitational RFP, for example, that's going to take a little bit more time than a simple, priced quote procurement. So that there's a lot of flexibility in terms of the timing. It really depends on the nature of the scope that is being procured. But definitely I could say it would take more time than a direct purchase.
Okay, and I figured that, and sorry, that question's getting a little bit off topic, but I really did want to know. The reason why I asked for this to come forward and the reason why I want this to continue to be a standing item is just with respect to some of the the things that have been in the media for years and years, and also more recently, but just showing our residents that the process is fully transparent. Consulting services, and probably no help or lots of help from Councillor Bowman and myself, because we always kind of shine a light on consulting services. It's kind of like we're putting a negative towards that service, and it's unfortunate, but because of the scope of consulting services and the amount of times that it's come before us, I think there truly is a need for this to be a standing item on our agendas. And if that standing item is bi-monthly, that's the way I'm kind of leaning towards to start. I'm sure that others may suggest it could be quarterly, which I would be open to if that's what other councillors would like. But I do think that this does need to be on the agendas. The only questions that I have then are with respect to, and I couldn't find it in the report, I know it is in here though, to Samir maybe, or maybe Diana and Gina can tackle the question, is with respect to there's some information that we may not be able to disclose sometimes with a particular consulting service. And I'd like an example of that.
Through the chair, this is Gina. Yes, that's correct, Councilor Palleschi. The confidence, the consulting service that have confidential nature may not be. It cannot be included in this report because that would undermine the confidentiality nature, right? So I honestly don't know how we could report that to you. Maybe we could bring it to a closed session, a different report, on a different report. Is that something that we can take back to discuss?
Okay, potentially. So potentially that could come on the bi-monthly or quarterly with this standing item, and then just have a section in camera. Okay, so great recommendation, Gina. I appreciate that. Can I get an example of what one of those services that we wouldn't be able to release to the public would be?
The only thing that I can think of since I joined the city is the MDC consulting service.
Okay.
And unless, Diane, is there any other example of a confidential one?
Sorry, through the chair. There aren't many that we do that are deemed to be confidential, privileged in nature, that we wouldn't be able to disclose information. So I have one in mind. I'm just not comfortable in sharing it. I'm just afraid.
No, and sorry, I'm not looking for one that we've actually done. I just want somewhat of an example. Why would we have one in camera?
It could be an item, for example, that is discussed in closed session with council, where council directs staff to engage a consulting firm to perform some sort of analysis, study, services, in which case, the limited tendering provision under the bylaw would apply, but we wouldn't necessarily disclose that activity through our quarterly reporting until such time that the confidential nature of that service is no longer relevant.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
I think it makes as much sense as it can be.
Appreciate that.
What I'd like to do then, I don't see any speakers on, so
through the chair, sorry.
Samir.
Yes. So by way of an example, as you know, acquisitions of property are things that can be properly dealt with in closed session. So, for example, if we were looking at acquiring a property and we decided to hire some consultants to give us appraisals, for example, environmental reports, for example, those would not be disclosed in the quarterly reports until such time as when that matter could be more publicly disclosed. So that's an example. There's another example that comes to mind, but again, I can't discuss it openly, so I'm just giving general examples.
Okay, no, perfect. And thank you for that. And I'm happy with all the responses. So I'm going to go ahead and move. Oh, I see Councillor Bowman, I think, is on. So before I move what I think we can be doing, I'd like to hear from Councillor Bowman as well, the other consultant advocate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Very, very quickly. Peter, I just wondered if you could give me a sort of a better description of status on that box that was up that had it's on our purchasing report, stuff like that. What does it mean by status?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So that came out of the council request for types of reporting attribute information that would be available in such a table if council were to direct this. So it could be if there's a consulting engagement and it's over 2 or 3 months, where is it at in terms of status? Is, you know, typically data gathering, analysis, and reporting, consultation. It may be just a high-level status report, and that would originate from the responsible department because purchasing or the financial systems don't keep that kind of data.
Okay, because I would sort of equate that with the one that's a couple above it as well, where we're looking at you know, everybody who hires a consultant, the consultant has got to provide them a plan, a business plan with milestones and objectives that they've got to hit. So I would sort of consider those two the same. And, you know, when we're talking about how much of the budget's been spent, I sort of always look at where we are in the timeline. Are we 3/4 of the way through the timeline? Are we halfway through? Just to get a general idea. You know, if it's a $10,000 budget and we're halfway through, you can figure, you know, we've sort of spent $5,000 of that $10,000 so far. So yeah, I just wondered what that was and how it was different than any plan or timeline that the consultant would normally give any department that's hiring them. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I have, confirming no other speakers, I have a motion from Councillor Bowman to receive the staff report. Is anybody opposed?
No, Mr. Chair, I said I was going to move a motion after Bowman.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
That's great. So thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I'd like to do is move that that we implement this. Now the consulting service information attribute can be, as per Councillor Bowman's kind of suggestions, I guess it can be baselined a little bit. It can be maybe summarized a little bit more to be not so much encumbersome. So I'm happy to move that. I'd like the reporting to be bi-monthly. And I'd like to move that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll let Peter, the clerk, work on that. I think our Director of Procurement, Gina, also has a question for clarification.
Yes, through the chair, I would just like to clarify if you are okay that this report says that anything that's under $25,000 may not be included in that report because we won't be able to get those information since they don't have a purchase order and they are like transacted directly by the department. And I believe even in P-card, because the P-card charges does not really specify the specific item that this is for a consulting or whatever. It just shows, you know, this is paid to this firm. So it could be also challenging to be able to extract that information.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So I understand that, but I'm not okay with it not having some part. I understand that it'll be it won't have all of the attributes that are connected with the overall consulting service, but some kind of reporting structure needs to be had, even on the $25,000 or less. There has to be something that is in some way shown on this report, or if it doesn't happen as often, or if it happens too much, then some way of a quarterly report also. But it has to be, something has to be reported. It can't be, it's currently right now, if it's $25,000 or less, I have to be able to speak to that particular item to my residents and justify it. And currently I can't.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Bowman?
Yeah, just to piggyback on what Michael has said, if we don't see any of the $25,000 ones, we will never see if one has been renewed 3 times for $75,000. So I agree. We've got to see somehow the $25,000 ones. I don't know whether it's just a line that says there was one for $25,000. I don't know, but yeah, I agree that we need to see those. Thanks.
Thank you. And the motion is worded as Councillor Bowman and Councillor Palleschi. Councillor Palleschi, you will be the mover of this. Are you okay with the wording there?
Yes.
That's the contract value greater than 25,000. Is that what you want? Okay.
Would it help staff if maybe we just like this is what we're moving it to and then we work on what kind of this looks like, because it's only Councillor Bowman and myself right now that are speaking about it. Maybe we can we can have a meeting before council next week to see what exactly everything looks like, the reporting to back to council, or is staff good with the direction here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Peter.
Yeah.
I just wish to clarify. I know we say in the motion twice monthly. I think the intent was every 2 months. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
Yeah, bi-monthly. I think that's a good idea, Councillor Palleschi. I think staff should take it as a direction to meet with Councillor Bowman and Councillor Palleschi on 10.2.5 and 10.2.7. But I'm okay to move this, and if there's any issues from your conversation, we can just pull it next week. But I'll leave that out to you, Councillor Palleschi, on your thoughts.
Sounds good. Great suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so moved by Councillor Palleschi, seeing no other. We have Councillor Santos as well. Yep.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. I just had a question, but I'm happy to work on it with Councillor Palleschi, Councillor Bowman in our conversation before council next week with staff. It's fine.
Okay. Sounds good. So to the Director of Procurement, please try to meet with Councillor Bowman, Councillor Santos, and Councillor Palleschi. Moved by Councillor Palleschi. We have the motion on the screen. Is any member opposed? Seeing and hearing none, the motion carries. 10.2.8 is a discussion on the public sector disclosure at the request of Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. I won't be long on this either. I had a conversation with Michael yesterday regarding this report that was supposed to come back to us 2 weeks ago. But if council remembers, at that point, Sandeep said she had it done. She just couldn't get it in on time to get in on the report. It was not put on this report on this agenda either. So that's why Michael called me. So what I'm doing is I'm moving that we receive the report right now. And I know none of us have had the chance to look at it or anything like that, but you know, if anybody else has any comments, if Michael can or HR can just bring the report forward, and we can have a quick look at it, or you know, I'll listen to what any other councillor has to say.
Sure. We can do that. Would it be easier to bring it at council and people have time to read it? Or if you really want to do it now, that's not a problem either. You can read it.
Either way, I'd like to see the report now, because if we don't bring the report on now, we won't see it until council. So I'd like to get the report on now so that everybody can have a look at it before council.
Okay. So I just want to be clear, what does that mean? We go through all the pages together right now, or?
Well, no, if we can bring the report forward and I'll move receipt of the report. I see Councillor Palleschi's on here, but if we don't receive the report now, we won't see the report until council next week either. So we
until
won't
Friday, because the agenda would be published on Friday.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Sorry, my apologies if there's any confusion. So this was added this morning as a report. In my email to members of council, the report was included in that email. So it is a matter that is on the agenda now and is for committee's debate should they choose to do so. We haven't posted it to the revised agenda yet. That will occur immediately after the meeting because we had already updated the agenda.
Okay, so if it was emailed, Councillor Bowman, the ball's in your court. I'll put the I'll go with other speakers, but are you just moving receipt for now so we could discuss it next week, or do you want to? How do you want to do this?
Well, I'll move receipt. I see there's other councillors on here.
Okay, so they can ask questions, and then we can see how we're going to do this. Councillor Santos.
What's for the other one? Sorry.
Okay, Councillor Palleschi.
Yeah, thank you. So I won't be supporting receiving it because I haven't seen it, but I would support, and I understand why what Councillor Bowman's intent is, but I would support referring it to council next week. Currently, we have it, so we can look at it, but I'm not going. I don't want to go through it now. I haven't had time to look at it. I'm not going to vote to support anything that I haven't had time to look at. So I'm happy to refer it. I see Councillor Fortini's on, so I'll hold the referral, but I will be referring it to council next week.
Okay, Councillor Fortini.
Thank you. Councillor Palleschi makes really good points, and so Councillor Bo. Can we refer this maybe, if they want, maybe government relations? Or
through you, Mr. Chair. This is beyond the mandate of the Government Relations Committee, which their mandate is relation to the council office and mayor's office. This speaks to the public sector disclosure that affects the entire corporation.
Okay, that's fine. I just suggested, thank you so much.
Okay.
Also,
out of respect, because Councillor Bowman brought this up, are you okay with the referral to? I guess it would be referral to council next week.
Oh yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I just wanted to make sure that it got on the agenda because I only had the conversation with Michael late yesterday afternoon. So I just wanted to make sure it's on the agenda, and I sort of figured nobody would have had the chance to look at it anyway. So referring it to council for discussion is fine with me.
Okay, all right, well, that's good. Glad to see we've come to a consensus. Councillor Palleschi has moved referral for the 2018 to 2020 public sector salary disclosure to the Committee of Council of June 19th, be referred to the June 16th, 2021 meeting of City Council. Is any member opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that carries. Moving on, we have a discussion. Okay, 10 point, I don't have this on my annotated. Is this a, could I get clarification at 10.2.9?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I didn't think there was a 10.2.9. Oh, no, my apologies. That was an item that we had anticipated would be added. It's not on the agenda. It was not added.
Okay, yeah, I got nervous. So like, okay, 10.3.1 is a discussion item at the request of Regional Councillor Palleschi regarding the Indigenous reconciliation discussion and status of city actions. Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I realize that Ryerson University currently has a task force that is looking into this, but I think and I think that they've maybe Blaine can correct me if I'm wrong. Are they still writing the report for September, or are they trying to move that up?
Through the chair to the councillor, from my understanding, sir, is that the university requested that the committee expedite their decision. The committee advised the university that they would continue to meet their deadline of September 2021. So, and they also issued a statement that I forwarded to members of council just on behalf of the committee of the important work that they're doing and why they wanted to stick with their original timeline. The second piece is the administration from the university, or from Ryerson University, has also made some decisions around, the statue of the namesake for the university, which was removed this past Sunday. So right now there has been...
That wasn't removed by them.
Yeah, well, I think it's when you, through the chair to the councillor, from what I understand, sir, is that there was some some protesting. The protesting may have resolved in some impacts on the statue, but then the statement released from the university was that the administrative folks removed it. So I don't know if it was, to be honest, sir, from when I read it, I don't know if they just cleaned up what was left. But the statement that I did read was that the university has removed the statue, and there is no interest of replacing it.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
Fair, sir?
Another question for you is, this task force was originally established in, was it 2010 or 2012?
The information I have, sir, is that it started in November of 2020, and I think there's been several years of discussion around the name of the university, but they formalized the committee in November of 2020 and engaged the Indigenous community and some the Indigenous and Black representatives to be part of that committee. And the membership is listed on the university's website, and I forwarded it to members of council. And independently, they're looking at the name, the historical background. And my understanding when I talked to the administrative folks is it's the committee that is looking to make sure they do a thorough analysis of the history before they make any recommendations to the university. So, to the best of my knowledge, sir, it was November of 2020.
Okay, thank you. I guess they did have something else in 10 and 2012, but I do recall them seeing that a task force was created in 2020. I guess, I'm only as knowledgeable as when things get, brought forward to my attention. Had I known that, and I have nothing against the university, but had I known that this Ryerson guy was one of the originators of residential schooling, I probably would have brought it up at that time. But unfortunately, it takes something like what has just happened for people to, for me to start digging into things, and I feel somewhat it's unfortunate of that. But that being said, like I said, I have nothing against the university. It's this person and the affiliation that Ryerson, the name, brings to and is involved with in the city of Brampton, that I'm no longer comfortable with, and I don't need a task force to tell me what they're eventually going to do. So I guess a question that I would have to staff is, currently we have a number of things that are happening with Ryerson, and their names are, that name is in Brampton, and it's associated with the city of Brampton. It's on posters, it's on websites, it's in I think there's an image in even City Hall that has the Ryerson name on it, and I'm not comfortable having that up anymore, and I would like them taken down. So any name right now that's currently displayed Ryerson within the city of Brampton that we have control over, I would like them removed. Well, I'm not sure what that entails. Maybe before I put that direction forward, I would ask staff to come back next week with kind of a list of what affiliations there are, what we have control over currently in the city of Brampton, for us to get a better understanding of what we're looking at. But essentially, that's what I'm going to be asking to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palleschi. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Palleschi, for bringing this up. It was quite a moving moment to see the statue come down, and I know Ryerson said that they will be respectfully moving the all of the monuments and everything that people have been placing there in memory of the Indigenous children, and removing the base, and will be putting back the items and of recognition there as well. So I believe Dr. Leshmi did make a statement, and to you, Blaine, do you recall what the statement? If you could speak to that, you don't have to tell me word for word, but I wonder if to add, if it makes sense to have Dr. Leshmi come and actually speak on this and let us know what the school is looking to do, and just to give us some more context as well.
Through the chair of the councillor, in conversations that I've had with our colleagues from the university, it's my understanding that the initial response from the administrative folks was to, let's get at changing the name, that type of thing. It was the committee that, with representatives from the Indigenous community, that wanted to stick with their original timeline and make sure they did an accurate historical review. So they're respecting that decision. And I certainly can put forward the request on behalf of members of council to Ryerson University to see if we can have them attend council and speak to the decisions that they're making on behalf of the name of the organization.
Thank you. And because I do know Dr. Mohammed Leshmi did make some really important statements, and in this to encourage us to see this as an opportunity for deep reflection and conversation with the community to make the right decision and the changes. And seeing that they've just recently renamed the law school to Lincoln Alexander Law School, they're really committed to making sure there is representation. And not just in the school, but on their buildings, and so where people can actually see themselves. And so I just added that as an option when we're looking at removing the signs and having our conversations with Ryerson, if they can be able to speak to that and help us understand what some of their bold steps are taking, and just to keep us very fully aware, because we do have very close relationships with them. Thank you. No further questions or comments.
Are you okay with the motion currently, Councillor Palleschi?
Yes, and there's a request by Councillor Williams that we're going to ask them to come and do we want them to delegate, or do we want them to provide additional correspondence?
Thank you. Additional correspondence would be great. It would be great for us to be able to have conversations with them. We do have their sign. We do have partnerships with them here at the City of Brampton. So, while we are taking down their signs, I would really like to hear from them around what we could be doing in the meantime, and just their perspectives on this.
Okay, I'm happy to have that included in there, that we request additional correspondence from the university. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Palleschi. I will actually, I think the clerk is adding more, so we'll wait. Are we good, Peter? Is the wording complete, Peter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it is complete. That's just our interpretation of what the councillor had moved, but...
Yeah. Councillor Palleschi, this is okay? Satisfactory?
Yep, I'm good with that.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion moved by Councillor Palleschi on the screen. Is any member opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that carries. Next is a discussion on 12061 Ontario Street at the request of Councillor Palleschi. I will pass it on to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members will probably remember all of the conversations that we've had around the Coptic Church and the Heritage Building. if Peter, if you could put the motion up, I've had a good discussion with staff, just with respect to the severance of the land and another organization purchasing it and doing the refurbishments. So happy to move this. Thank you.
Do any members have any questions regarding the motion placed by Councillor Palleschi? Seeing and hearing none, we have a motion on the floor. Is any member opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that carries. Moving on, we're on 10.3.3, which is a discussion by Councillor Dillon on independent external counsel coverage for employees. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Sorry, I was having some trouble unmuting. And so I added this discussion this morning, and I just had some general questions. I'm hoping somebody from staff could answer it. Do we have a policies around any type of independent external counsel coverage for employees? So in any situation, whether it's a complaint or whether it's some other personal matter with the city in which a member of council has, or member of staff has, is there any supports in place or any policy in place to provide them legal assistance?
Through the chair, should I answer that, or Peter, do you want to talk about our policies, or?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the short answer is I'm not aware of any policy that exists per se with respect to access to independent external legal counsel for employees to use.
Through the chair, Peter, I'll just bring up the indemnity bylaw that we have and the associated policy associated with that, which I know Peter is aware of. So we do have a policy to indemnify employees if they are charged with a criminal, if they face criminal charges in the course of their work, and if as a result of that, if they're acquitted of those charges, there is a possibility of reimbursing them after the fact for that. That is the only policy that I'm aware of that would cover legal expenses for employees.
Okay, so if there's anything criminally related to any type of work, while they're doing their work, they're eligible. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's true.
Right. If there was any type of how do I put this? If so, that's the only case. There's no other situations where staff would have access to any type of legal counsel from the city, which is paid by the city. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. I believe Commissioner Davidson was going to say something. I didn't mean to cut you off there, Commissioner.
No worries.
Commissioner, you're on mute.
Commissioner Davidson, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Through the chair, there's an old policy from 2002 that does talk about providing services, but the services that we provide as an assistance program is just to retain a lawyer. It's not for actually paying for that lawyer's services. But there is a line, as the solicitor has actually discussed, that talks about providing reimbursement for criminal charges as somebody went forward, and they would get it after they've actually obtained a positive judgment in their favor. But that is
okay.
the only thing that's available at this point in time.
So there's no employees right now who are receiving any type of assistance financially for any type of legal issue or anything. Is that correct? So you can confirm that, whether it's Samir or Michael?
In terms for legal assistance, not that I know of.
Right. Okay. There's some questions I had, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, that are that should be in camera. So, Peter, would we need to move this, have this moved into in camera?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. And I believe, as the city solicitor advised this morning, there could be 3 reasons for moving in camera if the discussion, so this would be proposed item 15.4, and for the 3 reasons being personnel matters about an identifiable individual, employee negotiations or labor relations, and advice that may be subject to solicitor-client privilege.
That's correct.
So through you, Mr. Chair, when committee is ready to move into closed session, perhaps this item then can be addressed as part of its closed session agenda.
Are you okay with that, Councilor Jones, the 15.4 to be added to the in-camera discussion?
Yeah, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from councilors? I think, Councilor Fertini, were you part of this, 10.3.3?
Yeah, I'll wait for it to go in camera, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sounds good. 10.4, we'll be moving on. Wait, Councilor Vicente. Just be mindful that we're also going in camera as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why do we need to address that question in camera? I'm not quite clear.
The clerk gave 3 reasons, and Councilor John, do you want to confirm one of your reasons? One of the reasons the questions you have are probably regarding one of those 3 reasons, if you want to clarify. Councilor Dillon?
Sorry about that. Sorry, to the clerk, is it under the umbrella of all the 3 reasons, or do I need to give the particular reason to go into camera?
Through you.
Through the chair, I feel that all 3 reasons are applicable, and the discussions may relate to all 3. You, Councillor, through the chair, have mentioned identifiable individuals, which I agree with. There's also the question of legal advice, which I intend to give with respect to this topic, and it also relates to employee negotiations.
Okay, does that suffice, Councilor Vicente?
So long as, I suppose, when we are making a decision, that we explain the reasons for our decision later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other members have any questions, I will be moving on. 10.4 is correspondence. There is none. 10.5, Councilor's question period. Do any members have any questions?
Through you, Mr.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, there are no questions on this particular section. We will have a question when we get to general question period.
Okay, and that is next public question period, correct? Do you mean for public question period?
Yes, my apologies. I may have spoken too soon. I didn't realize that you had gone past. I thought maybe you had gone past councilor question period. We do have.
No, I was just on public question period. Yeah. Go ahead, Peter.
There are no questions, Mr. Chair, in regard to this particular section.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, passing it on to Councilor Vicente for the Public Works and Engineering section. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Members of committee, our next item is item 11.2.1, staff report regarding the replacement and relocation of private noise walls onto a city right-of-way. You have the report in your agenda. Does anyone have any questions regarding the staff reports? I see no questions. Can I have a
Councillor
move?
Vicente, I'm on the board.
Is that, my apologies,
Councillor
Councillor Williams. I see you there now. Councillor Williams, go ahead.
Thank you. So I have gone through this report, and I have to say this is one of the issues that is making my hair turn gray. So to the staff, there's a number of layers that contribute to this program being, and this issue being quite difficult to deal with. In the report, it says that the commitment is made by the homeowners upon signing the subdivision agreement in order for them to know that they currently have a fence that abuts city property. Now, my question is to staff, if you are purchasing your home, it's a resale, you don't have all of the requirements on title for your fence, how would you know, how would a person know that they have these requirements to be made by for the fences, for the sound barrier and all that kind of stuff? And then who's responsible for telling them? Is that the real estate agents, the developers, or is it us at the city?
The chair, this is Palleschi from Capital Works. I think that's a good question. And this, when the property closes, they hire the lawyer, and there's also involvement of real estate agent prior to that. So the lawyer basically should be educating them what is there and what is their obligation. That's my understanding.
So it's up to the lawyer to let them know. So we've heard some people, I know Bishnu, you and I have gone back and forth on this a few times. Yeah. So some people just don't know that they have this, or the lawyer goes through that huge stack of papers for you to sign, for you to review. So you're not necessarily going to know that you have to now replace this fence that abuts city property, and that could be subject to bylaw getting involved if you put the wrong one. Now, we have in our area certain people that have the original title, original requirement for their sound barrier wall. How many neighborhoods actually have an original requirements that are like have a specific wood that they have to use? It has to be built in a certain way. How many neighborhoods have that?
I can't tell the number upfront, but in general, those agreements done in the late 80s and after have a fairly clear statement about that. And the previous to that, there may be some gray areas.
Okay, so I think if anybody takes a drive down North Park, and you'll see what I'm talking about. There's certain areas that have certain requirements by the developer to have a certain type of wood, a certain height, etc. And if you don't have that original document, you're not going to necessarily know. Now, we have that home replacement, that whole process that you can use, and if we adopt the recommendation today, are we now going to be abandoning some of these requirements that are on people's title to have their fence meet those requirements to be sound barrier walls?
I think this is more of a legal question rather than me. Somebody else from legal side may be able to address this. In my understanding, if city decides to take on these noise walls, so it will still remain in the title until the city takes on them. So it's a gradual process, starting from the very poor condition noise wall first, and gradually taking on as they deteriorate. So that is the process. As long as until the city assumes responsibility, it will still be in the title, and they should be property owners should be responsible to maintain.
Okay, so if we still would have to decide whether or not we're going to take on the 64 kilometers of private noise wall that are adjacent to the city roads. But we already know, according to the report, that cost is quite significant. So really it's saying for the residents to take on the responsibility to replace the fence. But if you have some residents that have the title and they want to make sure that they are sticking to the requirements in that title, they can now then go and use the local improvement process. But that local improvement process, you have to get 2/3 of your residents to agree. And if you don't get that, then what? What happens after that? What are residents left to deal with?
Yeah, that's 2/3 requirement is in the Municipal Act, Local Improvement Regulation. That's the regulatory requirement. If they cannot achieve that number, so the petition fails. So right. That's the end of the process.
And so this is the stress that I think we're dealing with here. I have a resident that has 33 homes that were petitioned, and he had to achieve 22 homes to say yes in order for this to happen. He got 17. The street got 17. And because of that, some people didn't agree to it because they've either replaced their fence and or they can't afford it because they have to, the cost for maybe the corner lot is quite high. So there are a number of reasons, and they're valid reasons, why people aren't able to do their fence at this time. So now the problem we have is that if you get a fence put up that isn't meeting the same structure requirements as the fence that the developer asked you to put up, or if they're not set, the wood isn't set the same way, it compromises the sound barrier. Is that right? Like, Vishnu, it makes you pretty much have sound coming in from your neighbors, and you don't have that sound barrier that you need to enjoy your backyard. And so this program, I find, is just making it very difficult for our residents to be able to buy into that. And I really don't know why we can't change that program to make it more affordable, equitable, or easy to access. Because really and truly, without having uniformity to our fences, you can see in the report, it just impacts the aesthetics of our neighborhood. So I actually would like to amend the recommendations and refer this back to staff. There's a couple of areas. So I did send it to Peter. Thank you for putting it up. So I would like to refer it back because I wonder if there's a possibility of us finding out from the provincial and federal governments any funding opportunities to help maybe cover the cost of putting the fences on city property and making it city responsibility. That happened in Mississauga. They were able to use a fund some years ago, and their fences look great. It really just improves the way the city looks. So that's one option. And then the other one, I would like to refer back to staff so that we can look at this local improvement process and see if we can amend it to allow residents to receive the subsidy, the 75% subsidy, on an as-needed basis or as requested basis. What that would look like, what would be the lifespan of a fence, like how often can people request that funding, and how often can they apply, and also a timeline and maybe even a communication strategy to get this out there. My final comment, the reason why I think this is needs to happen, if people now don't put their fence up according to whatever is on title, that also now makes them liable to bylaw coming in and saying you need to fix your fence. It's almost like the driveway issue. And the more people that realize this, we're going to be dealing with people coming in saying, you want me to rip down my fence? I don't think so. Right? And so this is, it really is something that needs to be looked at. I would love to see the fences and us to be able to afford the fences being replaced by and put on city property because it will look uniform. It will look neat. With all these hodgepodge of fences, it does make it look dumpy. And I don't think our residents want that anymore. So those are my amendments. And I'm going to leave those on the floor. I think there's another person on the board to speak, but after that's closed to the chair, I would love to have that on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you. And I understand what Councillor Charmaine Williams is saying, those residents. But, you know, I don't know if this is, Mr. Swift, is the right time to bring forward the Williams Parkway fence, the walls.
I think you just did. That's fine. Continue.
Okay. So, you know, like, I believe, you know, like we did the widening of William Parkway and we put a hold on it. So a lot of these residents were, when they received letters, they didn't replace their fences. A couple of people did. And they're saying, well, we were told we're going to get our new fences or our new walls. And now we stopped at Dixie. So I'd like to have continue that in Ward 2 and 6 where it's needed, and also Ward 7 and 8 to go right through. I always thought when we put a hold on the widening of the road that the landscape and the walls would continue. So I want to put a motion forward to continue those right away because there's a lot of people there that saying, you know, I've been waiting. Should I do my fence? Should I not do it? We received the letter, and all some people change their minds. So that's one thing I'd like to add on it.
Thank you. So, Mr. Clerk, would that be a separate motion that we'll
Through
consider?
you, Mr. Chair, it would, because Councillor Williams is moving referral. I just need to understand, Councillor Fortini, can you explain what your motion is? Because we need to.
Yeah, so when we did the widening, we approved in the last term, the widening William Parkway, we decided to use the development charges right up to Dixie. And then this term, we put a hold on it. Once we put a hold on it, the walls stopped at Dixie. So anything east of Dixie, or also in Ward 2 and 6, some of the areas, they're saying, well, we don't have a noise wall, and they've been waiting. So I believe, you know, if we're going to serve one area, we got to serve them all. So I like to continue those noise walls right through, even though we're not widening the road, but continue the landscape and the noise walls for those residents. They've been waiting for over 4 years now.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Fortini, just to understand the motion then, is it requesting that staff implement noise walls along Williams Parkway east of Dixie? And if that is the motion, is it at the city's expense, entire expense? And I don't know if there's a budget available for that. Is that the intent?
We used development charges last time to do west of Dixie. And I believe, you know, like I know Councillor Palleschi's and Councillor Welland's area, there's a noise wall going up. And I believe we should have the noise walls. We have development charges, and we should continue those walls right through. We were committed to those residents. And now we put a hold on the widening, but doesn't mean we have to stop the noise walls or the landscape on both all 4 wards. So I would like to ask staff to just use development charges and continue the walls. We can't serve certain areas and not other areas. And a lot of them have been calling me and saying, like, am I going to get the walls? Or what should I do? What should I do? So I believe, you know, if we serve certain Ward 1 and 5, continue 7 and 8 and 2 and 6 too. At least the walls. Widening of the road, I could accept that. Some people want it, some people didn't want it, the residents. So but at least we could do the landscaping part and the noise walls and use development charges. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, are you clear?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, I need more clarity. So is the intent then to have staff report back on implementing noise walls and landscaping along Williams Parkway, east of Dixie Road to, I'm not sure what the end point is, just so we can make sure it's clear, to be funded by development charges?
Well, I don't want them, Mr. Clerk, I don't want them to come back. I want them to actually put it forward, just like we did this morning on the Sandalwood area. You know, that's a private complex, and we approved that. And these are residents that had 1 lane on each side. They became 2. They were going to become 3, expanding on the road. We put a hold on that, but I believe they should have the walls just like they had 1 and 5. Ward 2 and 6, 7 and 8, we put a hold on it because of the widening. So I want to put a motion forward to go ahead, get development. We have development charges and continue these walls. I don't want staff to come back.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Clerk, we'll discuss this a little bit further. Just a question.
Point of order.
Councillor Palleschi, your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can we please have somebody from Public Works chime in?
I was just about to ask that question, Councillor Palleschi. Thank you. Can someone from Public Works just provide some insight into, first of all, the landscaping? It's my understanding that the landscaping has been dealt with already from previous motions and direction from council. And with respect to the funding.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, line of order. The landscape and the wall were both discussed going back in November when we put a hold on it. It wasn't only landscape, it was also the wall if we pull up the minutes. And that's why we put a hold on it. And I agreed, I said, we'll put a hold on it, but the walls and landscape continue. Not to be rude. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. We're going to ask staff just to help guide us here and get this motion worded correctly. Is staff available?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to just bring a couple of things here. I saw in the chat here that our treasurer would like to make a point about the DCs and use of DCs because there are some rules about that. I also have a couple of my directors in development, engineering, and in capital works who would like probably to speak to this. But I think the first issue, if you may, Mr. Chair, is to have our treasurer speak to the DC's portion.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. So the noise wall, the funding of development charges for this project was based on the premise that the road would be widened from 4 to 6 lanes. And in that case, we are collecting DCs for that purpose, and the noise walls are eligible. Now that council has determined not to widen the road, as per currently for what we're collecting for, it's no longer eligible. So we actually were looking at, having discussions internally about how we're going to manage this and whether we would swap in a different funding source. So I guess in the interest of this discussion and where we currently are, if possible, to exclude the funding source and let staff review and see what alternatives we have, if possible.
So in order to get this, Councillor, if I may just...
Yeah, go ahead.
So the suggestion from staff is that we word the motion to exclude the funding source, give them time to report back to us, and a discussion like this could also be part of budget. But the floor is yours, Councillor.
Thank you. I don't mean to be rude. And I get that. So when we did those walls, we used development charges because we were using widening the road. Am I correct to the finance?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, so now we're not widening the road. Do we have to pay those development charges back on Ward 1 and 5?
Through the chair, that's what we're thinking, is that we would ideally, in sticking to the precedent and how we managed DCs in the past, that we would swap in a different funding source given that the widening is no longer occurring.
I asked you a question. I said, now that 1 and 5, the walls are done, do we have to pay the development charges back for that portion? Since the road is not being widened.
So in terms of paying back, it's been allocated to the project. Are you referring taking it out of the project and putting it back in the DC reserves?
Well, we did the walls because we were going to widen the William Parkway. William Parkway came to a halt. We decided not to widen it. The walls were done. Now, we owe development charges back because the wall's done. Who's going to pay for that expense?
Oh, through the chair. Sorry, I think I understand. No, we would not be giving the DCs back to the development community. They would be available for future growth projects.
Okay, so So then we can use it for growth or projects on this side here, on Ward 2, 6, 7, and 8. Because if we were going to use development charges to do that, and then we put a halt on William Parkway, we got to continue and serve all the other 4 wards. You can't serve 2 wards, and people have been waiting for these walls now. They received letters last term that the road's being widened, and they're going to get noise walls. So at the end, we have to serve all 4 wards, just like we served 1 and 2, 1 and 5. Sorry, but so if we don't pay that, we can find other sources. Now I'm willing to wait to come back, but I don't want to wait 2 years or 3 years, because at the end, a lot of people saying, "Should I do my fence?" And I don't want someone to pay 50 for a fence today at $90 a foot, and they're going to spend $6,000, and then we're going to take it down. Because that's what it's costing today, $90 a linear foot to put up a fence.
So, Councillor Fortini, just to be helpful here, are you then, can we reword the motion to give staff time to come back on an alternative funding source?
Yes, but so long as I don't want to go through a budget, because these people have been waiting already 4 years, and we did put a hold on it. Then I was one of the person who agreed on it. But when I agreed on it, also, if you go back in the minutes, the landscape and the walls were supposed to continue. If we pull out the minutes, not only the landscape, also the walls, because we said at that time we could always wind the road, but the noise wall and everything should continue. And that's what we approved. So I'll give them. I'll wait to come back, but like I said, I don't want to wait 5 months. We can find other sources. There's development charges. I know there's also walls in 2 and 6 to be done, and we should have them done right away. And we shouldn't have to go through a design. It's typical. You drill the hole, you put the galvanized pipe in, and it just slabs. You slide in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Next, I believe I have Councillor, if I'm not mistaken, Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand what Councillor Fortini is saying, but just to be clear, Williams Parkway widening is not in wards 2 and 6. Williams Parkway is not in there. Councillor Fortini, I think, keeps referring to the one in Ward 2 that he was on a meeting with us, Councillor Williams and myself last week. That has to do with the 410, so a little bit different, and that's a report that's coming later on. But this is just another example of we made a decision, and unfortunately we made a decision after we had promised residents in Councillor Fortini and Councillor Williams' ward that they would be getting a noise wall. So I guess if we're requesting that staff come back with some kind of funding to understand how these people can get their noise wall now because the promise was made, then that's what has to be done. I don't see how we're going to do that without having it cycle through a budget, but I guess that's for staff to come back to us to advise. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palleschi. And next I have Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I appreciate us kind of going through that to get something back from staff. It would be good to kind of get a sense how much that would cost and what that would mean. I do recall people being quite horrified when they saw the amount of trees getting taken down between North Park and Dixie, and then there's going to be another road widening along Dixie. I believe that's a regional road, and some people have been also concerned with the amount of trees coming down there as well. And so if when we get this back, if you can also let us know how many trees would be removed between Dixie and Bramalea, and also, if we could kind of repetition to see how many people still want those noise walls along there. I know with the increase of the cars that we have making a lot of noise with their mufflers and such, that's been a really big issue, and that's been happening all over the city. So I'm just wondering if we could also get back from staff in this report that would be coming back. One, an overview of how many trees would be taken down along that corridor. Also, if we can petition the residents that abut the Williams Parkway, if they are aware that the trees would be coming down, and if they're still interested in having this noise wall put in. So if the mover of the motion, if Councillor Fatini would be accommodating to that amendment, that would be really great.
Okay, Councillor Fortini, just to respond to Councillor Williams, are you willing to take that amendment?
Well, when it comes to trees, they cut trees down. As a crane operator myself, you don't have to actually take trees down. Me and Councillor Dillon just did walls for the region. And they actually put them in, and we sent a petition out if they wanted wooden walls or out. They could actually accommodate those sections without cutting trees, very little. That's one thing. Second of all, up here, I like to have the minutes back. When we stopped Williams Parkway widening, I remember I said exactly, so long as the walls and the landscape will be done, I will support the supporting of the stopping of the widening of a William Parkway. So I know I've been contacted by a lot of residents. Which residents is going to say no? You go petition there, everyone wants it because of the mufflers, the noise, the traffic, and there was one lane, it became two. Then we're going to do three. So at the end of the day, we made this promise to these people last term. Everything was good, and then also we put a halt on it. So I want to continue what we promised our residents to continue going on with the noise walls. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Councillor Vicente,
yes,
to the chair, is it possible just to respond to Councillor Fortini's comments? And so if it's not going to be taken as a friendly, can we just have it written in this motion that the report will be coming back to staff? Because I don't see it in there yet. And I would feel much more comfortable with the report coming back on this before just agreeing to having these walls put up without knowing the costs and such. So if that could be written in there that this will be coming back to council for consideration, and then I'd be happy to support this. It's good. It would be helpful. Thank you.
Well, I don't mind coming back. Sorry, through the chair. We made a promise last term to our residents. You weren't around, and all of a sudden we're saying no. I just feel bad when people are calling me and saying, when are we going to get these noise walls? I have no issue coming back, report. I just don't want to delay it 2 years. I don't want to go through a budget process. This was already supposed to be done last year. It was supposed to continue right through Dixie, right through. And there is, sorry, Councillor Palleschi, there is certain areas in your area, Willens, I think that there is a portion there, a noise wall there too, which we put a halt on it. But regardless, I'll wait for the staff report. Please don't wait months and months. Come back quick. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just so the original motion gonna say a report then, because it doesn't say a report, and I think what I'm hearing from Councillor Fortini and Councillor, it's not direction, it's for a report. And I will support it. I think it's a fair point, to be honest, to look at this. If they were promised something, we should look at it. So I think doing proper due diligence and looking at funding sources is good. I'll also support both of Councillor Williams' motions, especially on the first one. I think we should look at amending the local improvement process on the 75%. And the first part skipped me. Could we just move up so I could see part one? Yes, the funding opportunities. I think that's also good. I know there'll be a lot of infrastructure funding going around for post-COVID recovery especially, so we can look at it for noise walls. It'd be nice to have some consistency across town. So for clarification, I guess, Councilor Fortini, is it a report or are you giving direction straight off the bat?
I'll wait for the report to come back, as I said, through the chair, so long as it doesn't take 5 months. It's not that we need a design or anything. It's special. It's walls. It's 1 foot in. The residents are happy, and they were promised this last term, and I know I've been getting all the calls, and like I said, we stopped at a certain area, and now they're saying, well, you stopped it there. What about me? Just to treat everyone equal. That's all.
No, I get it. I look forward to the report and especially the funding sources, but I think it's something we should definitely be looking at. I'll be supporting all these motions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you both. Councilor Williams, I see you on the list.
Just quickly, and Councilor Fattini can answer this afterwards. I think the clerk's looking for from Dixie Road to blank there, so it must be a place, a stop place. And since my name keeps getting mentioned in this, the noise walls that I think Councilor Fattini is referring to are if we were widening the Sandalwood Parkway. And just to be clear, he keeps saying we promised. We never promised anybody in our ward. We said the noise walls were part of the expansion if we do expand the road. They were not promised. They said if we widen the road, there would be noise walls put in place. So just wanted to clarify that because my name kept getting mentioned. But I think the home east of Dixie Road now, okay, I can see that. And I agree with Councilor Fattini. It's a big issue in the city, and we have to look at some ways to correct it, especially on these roads like Williams Parkway and Sandal, where the traffic is just increasing daily. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, members of the committee. First, let's vote on the motion moved by Councilor Fattini that staff be directed to report on the option of noise walls and landscaping along Williams Parkway from east of Dixie Road with an appropriate funding source to be identified by staff. All in favor, any opposed? That carries, Mr. Clerk, and then we'll move a motion by Councillor Williams. And if the clerk could just scroll down so I could read it out loud, that staff be requested to report on the number of trees that will be required to be removed in the installation of the noise walls and on the number of residents currently in favor of installation of the noise walls. So moved by Councillor Williams. All in favor, any opposed? There are none opposed, so that carries. And then we'll go back to the motion from the report, also moved by Councillor Williams, to receive the report on private noise walls. All in favor, any opposed? That also carries, and the clerk will so note. So members of committee, that then brings us down to the very bottom of our Public Works agenda. 11.4.1 correspondence from Mayor Alan Thompson from Town Council was also in consent. So that means that we move on to councillor question period for this section of the agenda. Do any members have questions? I see none. And now we move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from members of the public with regards to the Public Works section?
Mr. Chair, we do not on this section.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And so in that case, I'll pass the chair over to Councillor Santos to chair the Community Services section of today's committee agenda. Councillor Santos.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente. We are now in the community section of the agenda. I believe item number 12.2.1 was held by Councillor Palleschi. Councillor Palleschi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just with some questions related to this this pretty cool announcement, having a fully electric powered fire truck. Is it my understanding, so if somebody's on that can talk about kind of the monies aspect of it, it's $730,000 for the purchase of the truck, $360,000 to be transferred from an already approved project, and what project was that? And $370,000 to be transferred from an already approved project, and what project was that?
Through the chair to Councillor Palleschi, it's $730,000 to be transferred from unspent capital on previous truck capital projects. Usually that results when we buy vehicles in the US dollar and we have an exchange buffer, so there's remaining dollars left. The budget would be $950,000 for a squad that we had approved in 2019. Plus, we're requesting this additional money to have, because it is a little bit more costly. We estimate about 1.2 million US dollars. This will give us the buffer to have that money available for the total purchase, if that helps to explain it.
The total amount is 1.2 million?
US dollars, that's correct.
US dollars. There's currently 730,000 that is sitting in unspent capital.
Through the chair to Councillor Palleschi, yes, that's correct, over 2 different projects.
Okay, can you explain a little bit about that money that's sitting there?
Sure, Councillor Palleschi. So one of them is for an aerial truck, Aerial 208 that we'd purchased, and we, given the U.S. funds, we always have a buffer in case the exchange rate fluctuates. So that is the remaining amount. And then in the other account, there's some pumpers from 2019 where there was some additional funds left over, and that was the $370,000 approximately that we have left over in that account. So usually we would return that money once all the projects have been closed out. We haven't returned that money yet. It's there and available. So we thought rather than an increase in the budget that we would use this already previously approved capital to supplement the approved budget we have for it's a squad pumper that we have. So that will support us working, if approved, with Rosenbauer to negotiate the contract and the price for this vehicle.
So that money from 2019, you didn't take that into account in the 2020 budget. You left it as unspent capital, and then you're now using it for the 2021 budget. Well, you're asking to use it for the 2021 budget.
Through the chair, that's correct, because it usually takes a couple of years to purchase these trucks.
Okay.
So we asked for money in 2019. By the time we go out and order the truck and it comes back and gets delivered, before we can actually close out the project, there's usually approximately 2 years turnaround. And sometimes there is delays with COVID, but by the time you order a fire truck, it goes to the factory and then it's delivered. There is an extended turnaround time. So that's quite typical in how we operate. Okay.
And that's good. I was wondering with this truck, and it's an extremely expensive truck. Is it going to have do we anticipate it having a longer lifespan than our current trucks?
Through the chair. So that's a very good question. We don't have full data yet as to if it's going to last longer. But one of the tremendous benefits with this is the fact that it has a full 5-year warranty. Most of our trucks traditionally only have a max of 1-year warranty. And on the critical component of the battery, there is a 10-year warranty. So we typically expect our trucks to last around 12 years, and then we put it in reserve for 3 years before we dispose of them.
Okay, so, and I kind of figured that because it's still new, we're going to be one of the first, and that's fantastic. But I guess my question then is there anything that is on this truck that is typically on our current trucks that we look at when it comes time for the end of life?
Sorry, Councillor Palleschi, maybe you could rephrase your question.
Sure. So I know that we had a workshop that talked about the piping that was underneath our current trucks and how, essentially they'd rot out because of salt and stuff like that. Is that one of the reasons why we turn over our trucks within the 12 years? And does that or any other reason have to do with and is a part of this fully electric truck?
Thanks, Councillor Palleschi. So we do have frame rail issues that we identified in our master plan, and that was actually even expediting the replacement of our trucks before 12 years due to the frame rail separation due to some of the things like salt and stuff that are on the road. This type of truck does not have those frame rail issues. I could get my head mechanic here to explain a little bit more detail, but essentially...
No, that's okay.
It's a different type of construction, like a unibody type construction. So we don't anticipate, or we will not actually have that because there is not these frame rails that can separate.
Yeah, if you're not talking oil filters and brake drums, I'm lost. So I can't compete with your mechanic that you have there. The other question that I have around the savings overall with not having to purchase diesel for this truck, and do you have a number on the savings? I guess it's another difficult question though, because you also have a diesel generator that's going to be included in this fully electric fire truck. So we're not sure how much diesel that's going to be taking. But just on the diesel alone for this truck, do we have any kind of savings on a yearly basis that we know of?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Palleschi, we estimate a total. If you look at fuel, things like some of the labor that it costs to repair our trucks, parts, other fluids like DEF fluid, we estimate about $35,000 per year total on those elements. So if you look at a 12-year life cycle, it's roughly $420,000. And if you look at fuel alone, it could probably range in about the $15,000 to $20,000 per year savings we have. Now there's what they call a diesel range extender on this that uses or potentially could use a very small amount of fuel if ever needed on an extended duration incident. But we were actually in contact with the city of Berlin, Germany, and they have one of the first ones. They've had it for 600 different responses already over the last couple of months, and they've yet to use the range extender, which means they've used zero diesel fuel.
Oh, okay, good to know as well. So Chief, this truck's going to cost $1.7 million.
Through the chair, probably less than that, I would suspect. Probably about 1.2 million US, which is roughly 1.485, roughly, or 1.5, depending on the exchange rate and some of the fluctuation there. So I'd estimate about 1.5 million would be the total cost given today's rates.
And how much does a regular truck cost?
Through the chair, about 950,000 for a similar style truck as this.
Okay. So I guess then I have to know, Chief, because so it's very exciting, and I look forward to us having a fully electric powered fire truck. But I have to ask, if we just took that money and we put it into our fleet instead and changed over some of the bylaw trucks into electric, we changed over some of the trucks, some of the cars. If we change those over to electric, would we have a lower carbon footprint than just one fully powered fire truck?
Through the chair to Councillor Palleschi, I'm not 100% sure on that question. I know we're working corporately on a green fleet strategy. I know even departmentally we're changing over all our auxiliary vehicles to hybrid and electric where possible. Even smaller things like our riding lawnmowers at our fire stations that we used to cut the grass are electric, and our saws and our jaws of life, which before required a diesel generator, we've switched over. Any kind of tool, saw that's maybe battery powered, we are changing over. So it's difficult for me to answer on the remaining city fleet, but I do know that we're going to realize some operating budget savings, which I think is a positive. We're going to evaluate this truck too, if we get approval to buy it. I think we'll do a detailed analysis on some of those cost savings and the potential benefit. In addition, just to the contribution to things like the community emissions and energy reduction plan, and the green fleet strategy, and just Brampton being a green city in general. So that's something that we really want to delve deep into as we go forward with this truck, and make sure that we have good concrete data to support this and contribute to the environment as well.
No, and I appreciate that, Chief. But on the flip side, we'll be able to do the same in cost savings and benefit if we look at the fleet. So I'm trying to get my head around how we put money into one particular truck when we could take the savings of that truck, put it into a bunch of vehicles that maybe used more or maybe used less. I don't know, but they could potentially have more of a carbon footprint on the environment than just this truck. So I don't know if I can support moving this forward without knowing that first. That's my only issue. Like, I'd love to have our name on the checklist to say, hey, we have a fully electric powered fire truck. But with that kind of money, I really want to see what the potential is. If it's close, if it's next to nothing, then sure, let's go. But if it's a big thing where, you know, we could change out a lot of our vehicles and lower a carbon footprint for that money, then that's something that I would have to look at. So I think until I know that, until someone on staff maybe can try and measure that for me somehow, if I can ask of that and just refer this to week for the decision. If it can't be brought back in that timeline, if that's just too much, then maybe we look at extending that to maybe the following council meeting. Thanks, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palleschi. And I too think that this is really exciting in terms of Brampton again showcasing our leadership when it comes to our declaration of the climate emergency. I have a question just for staff with respect to Councillor Palleschi's question. In terms of the green fleet strategy, it's my understanding that as part of the SERP and other elements in terms of the environmental master plan, we are working on a green fleet strategy as it is. Is that not correct?
Through the chair, sorry if it just cut out for a second there, but I believe you were just asking about the sustainable fleet strategy. I believe that's coming to council in the fall. I'm sorry if I didn't hear that question properly.
Okay, so there are a lot of elements related to the green fleet and going green with respect to various vehicles, etc., throughout the city of Brampton as it is. I think this electric powered fire truck is on top of some of that work already being done. Is that not correct, Chief?
If I could, it's Mike Parks here. I can probably put a little bit more information across with respect to the green fleet strategy. And you're right, Councillor Santos, the strategy is looking at our fleet as well as fire and transit as well. And the intent is not only to make it greener, but also to provide ways in allowing us to be more effective with our fleet, using equipment more effectively, sharing equipment more effectively, as well as looking at new sustainable models to convert some of our fleet to. So overall, we will be bringing that back to council in the fall. Well, September is our target right now. And at that time, maybe Councillor Palleschi, that'll help provide some more context around what we're doing holistically as it relates to fleet.
Thank you so much, Mike and Chief. So this is even beyond the work that we're doing on the green fleet strategy. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, yes, that is this is correct, and it's in addition to our fire master plan where we talked about sustainability, and we did want to look at the feasibility of an electric fire truck. We were just able to realize that we could action this quicker than we had originally expected, even just about a year ago. So. And
what other municipalities are doing this around the world?
Throughout the world, Berlin, Amsterdam, and Dubai, I believe, have one delivered in their possession. LA, Vancouver, and Portland have ordered them. And if we go forward, we'd be roughly in the queue of those three other cities to have an electric powered fire truck with an expected delivery date late in 2022.
That's exciting. And so Brampton Fire and Brampton as a city, in terms of our reputation for being on the cutting edge when it comes to sustainable technology, this would put us on the map with some of those world-class cities. I mean, would that be accurate?
To Councillor Santos, yes, I think that would be accurate. I think it would be something innovative for us to do, and honestly for fire to make I'll say, significant contribution to the community emissions and energy reduction plan, and supplement some of the other, I'll say, smaller actions that we're taking with our auxiliary fleet and auxiliary tools and equipment, and be one of the world leaders in the fire service and innovation and sustainability.
Okay, sounds good. I see Councillor Vicente has a comment. Go ahead, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. You spoke a little bit to what I was going to say in terms of being at the leading edge, but I think this is also a lot about going through a learning process for the City of Brampton with respect to the utilization of electric technologies to wean us off the traditional mode of energy, of providing energy to whether it's our vehicles or our buildings. We've made a substantial commitment to reduce our carbon emissions here in the City of Brampton. And I would like to see at some point a motion coming where all of our vehicles that we purchase are electric. And I think that that's one of the ways that we're going to move towards that 80% reduction. I'd like to see all of our facilities using as little natural gas as possible as we go forward. And at every opportunity where we are acquiring equipment that consumes fossil fuels, we need to be checking ourselves and asking, is there an electric alternative that we can take advantage of? And so I am very excited to see this happen. I welcome the opportunity for staff to employ these technologies wherever they can here at the City of Brampton. And I look forward to a report in the future on how well this is working for us, because it's only by going ahead that we will learn how this will work for us and how effective it could possibly be. So, Madam Chair, I'm happy to move the motion for us to proceed with this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Palleschi. Councillor Vicente, Councillor Palleschi, did you want to speak to it? Go ahead.
Yeah, I held my referral. I have already referred it, but I held based on you guys wanting to speak. I guess my question, and that's essentially, I think, what I'm saying. But if Mike Parks is still on the line, Mike, what I would like captured in the referral to council next week, and if you could tell me if this is doable or not. If we as council gave you $550,000 to change out some of the fleet, what would that mean for our fleet? And what savings? How many vehicles would that change out? What's the savings on exactly the same lines of the savings that this fire truck is potentially giving us as well in terms of fuel and oil and diesel exhaust fluid, and then what is kind of the basis of the lower emissions in trying to achieve what we would also effectively like to achieve at the City of Brampton. So is that doable for next week? Could you come back with something to give us?
Through the chair, that's kind of a big ask at this point, and the only reason why I say that is we're right in the midst. We have a consultant that's working on this green fleet or a sustainable fleet study. What I could do is, if maybe Councillor, if there's some specific items, and I know you mentioned a number of things there that you want us to maybe get the consultant to provide some feedback on, we could do that. And probably bring something next week by way of a verbal update.
Okay, so why don't we do that? We'll leave that in as a referral to you, and to work with, ask the consultant to come back with a verbal update on the potential of the $550,000 going into the fleet and what some of those changes look like.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palleschi, and Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Well, this was good news. Just speaking quickly, maybe to the Chief Boys, Is it normal practice when you, I don't know, maybe it is, maybe you can do it. Is it normal practice when you have money that's left over from budgetary or from capital that is being used for your fire trucks? Is it normal that we put it back into another department, or would you not use that to look at other ways to increase your fleet? I'm not. Maybe finance has to answer that, but I don't know.
Through the chair to Councillor Williams, and maybe finance could respond. But if we do have unspent capital that's not used, it is returned. I believe it goes into a reserve, and it could be reserved for, if I'm correct. But I know maybe Mark Medeiros would be able to confirm where that goes. I guess depending on the original funding source when it was approved the budget.
Okay, I guess that question also is, you were going to purchase a truck anyway, were you not?
Yeah. Through the chair to Councillor Williams, yes, we do have to purchase a truck, a replacement for Squad 203. So this truck, if it's the electric truck or the traditional truck, will be at our new fire campus headquarters, hopefully to coincide with its opening late next year.
Okay, that's good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. So we do have a referral motion, and this is a referral back to council meeting on June the 16th, which otherwise we would have to ratify this report, the recommendations anyway at council. Is anyone opposed to the referral to council next week? I see no opposition. That motion carries. We look forward to the verbal update on June the 16th. Thank you. The next item on our agenda for community services, I believe, is councillor question period. Do any members of council have any questions regarding this section? Yeah.
My apologies, sorry. There was the added item from Councillor Williams, 12.3.1, regarding gypsy moths.
Thank you very much. I apologize. Councillor Williams, you have the floor regarding gypsy moth.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I've been getting a lot of questions, and I'm sure many of my colleagues have as well, about the gypsy moths. And so I had a few questions that I'm hoping I can get some answers around, and that we can, so that, you know, our residents are a bit more informed with this. Now, I know the TRCA did do a great town hall last night that was quite informative, but you know, just to address it here in Brampton. So through you, Madam Chair, to the staff, do you know how many moth infestations we've actually had in Brampton this season, and is it as high as you know, other municipalities have been mentioning?
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Ed.
Sorry, thank you, Marianne. Yes, through the chair, this is Ed Fagan from Parks. We have currently about 100 locations that we're dealing with across the city. In short, we're saying across the city as a whole, the city is not completely infested, but we're dealing with complaints citywide.
Citywide. And what areas are most impacted right now by the gypsy moths?
What we have found is north of Queen Street, where we have some woodlots and such, extending out to some of the streets. So north of Queen Street, the northeast, from the analysis we've done to date, have some more egg masses up there than throughout the city.
Are those areas being focused for any type of spraying done by us at the city?
Through the chair, our forestry inspector or our IPM specialist will go out to determine thresholds by seeing a gypsy moth, which is in short is a caterpillar. By having a few there, it may seem drastic, but until the specialist goes out to determine the quantity, and based on their expertise, if they feel that the tree is going to lose up to 30 to 40, 50% of the canopy from the caterpillars eating, at that time, case by case base, we may spray a tree or several on that street or on the edge of a woodlot.
Okay, so with these areas that have been that the inspectors going out to see, are the only areas that residents have complained about, or is there any attempt to do any kind of preemptive looking in case we, just are we going out?
Yeah, no, through the chair. Great question. We've been actually managing and monitoring since 2019 the gypsy moth infestation citywide. So what we do is we put out pheromone traps, which is an early indication by catching the adult moths. We'll be doing that in July, so proactively. So we've been doing that for a couple of years. Started off in 2019 with approximately 30, 40 traps. Last year, we were up to about 110 traps installed. We're increasing that again this year up to 200 traps, and that will be, again, citywide. To date, we've been monitoring 35 to 40 locations.
Okay. So I've heard from TRCA when I was talking to them that they've actually sprayed Heart Lake area. And so far that's the only area in Brampton. Are there any other areas that they might be targeting? Because I know a lot of our water channels and everything are TRCA owned. So do you know, or are you in contact with them to know if they will be taking any initiative to spray other areas?
Through the chair, through the communication we've received through the TRCA representative, we have only been informed that Heart Lake Conservation was being sprayed, and that was to be done in May. At this time, I'm not aware of any other locations.
Okay. So right now, is it too late to spray? What is the threshold of time when you have to actually get in and spray the caterpillars that we're seeing? Are we leaving out of that threshold right now, or we still in it?
No, through the chair, correct. We actually are still in it. It's usually sort of the end of May into the first couple weeks of June. And again, with the experts going out into the field, when the caterpillars / gypsy moth gets to a certain size, the spray, the BTK tends not to work. So we are still within the window. We're aiming probably to mid-June, so the next 7 to 10 days.
Okay. And so finally, I think thanks for being on top of this. You guys have been really great with answering questions, and it just became overwhelming over the past 3 days. We were inundated with calls. And so outside of, spraying, what are other things that residents can do to try and decrease some of the gypsy moth, the caterpillars that are around? And do you have any other suggestions and things that we could be looking to do? And is there anything that the city offers that residents can get? I don't know. What are our solutions?
Through the chair, if it happens to be a city-owned tree, by all means, by calling 311, we will go out to inspect. We are actually proactively banding trees. If you've been traveling through the city, you may see certain trees with a band or a sticky tape around the trees themselves. Some homeowners do that themselves, even with just a towel / handkerchief. The intent of that is the gypsy moths during the day, it gets a little hot, so they tend to go down where it's cool, and at night want to go back into the canopy. That tape or that banding type catches them, and where we are proactively putting them up, we monitor where they are, and we'll remove them. If the homeowners wanted to do their own, it's removing that sticky tape or the banding, depending if you like caterpillars or not, and you can gently in a bowl of water to remove them. So that is one thing you can do. If it happens to be private, the BTK spray that can be purchased at some local home hardwares or other stores if homeowners wanted to look into preserving their own trees.
And BTK spray is safe and can be used.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's BTK has been approved by the Pest Management Regulatory Agency of Health Canada and is one of the few pesticides acceptable to organic growers. So.
Okay, great.
There is through the chairs, Councillor, thank you, our website has a lot of FAQs as well that may support if we want to direct residents there as well.
Okay, that'd be great if we can, maybe, I'm not sure if my colleagues would also like that website, but if you could send it to my office and anybody else, that'd be great. And I'm glad that we've increased the amount of traps to 200. And I wonder if on the website you can also inform residents on how they can get maybe those pheromone traps, because you know, a lot of people have been really worried. Some beautiful trees have been completely destroyed because of the gypsy moths. And it's almost like a pandemic for our trees if we're having such an explosion. And so we invest quite a bit to have new trees planted and try and increase our tree canopy. So it's really important for us to find ways to maintain what we have and ensure that those that are growing are going to continue to grow. So that's good to hear. And I guess if there is a need for more than 200, you know, would you have to let us know before doing it, or you just, based on what you've seen this year, you'll just increase them? That's
Through the
final question.
Okay, no, thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Williams, yes, no, if we require more, by all means, our staff are all over it. We will purchase more. And great suggestion. We can send out a reminder with the link to our city website with the FAQ to support the briefing note that was sent out. And if there is any questions, by all means, the residents can go to 311. If there's any additional questions after, through Commissioner Marion's office or myself, please feel free to reach out to us, and we're here to support you any way we can.
Great. Thank you so much, Ed, for answering all my questions. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. The next item on the agenda is Councillor question period. Do any members of council have any questions related to community services? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, are there any questions submitted from the public?
There are none, Madam Chair, for this section.
Thank you very much. The next item is referred matters list, which is
Madam
published
Chair?
quarterly. Yeah.
Sorry. Committee still needs to go back and deal with the mayor's update regarding COVID-19 and item, I believe it's 8.4.1, the correspondence from Dr. Lowe.
Right. Okay. So is Mayor Brown back? Mayor Brown, are you here?
Yes, I've been back since 2:30.
Oh, great. Okay. Go ahead. COVID-19 update.
And apologies why I had to leave at 2 o'clock. The Fifth Estate was doing a segment on some of the unsung pandemic work of Bramptonians during COVID-19, and they asked me to participate along with Dr. Lowe in highlighting how many of our residents really rose to the occasion during this pandemic. So that's why I stepped out at 2 o'clock. In terms of the COVID update, to give you, I know there's been a lengthy meeting today, so I will be brief, but the scene continues to get better. The hospital number is the best it's been in several months. The COVID case counts are dramatically down. At one point, we had a positivity rate in Brampton of 22%. We are down to 7%. The case incidence rates are under 100. The positivity, I mentioned the positivity rate is a third of what it once was. The reproductive number is also very low. I think it's 0.65 in Brampton. The only caveat and the good news is we're keeping an eye on the Delta variant, and it is more contagious and more severe. But because the case counts are so low, it hasn't caught fire yet. It could become the dominant form of transmission. Just the sooner we get vaccines in our arms, the more we'll be protected against it. Dr. Lowe and myself continue to advocate for second doses for our essential workers, and that's a high-level update. The reopening begins on Friday with stage 1, and we're hopeful that doesn't cause any large gatherings, but we are in a positive trend line, which is encouraging after the year that we've had.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and I'm so sorry. We should have probably dealt with your update earlier in the agenda when you were back at 2:30. Any questions for the mayor regarding the COVID-19 update? Councillor Williams, congratulations on your second dose tomorrow. Any questions for the mayor? I see no questions. I have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to receive the update regarding COVID-19 from Mayor Brown. And then anyone opposed? Seeing none. Next item is the correspondence from Dr. Lowe. Do any members of council have any questions regarding the correspondence from Dr. Lowe? Seeing none. The next item is referred matters. Yes.
Sorry. There should be a motion just to receive Dr. Lowe's correspondence if committee does not want to take any action. I just wish to point out for committee's attention that the current mandatory mask bylaw at the City of Brampton is set to expire on June 30th. And Dr. Lowe's correspondence is asking that it be extended to September. It's also asking that additional amendments be considered for the municipal bylaw, and he's making the same request of other municipalities in the region. So we do need some, at staff level, some direction of the committee.
Sorry, Peter, it's Mayor Brown here. Could we refer this for a staff report back for the last council meeting before we break for the next for the summer recess? Because I believe we're going to want Paul Morrison's input on what is practical for enforcement and what isn't. I think some of the language that's been changed here may cause complications for bylaw. So a quick staff report, if that's feasible. Is Paul Morrison on the line that he can advise us how quickly he could turn that around? And Samir from legal, if that's practical.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Paul Morrison. We could do a report. I would hope we could prepare it for next Wednesday.
Through the chair, if I could propose that instead of a report, given the limited time available, because I believe next Wednesday is the last council meeting before the expiration of the existing mask bylaw, which expires on June 30th. Maybe we can just present our proposed bylaw at that time.
That seems reasonable. Procedurally, Peter, how would we refer that?
So through you, Madam Chair, to the Mayor and to committee, it would just be a motion that staff be requested to present a proposed bylaw for consideration by council at next week's, the June 16th council meeting. Council can decide to amend the bylaw, not proceed with the bylaw. Those are decisions council can make next week.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That is the motion moved by Mayor Brown. Anyone opposed? Thank you very much. That motion carries, and thank you to the clerk for flagging that important matter. Is there anything else before I go to the referred matters list, Mr. Clerk?
No, there is not, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The referred matters list is published quarterly. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the referred matters list? I see no questions. We'll move to the next item, public question period. Were there any questions regarding our committee meeting today from the public, Mr. Clerk?
Madam Chair, there is one. It is from Sylvia Menezes-Roberts. It may be a bit of a rhetorical question, but it's in regard to the delegation earlier at this meeting regarding the Black History Museum. The question is, how many council members learned in school that Ontario had racially segregated schools until it was ended in the 1960s by the then Minister of Education, Bill Davis?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm not sure if anyone can answer that question, but we will add it there for the public record. Our next item of business is 15, closed session business. I have a motion moved by Councillor Palleschi to move into closed session to deal with the following items that were not held in consent. Item 15.1, open meeting exception under section 2392C of the Municipal Act 2001, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, as well as item number 15.3, open meeting exception under section 2392E and F of the Municipal Act 2001, litigation or potential litigation including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And finally, 15.4, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. And it's been deleted, so I can't read the rest of it. So item 15.1, 15.3, and 15, yeah.
Madam Chair, sorry. The added item 15.4, there's 3 reasons to go into closed session. Advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, employee negotiations or labor relations, and personnel matters about identifiable individuals.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I have a motion moved by Councillor Palleschi. Anyone opposed to go into closed session? We will be reporting in public after closed session. No one is opposed. Mr. Clerk, how much time would you need?
Through you, Madam Chair, a healthy 10 minutes, if not longer.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will see everyone in closed session in the separate closed session link at 5:24.
Madam Chair, it is 6:30. You do have a quorum present. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. In the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I will report in public session any outcomes from today's closed session business. As a result of our closed session today, Mr. Clerk, if you could summarize the following, or the items that we discussed for 15.1, 15.3, and 15.4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So under 15.1, this item was considered in closed session by committee. Information was received and direction was given to staff, including direction that a motion be considered in public. We will scroll down to that motion right now, and the motion is on the screen. It will require a mover.
But
Is that Councillor Palleschi? Fortini, Councillor Fortini. Thank you, Councillor Fortini.
So, Madam Chair.
Any members opposed to the motion? Seeing none, that motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item was 15.3. This item was considered by committee in closed session. Information was received and no direction was given to staff. And 15.2, just for committee's reference, was added to the consent motion. So the direction that's set out in that report is deemed to be given through the staff recommendation. Item 15.4 was the added item following a public session conversation today. That item was considered by committee in closed session. Information was received and no direction was given to staff. And that's the report, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. The next item on our agenda is adjournment. Our next committee is scheduled Wednesday, June the 23rd, 2021 at 9:30. I have a motion moved by Councillor Palleschi to adjourn today's meeting. Is there anyone opposed to this motion?
Well, it's Mayor Brown here. I can move the motion to adjourn because I know Councillor Palleschi doesn't like to move motions of adjournment.
Okay, Mayor Brown moves the motion to adjourn. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone. The meeting is adjourned. Please stay safe, stay healthy, get your vaccine shot, your second shot too when it's your turn. Practice